Vegas, Nevada for the first ever official TFT LAN. That's right, this is the TFT Vegas Open. 512 competitors flew here from all around the world. They're taking the stage to be able to compete for the title of the TFT Vegas Open champion, as well as for a $100,000 grand prize. They've got a lot of games to play. You're not going to want to miss it.
Vegas is a good choice for a TFT event because people just say TFT is all about luck, but there is strategy, there is skill.
It's kind of surreal, like, to see how far TFT has come.
That missed way constitutes the top four.
I'm winning the tournament.
Keep winning.
I'm winning the
He
tournament.
always says that.
I've played in tournaments on LAN for God knows how long. I definitely think it gives me an advantage over the other players. I saw them, you know, kind of like buckling under the pressure.
Yeah, but here he goes.
It's an American cap.
Stays alive, it's so big!
They're making their way to the back line, but it's not enough.
Wow.
Lightsy is going to claim this one.
Naya, what's going on? I'm lost, I'm dizzy, I don't know what to do. Rocky, what are your chances of winning this tournament?
0.
It's crazy. When I first came in here, my fan interactions have been so funny. I've met someone, his name is Michael. He takes a picture with me. He's like, yo, are you nervous? I'm like, yeah, man, I'm a little nervous. Like, I'm not doing too hot right now. And he's like, oh, I'm not really nervous. I'm really worried about Setsuko. I actually qualified for Worlds. This guy is way better than me. I'm playing against people who are like, literally like some of the best in the world.
Bridge from the Carthage does enough, but still. Favor of Mike is a one-punch man.
Second place, it is going to end at that. Malala will claim first place.
I won the world in set 3.5, so I did the hardest thing to do in TFT. People can stress because there is no world champ in the table except me.
Once I get onto stage, it's gonna feel absolutely amazing, and I'm gonna be absolutely so stressed. I think I can make it. I can win.
Being in the final is an overwhelming feeling, but feeling all the support behind you, like it's starting to pay off, you just feel proud of yourself and a lot more confident that you can do it. I can be the person who wins Vegas Open.
I think it's 50-50. Either I win or I don't.
I'm gonna do my best, and I'm gonna make sure that I have nerves of steel.
The countdown has begun. The players are loading in. One more time. Las Vegas, are you ready? Playing checkmate. First, you need to get to 20 points, and after that, you can't win unless you get a first place. Oh, very, very close. Oh my gosh, wait, hold on a second. The final count with the heel. Kevin somehow playing spoiler. Oh my god, the big door tag. Stealing. Oh no! Honda stays alive.
Saying one more time, Ari versus Annie. Malala is running away with this one.
He jumped before, but not today. Along into team fight tactics, Vegas Open champion.
It's a completely surreal experience knowing that I won the whole thing. I feel like it's been a long time coming. The fact that I was able to get it on the biggest stage is just insane.
One away from Vex, and whoa, hits both in one shot. Cute.
Sunfire Arcade, please!
What the?
dude. Also, this Urgot, dude, he literally just heals to full. Holy, dude. That was insane. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
What? No, 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 Roman! Yes! 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 Let's go! Let's go!
Expect to see more pop-offs and maybe more molding as we welcome you to day number 2 of the TFT NA Regional Finals. My name is Nekkra and I'm your host this weekend, joined of course by our wonderful casters, Casanova and Gangly, who we'll be hearing from a little bit later, and Boopasaurus and Azael joining us now. How are you both doing today?
I'm doing great. Yesterday we had arguably the closest first day that we've seen in a while. I think per lobby we had someone really take the lead as well. So I'm really looking forward to how this all goes out on day 2.
Yeah, it was incredible. It was just so much fun watching the games yesterday. We saw a lot of variety, and I just felt like you really could tell the skill of the players, just even based on how close the HP was. It felt like in every single game, it'd be like 10, 20 health between 2nd and 7th a lot of the time. So it just really made a lot of the games come down the wire, and it was a ton of fun.
I mean, looking at our roadmap, there's no wonder why we have some of the best tacticians in North America joining us at the NA Regional Finals, because we only had a couple of events this set. We had the KDA Cup, we had the Heartsteel Cup, and we had those ladder snapshots for our players to qualify to compete this weekend. And honestly, this set has flown by so fast, I can't believe it.
Yeah, it's been an absolute blast. I mean, for those of us that were lucky enough to be in Vegas or even watch it, obviously that was just like such a great kickoff to everything. And then following that up with another Malala win, and then going into Heartsteel with another pretty crazy storyline with some new members, also replay coming back and continuing that into today. So it's really interesting how we can even track all of that from Vegas into regionals day 2.
Yeah, it's crazy to think, you know, that Vegas was the start of the set, and the set is almost over, because Vegas feels like it was like last week, and set 11 is just around the corner. You know, the championships obviously coming up next week is ridiculous as well. So, you know, whoever qualifies, the work is just getting started, because you have got to keep grinding.
Yep.
And even if you don't qualify, you always have that next set. I also can't believe that that is coming up in just a couple of weeks, I feel like. So I can't wait to get a little bit more info about that, hopefully. But when we're bringing our attention back to this weekend's regional finals, we're in the midst of determining who in North America is going to represent at the Remix Rumble Championships. We're in day number 2 now, and we only have 16 players remaining. But we're cutting the field again after 6 games today, and today's cut is even more severe.
Yeah, I mean, the cuts just get a lot more harsh, right? You know, day 1, a third of the players get cut. Day 2, half the players get cut. So it's more and more important to play for those high finishes, you know, in every single game. Because yesterday, you might have been able to get through on just 4ths and 5ths. Today, you know, you're going to have to be placing higher and higher and higher to really be able to secure your spot in day 3. And especially if you want to play for the best average placement on day 3, potentially have that as an out to get to Worlds, you've got to really be racking up some firsts.
And you certainly don't want to go bottom 4 today, because that means you're out of contention for the $35,000 prize pool that we have for these players, only distributed through the top 12. And that prize pool increases a little bit if you're able to make it to that final lobby too. But at the head of it all, what all of these players are playing for is, of course, those top 3 spots to make it to the Remix Rumble Championship, and hopefully that average placement spot as well. But we had a pretty great start to the tournament yesterday, didn't we? In case you missed the action, let's reminisce on some of your favorite moments. What did you both enjoy about the action we had for day number 1?
We kind of touched on it with Azael a little earlier, but overall, it was close. Every single lobby. I remember we had a lobby that had 4 rounds in a row, and I think which 1st and 6th was separated by 16 HP or something like that, and it kind of waffled in between. But specifically for me, it was the Weijin Iverson third place game with Lulu. It was so impactful to me. I actually watched it again after the broadcast, and just the way that he was able to put that together, along with the fact with a little bit of help from the Mort God himself, facing 2 ghosts on his way to a third, and honestly potentially was a stuttered auto attack from Lulu from maybe competing for a second in that lobby. But overall, I think that's just a good representation of why Weijin is considered one of the big 3, and also why I think we kind of consider him a threat no matter if he's playing from in front or behind in these kinds of circumstances.
Yeah, I just really loved the variety of compositions. Some of the games we saw a lot of low rolls. Some of the games we saw insane high rolls. We got to see things like the fully capped board that they were showing from Reimplosion earlier. Playing against, I think it was Pokygon, playing this Submit to the Pit style board, both with basically best in slot augments, like perfect units, and just kind of getting to see which comp would actually win out was really fun. We also saw some crazy high rolls like this game from Soju, rolling down on 8. He was on a 12 win streak to start the game, was playing kind of what looked like it was going to be an 80 flex board with basically only 80 items slammed. Then hard rolls on 8, just randomly gets a Carthus 3, and is able to win out from there with it. It was just a really fun day with a lot of variety, a lot of different lines being played, which I think is what you want to see in TFT.
I personally loved all of the risks that these players were taking. I mean, going back to some of the risks we saw in our game number 4, we saw Raise the Stakes come out from 2 players in the lobby, both Appies and Weijin Iverson. And what was really interesting about Weijin's spot is that he was on a 5-game win streak before he decided to raise the stakes and just go for even more hearts in that cash out. But even Billy King Carey, sadly a player that did not get a chance to make it forward into our day number 2 today, went for a crazy Curse Ground game, and I thought that was really exciting to be able to sort of see all of this just pressure, I guess, and who was able to thrive under it and who ultimately folded. I just had some amazing moments. Yeah, I'm pleased. I'm so excited for today.
You should be. I mean, we eliminated, like Azael said, a third of the participants coming into today, right? So we have the top 16, half of them are going to be eliminated at the end of today, which means that the risks might be even more likely, right? We might be seeing more push to those capped levels, and I think we're going to see less people playing safe as well, because the Final 8's the Final 8. If you're not part of that Final 8, you're not going to be a North American representative.
Yeah, I mean, especially, 1 or 2 games in, if you have a bit of a tough start, it's going to get crazy because people are going to be playing, for high finishes only very early on. And there's so many incredibly skilled players in these lobbies. Basically all our favorites are still alive. But you have, all these people jammed into the same lobby. Everyone can't do well. The lobbies are so stacked. Not everyone can finish top 4. It's just not possible.
You thought the lobbies were close yesterday. I'm certainly expecting more of the same as we take a look at our qualified players who made it through to day number 2. And let's start at it's even hard calling this the bottom half because these players are so well respected and so good at the game. But take a look at where that cutoff was. Spencer sneaking in with 25 points, narrowly edging out 2 of our players that were at 24 points after that 6th and final game.
I think what the standings really represent is the lack of wiggle room you have at regionals. The play has been good. The play has been pretty clean. And, the mistakes that we're seeing are because of risks that are being taken. But I think this really confirms the fact that every mistake you make is going to be magnified times 10 because these aren't the people who are making them, right? If you're in the final 16, you're here because you make the, potentially the least amount of mistakes, right? So there's not going to be as many advantages, I think, for this bottom 8 coming into today or whatever the bottom 8 is after the first lobby to try to pick off some points because the player caliber is just so high.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just gets tougher and tougher, right? All of these players here, seeing, especially this first page, so many of the favorites that were expected, people who were considered, a lot of the top players in all of North America coming through have all survived, are all going up against each other. And we also have some players that I think, fans may be a little bit surprised to see doing this well. Soju, I think, is someone that doesn't have necessarily the same reputation as like a Riri player or just Soap or a Setsuko in tournaments, but a lot of pros are really singing his praises coming in, and he kicked off day 1 with back-to-back firsts that really set himself up well for a very high finish in this first day, and he is well in the running to be able to make it all the way to Worlds.
I don't want to curse him, but I saw Bryce tweeting about K3 Soju saying the last time he was this locked in, he made it to the World Championship. So maybe this is Soju's chance to re-shine in that moment. And I know there are a ton of people that are cheering him on, and of course, the rest of our competitors. But it's just honestly exciting today because that might have been how the standings shook out at the end of day number 1. But we have a points reset today, and there's no bonus points at play. So if you were tuning in to any of the cups that we had for our players to qualify, they did have a bit of a head start heading into the next day of competition, but no more. But one of the players that did qualify, we've got him on the line. It's Weijin Iverson, one of the players that definitely has a lot of support and a lot of people behind him. Weijin Iverson, thank you so much for taking the time to join us on the broadcast this morning. How are you feeling ahead of today's competition?
Oh, I'm feeling good. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so my first question to you is one, what's your opinion on Lulu? And two, something that we see from you a lot is I think we see you play from ahead a lot. You kind of start in front and then stay in front. Yesterday was not that. You were kind of playing from behind for the majority of the day. Did you make any changes in your game to kind of adjust for that? Or were you kind of just sticking to it and it ended up working out and you're here today?
Well, I don't think it was really something where it was like I was intentionally playing from behind. I do still like to play from ahead. I like having like a strong early game, but I think it just might be like my openers weren't like quite good enough to streak or like save a lot of HP. So then I ended up playing from behind pretty often, and often when you're playing from behind, you have to like reroll. So that's how I ended up playing a lot of like Lulu.
Was there anything that really kind of stood out to you on day one as surprising? Like obviously a lot of people were preparing separately. People are kind of trying to hide their prep, hide their strats. Was there anything that really was surprising on day one, or was everything kind of just to what your expectations were?
Yeah, not particularly. I feel like I've been playing like a lot of scrims, so maybe kind of similar to what I saw in scrims, which is like maybe like hard steal, 80 flex, very high variance, winning most lobbies, and then reroll is good for like consistent top fours. In terms of like the rerolls that did well, I think it was like I think Senna ended up looking really good. I kind of knew Senna was good going in. Kale looked good. Seraphine looked pretty good. Lulu looked pretty good. And yeah, I wasn't really surprised to see like not many people playing Twisted Fate or Karthus because it's pretty hard to win or even top 4 with those.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I was actually going to ask you really quickly about disco because I still feel like on ladder you still see people playing that, especially if it is kind of like from like a high roll angle towards disco. But we didn't see a single disco game on broadcast yesterday, not one.
Yeah, I think the thing about disco is maybe you see a lot on ladder because it's a really fun comp to play. TF throwing out all the cards, it's pretty cool. But
it's for fun only.
Fantasy.
Yeah, but
not for LP, only for fun.
Yeah, when you're playing against NA's best, like it kind of feels like if you don't hit like one of like 2 or 3 headliners on 4-2, you're just like guaranteed bot 4. And yeah, I think the only spot where you can play Twisted Fate is like maybe like a super strong disco opener, some really good Twisted Fate augments, like maybe like Keepers or Shopping Spree or something like that. So yeah, like maybe if you're like having a super strong opener, if you can actually get to 9, get the Ziggs Alawi, it's still pretty good. But just when you're playing against like a super strong field of players, it's really hard if you don't kind of high roll pretty hard.
So let's talk about that for a second, because you are playing against some of NA's finest players, and in fact, that includes a lot of the people in your own study group. You're facing up against a lot of them in this first lobby. Are you nervous at all knowing that these are people that you prepped with?
I mean, I am a little bit nervous. I feel like the level of competition is like super insane today. Like I've been to Worlds many times, and I feel like this top 16 is like as stacked as Worlds, or like maybe even more. Like just so many like players I respect a lot and have a lot of confidence in. I think one storyline was that like out of Soju and his friends, like all 5 of them moved on to day 2, but out of like the people I'm studying with, which is like me, Malala, Ripple Overdrive, Replay, and Degree, all 5 of us also moved on to day 2. So there's going to be a little bit of a battle going on here, which should be fun to see. But no, I'm not particularly nervous. I feel like just having a lot of experience in high stakes events before, like regionals and worlds. Maybe like I'm a bit nervous going into the event, but yeah, as soon as the event starts, I don't feel that nervous. And right now, I don't feel particularly nervous. So.
Well, I think that should be scary for a lot of the people listening to this, because Weijin, when you're on, I think I consider you arguably the best in the world. But let's go ahead and talk about that a little bit, because we've kind of brought in, the big 3, the big 4. Bryce talked about replay, right? So mine is kind of twofold here. How do you kind of deal with the pressure of being considered one of the best in arguably the strongest region? And 2, who would you also consider as part of the big 3 that we're maybe not talking about, maybe we might be missing?
Oh, yeah, there definitely is some pressure that comes with being the best. Like it feels like maybe if even like anything less than like a top 16 in a cup is almost like a disappointment. But I mean, thankfully I've been performing pretty well, so I mean, I guess it hasn't really been getting to me. And I feel like at this point, like my results have been pretty consistent for a while. I feel like I've almost accumulated some like karma, and if I have like one bad showing, I feel like people might be able to like write it off. In terms of like the big three, I feel like Replay is like an absolute beast. Like I've been studying with him a lot. I think he's like insane at the AD flex line. Yeah, definitely like top 1 or top 2 at that line. And that's like a super important line to know right now. So yeah, I feel like I would consider him in my top 3.
I'm kind of curious. So, going into the later stages of the tournament, obviously yesterday we cut a third of the players. Today, half the players are getting cut. Are there any, kind of conscious adjustments you're trying to make? Do you feel like you have to play for higher cap boards? You can't play as much middle of the road? Or are you just kind of saying, hey, it's business as usual, just play TFT?
Yeah, for me, like, I guess like the way that I think about the game, I always just try and make what I think to be like the highest expected value decision at like all points. So even if like Heartsteel 80 flex can be like a really risky line, like I would be happy to go into it if I feel like I have a good spot for it, and if I have a good spot for reroll, I have a good spot, like I'll go into it. Later on in the day might be when you start to like make a little more adjustments. Like if you only need a 6 to move on, for example, maybe you're going to lean more into reroll because it's more consistent. But yeah, at least for like the first 4 games of the day, I plan to just like play normally and just do whatever I think is best.
Well, we're super looking forward to seeing you compete today and hopefully tomorrow as well. So, Wei Iverson, thank you so much for your time. Any shout outs you'd like to make before we let you go get ready for the day?
Oh, I do have quite a few shout outs actually. So first of all, just have to shout out my parents.
Ready.
I mean, they always watch. They're very supportive. Even before I was doing well in tournaments or making money or anything like that, they were like really supportive of me playing in TFT tournaments, which is awesome. I have to shout out my study group. Mentioned them before: Malala, Replay, Ripple, Degree. We've been doing like a lot of like late night bot reviews, and I feel like this just helped me a lot, learning a lot about like positioning, Heartsteel, 80 flex line, stuff like that. I also have to shout out Toronto, Tokyo, and Philip. They barely missed regionals, but they've like still been playing the game and been giving like me like a lot of good ideas for stuff to work on and just stuff to practice and take a look into. And lastly, like I was involved in like some small like Twitter controversy recently, and like after that, a lot of people like reached out to me and sent me like really kind messages. And I was feeling pretty bad at the time, so like them reaching out to me and saying nice things, and they felt like I did the right thing, made me feel a lot better. So I want to say like thank you to everyone who reached out.
Oh, the community definitely supports you, and so do we. So, Wei Iverson, thank you once again for your time, and best of luck today.
Good luck.
Okay, yeah, thank you for having me.
I love that. It's so great to hear the players are working together in order to lift each other up, and I feel like when it comes to NA being the strongest region, oh, there is no question. There's absolutely like no discussion on that. We've got the strongest region hands down. Because think about all the players that aren't here at the NA regional finals, like even just the couple that Wei mentioned.
Yeah, I think that is a phenomenal point to have. And people like Kurum, for example, who won half of the last set, didn't even make it into the top 32 for regionals. And also just quick shout out to esports parents as well. We love that in the chat. And honestly, doesn't Wei just give just general good guy vibes? I love that entire experience. Props to him. Like, he came in locked in, and if he's locked in for that interview, I am terrified for his opponents in his lobbies.
Yeah, oh my goodness. I would also be very terrified of the top 3 that we have, and I'm so glad that Wei Iverson gave that insight that not only is he truly a part of this big 3 we've been talking about alongside 2 of North America's greatest players, but he also considers Replay to be a part of that group. And how could you not with an AVP like that?
Yeah, I mean, this was a conversation that was kind of started yesterday with you and Cass and Gangly, talking about, should Replay kind of be considered part of this group, or should he be considered, slightly below them, a little bit different tier. Obviously, he believes he should be part of the conversation. He came in yesterday absolutely crushing it. 1.83 average placement is just ridiculous. It's literally the meme stream titles from Soju and stuff, 1.x masterclass going to 2K LP. He did it at regionals day 1, so pretty wild performance. But it's also just so cool that all 4 of these big favorites made it to day 2 and are all starting in the same lobby, which is just ridiculous. The level of competition is going to be completely off the charts in these first couple games.
That's such a great point. I feel like that lobby would be, it is just going to be like no bars, all bets off. Like this is going to be an absolute slugfest to see how we're going to truly kick off the day today. I think what's also really amazing about these 4 players is that it's only Weijin, Iverson, and Replay that are studying together, Boop. Like these are the only 2 players that are actually working together. Dish Soap is doing his own thing. Setsuko is also doing his own thing there.
Yeah, and I think that is potentially gonna, it's weird when you get to less people, knowing the other player becomes almost an advantage towards going up against your study group, right? I think we kind of referenced that a little bit earlier in terms of, hey, are you afraid since they know your play style and everything? And I do think that might come into play when we do see this lobby. But overall, Dish Soap and Setsuko, they don't need a study group because they're the ones that they study, right? So at the end of the day, I think that's totally fine, for them. And again, any type of interaction when it comes to group study versus the one guys, for example, is always going to produce some really exciting storylines.
Well, while we have these top 4 players we can consider as the big 4, we also have to consider our top 4 in terms of AVP, because it's only the top 3 players from the entire tournament that get to make it to the Remix Rumble Championships, but there is that spot on the line for the player that has the best average placement. Replay aside, Rain, Precedent, Weird, they're all coming for that spot, and they are making very strong cases for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, really good performances, from all 3 of them. Obviously, Replay aside, as you say. It is crazy, though, that the gap between first and second is over 1 full placement. Like, that is just absolutely absurd. So Replay definitely has a big leg up on the competition as far as, going for that average placement, if he doesn't qualify just straight through in those top 3 spots. So it will be exciting to see if these players can keep up that level of play, especially because, I think that Rain, Precedent, Weird, obviously all incredible players, but, not the people that are the biggest favorites coming into this tournament.
Yeah, and just to add additional context, when we're in the stage last set, the highest was like 2.1, and 1.83 is significantly higher than that in terms of stats. So it's going to take a really rough day, I think, for Replay to be kind of considered out of AVP. But I also just wanted to kind of ask, like, I wonder if we went back into other day 1s and regionals all over the world, like since the beginning of time, where this would rank, because, the way that this looks, it's probably one of the best that we've maybe ever seen.
I think you're right about that. The only other day that I can consider is Robinson's like historical 1-1-1 leg 1
that
happened at the set 5 in a regional finals. So I think that would definitely give it a run for its money, but still, like, Replay having a phenomenal performance so far, and we'll see if all 4 of these players can keep it up heading into the second day of competition. But what kind of meta compositions could we even expect to see? There was a lot of talk about that hard steel and just the 80 flex line in general. So where are you kind of thinking about that comp and where that fits?
Well, it's going to fit in a lot of places, folks, because we're definitely going to see it increase, I believe, in that composition. And I think it's going to be even more contested. Whenever you think of winning comps, I think you think of Heartsteel. But the most interesting thing about it is because so many people do play it, you get a pretty high top 4 rate, and honestly like a 3rd or 4th in terms of win percentage when it comes to this comp. So I definitely like to talk a little bit about why that is. Number 1, I think there is a pretty big, inherent difficulty when it's contested, right? So you're not going to be able to just plug and play. I think some people see this comp, you're like, all right, I'm going to play Heartsteel, I get my items, put them on Ezreal, we have our Zed a little bit later, and then we're going to top 4, right? Well, that might be the case. The top 4 might not be good enough anymore. So these comps are going to look a little different as we move forward, because these are not just going to be top 4 comps, they're going to be top 1 comps, right? So if something is contested and you're re-rolling, for example, for your headliner a little later, you're going to have to make that decision if that headliner you see right now is going to be good enough, or you're going to risk it, to get a better one a little bit later on. And sometimes that better headliner never comes, right? We saw that, I think, once or twice in our lobbies last night. So the other thing too is just the stats are very, very interesting, because the participation for this comp is really, really high, but we've gotten to see in reality in the same lobby 2 people playing the same Heartsteel comp, at least to begin with, but adjusting their playstyle. Weijin and Appy's the people that I'm talking about, where Weijin went into Heartsteel on a win streak, then was able to lose streak through that, and that little decision and being able to lose streak effectively while not getting completely wiped through that Heartsteel comps enabled him to compete for that top 4 versus Appy's, who was never able to really overcome that deficit of that Heartsteel comp, because the biggest risk is you lose way too much HP, then you're on 1 life, you got to play perfectly for the rest of the lobby, and to ask that in a regionals can be very difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just so hard, right? And if you're going like, this is the board that Pokégon played, and we saw, it happened to Appy's, it happened to a lot of people. If you are rolling only for specific headliners and you don't hit, especially after you raise the stakes, you don't have a lot of lives to give, right? You're at 30 health, you're at 20 health, whatever you're at. You have to know exactly what is going to stabilize your board, whether it's the ideal headliner or not. And I think that's where a lot of the skill comes into this. But something else I really wanted to talk about is all the 2-cost rerolls that we were seeing yesterday. It was really prevalent. Wei Iverson was touching on it as well. This was a Senna reroll. This is a board that Degree was actually playing. And you obviously can cap these boards out pretty highly. We saw Senna, we saw Kale, we saw Seraphine, we saw Katarina. All of these boards, if you hit relatively early, you can push levels and cap them out by adding in some of these higher cost units. In this case, it was obviously adding in KDA units like the Akali, like the Ari as well. And you can even see things like Sona coming in with a Seraphine reroll and really getting kind of these luxury units in. But it is something that can be really, really strong, can push you towards a first place placement if you really high roll it. But it's also something that's a little bit more consistent, like Wei Iverson was talking about, where if you're in a good spot and you just need decent placements, going for these 2-cost rerolls, it's going to stabilize your board earlier than something like those 4-cost boards do. And it's going to keep your health higher, kind of just ensure that you're not going for something like a 7th or an 8th.
Especially when the pace of the lobby can get pushed so much, you may just want to stabilize early so you don't bleed out. But one of the ways that you can do that is by committing really early to a specific line or specific trait. So I really want to talk about the Moshers line right now, and specifically the submit to the pit augment. A lot of the times when you take a look at this augment, we actually don't have nearly as much data for this as for any of the more generic augments that we do have and see on the ladder, such as like Jeweled Lotus or just any of the offensive variants. But for the submit to the pit, I think we saw a couple of very, very strong games of this. This board in particular was Pokegom's board that we saw, where you got submit to the pit, the keepers to get all of those shields. So one of the more high roll variants of this particular composition, but there's so many other ways that you can run it. So I really enjoy the flexibility that you can have. We even saw like a Gnar reroll.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's one of the reasons that it is so good now. It's very similar to, I think, how Twin Terror was before the nerfs, where if you see this on 2-1, you just take it because you don't need any specific items for it. You don't need any specific headliner. You really can go with a number of different variants. We saw Gnar as the headliner. You see Urgot, as that one that you're really shooting for. But I've also seen people be successful with even Jax as that headliner for it. So I think there's a lot of different variants you can play. It's flexible, as far as the itemization as well, based on what carrier you're hitting. So I think there's a lot of ways to really have success, and that's why it is the highest average placement 2-1 augment in the game right now.
So I know that these are compositions that we expect to see do really well today, especially if, for example, you can get that submit to the pit augment really early on. But what about some of the comps we were kind of lacking? I mean, Wei Iverson touched on it with you, Azael. We didn't see any disco yesterday on stream, and I thought that was super weird.
Yeah, it was surprising, but I mean, I think he explained it well. He just feels like it needs to be such a specific line, like it needs to be so high roll to really top 4 in these lobbies that are so strong, where all the players are really knowing how to exactly maximize their boards. So it'll be fun to see if it does pop up at all. I know in the EMEA games that were actually going on just earlier, we did see some disco. So it'll be cool to see if it actually does pop up, if anyone can kind of find that right spot to play it.
Were you missing anything, Boop, from the compositions that we saw yesterday? Was there anything that you were like, oh man, like I really wish I could have seen this?
To be honest, no. I think that what we were able to see is kind of just like what I was expecting, and I'd rather, we come in with like the strongest comp. Yes, I think some of the silly ones like Bard, definitely speak to my heart, but overall, not really as surprising outside of it. I am, just like Azael, just slightly surprised no one fell into disco, because that's what was offered, because it is something that could potentially work. I think it won the lobby in EU, so, anything can happen, but as of right now, I'm not really surprised yet.
I'm really curious why we haven't seen more of like Punk, for example. I swear all of the lobbies that I play are absolutely littered with Punk reroll, and maybe that's another way for you to get a consistent top 4. Seems to work out 95% 95% of the time, I would say, for a lot of those players. But hey, who knows? Maybe that's on the docket for today. Only one way to find out, and that's to get into our very first game of day number 2 of the TFT NA Regional Finals. So let's pass it over to our casters, Casanova and Gangly.
All right, thank you, Nekkra. It's your boys, Cass and Gangly, here to give you the first game of North American Regionals on day 2. And Gangly, Weijin gave us the preview. We've got 2 big study groups that are dominating. 10 out of 16 of the players here are from those study groups. Neither of them have lost any players. Can you break this down for me a little bit, Gangly?
Yeah, I mean, Weijin gave us the preview, but what actually happened is he just straight up stole my talking point for the opening of the show. So thank you very much, Weijin, for that. But yeah, like Weijin said, we have 2 primary study groups left in the tournament. You have the K3 Soju study group made up of people like Soju, Setsuko, Kiyun, Spencer, Prestivan, and then the Weijin Iverson study group, which is Weijin, Replay, Malala, Degree, and Ripple Overdrive. Not only are these 10 players still left in the tournament, none of the players in either of those study groups got day 1. Every single one of them has made it into day 2 of the competition. And I think because of that, like Weijin alluded to, it makes for an extremely high level day 2 of competition.
And, you know, we've got a big mix of both of those study groups in this lobby itself, alongside all of the big 4 potentially here with Dish Soap, Weijin, Setsuko, and Replay, as we will be heading to Golden Symphony for this game. So it's going to be a pretty standard level of power when it comes to TFT games, when it comes to these augments at the very least. But the other thing to call out when we go about these study groups is we have these 2 main ones, kind of represents a lot of the big players in North America within those 2 groups. But Dish Soap is specifically outside of the fold this time around. He's led plenty of study groups that have found a lot of success across multiple sets, but right now he's kind of more off doing his own thing, and it's hard to see if that will be a positive or a negative for someone like Dish Soap, where he creates a lot of the tech for players, but also we've seen the value of these study groups when these top players get together.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about the history of TFT, right? How long has the joke been around that everyone's just copying Dish Soap's homework, right? People have these study groups where they're sharing tech, and like you're alluding to, if you are in a group and you feel like you are giving more than you're getting, then all of a sudden there's a pretty decent argument for someone like Dish Soap to say, will I actually get more of an edge by not sharing any of this tech with other people? Thus far, it's worked out. Dish Soap has made it to day 2, but obviously there's lots more TFT to be played on the weekend. So we'll see if we actually do find more success for Dish Soap because of this change. I do want to call out something though, as we're talking about the big 4. You made a great call out. All 4 of them in game 1, right? Something that I think really separates the top 4, the big 4, from the rest of North America. They make up 4 of the 5 players with the least amount of 8s in their entire career in TFT. The only person with fewer 8s in tournament is actually Soju, who has historically just been a don't go 8th kind of player in tournament. And it's fascinating to see all 4 of them in this lobby because, you know, someone has to go 8th. Yeah. Weijin actually hasn't even gone 8th this the whole entire set.
Yeah, he's been phenomenal. He's been phenomenal. Yeah. And it is really funny you say that because the odds of one of them going 8th are just increased significantly by having all of them in the lobby, right? Like, exactly. Especially when you look at the rest of the lobby composition, right? There's no slouches here, right? Weird was one of the top 4 yesterday. Malala is like the king of set 10 right now. Kiyun, one of the most consistent performers across set 10. Spencer, you know, hey, maybe out of this group, Spencer's the slouch for only getting 25 points in yesterday and being the bottom person in. But when Spencer is your slouch, it's a tough lobby, right? It's very, very difficult to get.
Yeah, I completely agree. Spencer is one of those players I think that has had an interesting resurgence. He had a really strong first cup. Second cup at the Heartsteel was not able to actually make final day, but he's in that study group, like we mentioned, right? And so we know that both of these groups have prepped super hard going into regional finals, and thus far, it succeeded. So right off the bat, let's just talk a little bit about what we're seeing here. Replay does opt to go for that crown guard on the headliner Olaf, which we've seen succeed very well throughout the entirety of the tournament thus far. A really, really strong stage 2. Is there any augment though standing out to you?
None that are like crazy. Setsi was also on an Olaf to start things off, and we do see I can't remember the name of it, but it's 2s. It gives you HP for 2 costs on your board.
Healthy.
Too healthy. So Setsuko has picked that up. Really good for early game win streaking, but also it can have, more capping out potential if you play around a 2-cost reroll. And then the other one is, Kiyun kind of committing to edgelords early on, right? Wants to play into that Riven. So those are kind of the two main ones I'm looking at is like, okay, this is kind of showing us some direction, and we'll see if that ends up sticking forward as we jump on board with Spencer here. And I see that we've got a Yasuo headliner with the true damage, 2 extra Yasuos on the bench. So he could be looking for a reroll angle as he does have combat caster as well. And on the other side, he's running into Setsu, who does have, this Olaf headliner. That's going to be a really good early game. And we see him using that 2 healthy to great effect with the Katarina and the Gnar.
Yeah, the 2 healthy line, I think it's something that's relatively unexplored. It's certainly not a line I am particularly well versed in. There's even with a lot of the 2-cost reroll, because you are often playing around these super fans, which are a 1-cost, 1-cost, 3-cost, you're usually not playing that many 2-costs on your board. Setsuko obviously has a much more clear game plan. I think it's not something he would take if he didn't have a clear line or way that he wants to play it, but it's definitely worth noting and something I want to keep up with. On the other hand, though, I want to call out Spencer's board. You talked about the fact that he had the 5 Yasuos. We did see even yesterday at the end of the day, Kane opted to play Yasuo reroll, and we talked about it on the broadcast that if you're not able to play high tempo in stage 2 with Yasuo, it is significantly weaker. If you, what we see a lot of people do is slam pretty much any makeable item and then use super fan later on to pop it off and get BIS later on because you need those stacks. However, Spencer's items, I believe, were vest, glove, cloak, and you're really not going to be slamming any of those items. So I'm not entirely convinced that Spencer's spot for Yasuo feels that great, and maybe he'll prove me wrong. The fact that he has 5 Yasuos is really enough, but it doesn't feel like the optimal way to play this line.
I also think he might play it because he's combat caster as well. It's actually a pretty decent Yasuo augment. It gives him a lot more survivability since he casts extremely frequently, right? Like he's constantly casting his ability. He's kind of cycling those shields. It gives him a lot more survivability, especially those mid-game fights. It can be one of the stronger augments, right? Late game, it kind of doesn't matter as much, but yeah, in the mid-game fights, it certainly can be. So we'll see if Spencer goes that route, because as you said, I think the items are like close to being slammable, but there's not really a ton of super slammable things on that board. And he grabs another glove, so if it was cloak, glove, vest, that seems very weird. So we'll check back in a little bit later and see if Spencer has like gone for that reroll, gone for the Yasuo, if he's just playing it to bridge the early game. But for now, Setsuko already back onto the Heartsteel grind. Looks like maybe 2 healthy. Initially, the thought was just for win streaking, and now just going to play around Heartsteel once again. Might just still scale into a normal Heartsteel board and utilize 2 healthy to just make his early to mid game boards a bit stronger. And we see him playing 2 costs on this board, just beefing it up, maybe making sure he gets more kills.
Yeah, I mean, even if you think about it, and I hadn't realized this before, but in the 80 flex line, most of your 4-cost carries are going to have a 2-cost to supplement them, right? Right off the bat, I'm thinking Caitlyn and Garen. You have Aphelios and Caitlyn as well. You have Ezreal alongside Kai'Sa. I think there's a way to utilize the 2 healthy to make your level 8 really strong by playing cheap units that makes your board more stable. So you don't have to dig as deep on level 8 and play around this Heartsteel 80 flex. So I want to keep an eye on, because I at this point in time I feel like Setsuko's probably just going to look to play some sort of fast 8. All right, well, that's pretty good.
Like
that helps.
He's just Mortdog's favorite, I think. I don't know. Like he finds the others naturally. The only Heartsteel unit he's missing is actually the 2-cost, which is the easier one to find, and hits the Heartsteel Aphelios immediately. 5 Heartsteel. We have seen Setsuko go for like 1k Heartsteel cash outs from spots like this, and I'm really interested to see how he pilots this this game, because right now he probably doesn't want to full loss, right? It's still stage 2. But we'll see when Setsuko decides, okay, I can start looking for the heftier losses.
Yeah, up against Kiyun's board, who does actually, you're talking about someone who's trying to lose. Kiyun looking to maintain that 5 loss streak is going to be able to do it with this board too. It is playing, I forget Live for Danger, I think the name of it, the Edgelord augment. And I don't, was he actually looking to reroll Yasuo? He had 4 Yasuos, right? But I'm assuming, I feel like most of the time that you see this, it ends up being something like the Riven or Yone. I don't exactly know how popular this augment is with Yasuo in particular.
Yeah, I think it's a lot better with Riven in general, right? Because the damage ends up just being quite nice when she pops her ability, and then actually the cleave is actually quite good. And I don't know that Yasuo really makes that much sense, and it's certainly not an indicator unless you already were on an absurd amount of Yasuos. But we do see that Kyun was on level 4 still, and so there is the possibility that he is looking for that reroll. But if Spencer was also in that line, we do see Spencer go to level 5. So either Spencer noticed Kyun's going for the line and he bailed, or Spencer just never was going to go there in the first place.
Yeah, from what we saw of Spencer's spot, I have a feeling that after that carousel where he takes the glove, that is kind of the indicator of him ditching the Yasuo reroll, because at that point he has absolutely nothing to slam, and instead he does have a position to maybe look to play around something like the Riven or the Yone, where the additional gloves I think will take you much further, especially if you don't have that early game tempo. However, not being able to full loss does complicate things a little bit.
And looking back at Setsuko, yeah, still just looking towards the cash out. He's playing around the Caitlyn as part of this board, but nothing too interesting going on here just yet. We'll see kind of later on what he goes for. Kyun is rolling down quite a sizable amount of gold on level 4, so it's got to be Yasuo reroll happening over there. I'm wondering if he hits. There's another Yasuo 2-star. Is that just 6 or is that all of them? That's the big question here. It looks like he's still rolling, so maybe he has not found it. Maybe only 6. Oh, there it looks like one more 2-stars. That's the 3-star Yasuo picked up for Kyun. So he's got it. And I mean, that's going to be pretty nice. The Lift for Danger, this is, you know, a synergistic augment. The items are actually pretty good. Bloodthirster, Giant Slayer, Edge of Night, I think is the big one that you like to see. And with the synergistic augment and having this online on 3-1, maybe he can get this stacking and end up in a pretty decent spot.
Yeah, I mean, this feels really good. I'm not going to lie. We talked about it before. When you are playing the Yasuo line, you really want to be able to play as fast tempo as possible and get those stacks. Because he's playing the open fort variation, what that means is that from 3-1 on, Kyun needs to be able to streak. And so having a 3-item Yasuo, I imagine we're going to see Kyun take some sort of combat augment here as well. He's going to be trying to streak the entirety of stage 3, make up for the stacks that he lost from stage 2.
Yep, raise the stakes immediately coming from Setsuko. This is expected, right? 5 heart steal going in. He's at this point. We've seen him do this so many times with econ augments. Setsuko's going to try and run this down as big as possible. I'm wondering if we get a double raise the stakes out of him from this and just try and free fall for like 8 rounds here and going into a massive cash out. And I know we've seen it many times, but
on the right hand side, Kyun, he was hovering over his augments for a very long time and not chosen one, and then with just a few seconds left, takes Last Stand. This is interesting though, because again, like I mentioned before, playing Yasuo from slower tempo does typically make it a lot harder to place in that top 4. I don't know if the stats you're going to be getting from Last Stand are going to be enough, but the augment itself, the benefits of Last Stand are so good for melee carries and will absolutely make Yasuo stronger. I'm just not sure if playing the slower game is going to be enough for Kyun. It's something to keep our eyes on.
I think it depends really just like the power that his board has right now. He is at the biggest kind of spike of Yasuo is this stage 3, so it is an argument that you don't really need much more combat power right this second, and during your strongest point, being able to get those wins anyway, you grab another augment power, like combat augment on 4-2, try and hope that helps you a little bit in that stage to not hemorrhage too hard. And then when you pop Last Stand, you do have this big power influx, and maybe you can look for other ways to capture board. So that's quite interesting. We saw Setsi found the loss. He's going to have a huge cash out eventually, so we'll want to check back in once that box is about to pop and see whether he raises the stakes once more or if he ends up going for that cash out. On the other side here, we see just a balanced budget being taken by Dish Soap, playing for that economy as he's put in Heartsteel as well, but playing around a KDA shell.
Yeah, balanced budget is a pretty interesting take here. I'm not sure because, you know, Dish Soap had this relatively strong early game, was in that top half, was not able to streak entirely. Oh, wow. The Yasuo, not exactly sure what happened there. The Yasuo not able to kill the Kaisa with 1 HP. That is really bad for Kyun. I'm not going to lie. And this is what I was talking about, right? By not taking the second augment as combat power, Kyun's not able to streak through stage 3. This could be very, very bad. Again, it really just comes down to whether Last Stand is enough. That's the point you highlighted. If it is enough to tip the scales and give you enough power over the lobby, then it's totally fine. However, because he's a scaling unit that requires the takedowns in order to reach his highest cap, I am personally not entirely convinced right now that this is going to be the best way for Kyun to find a top 4.
All right, taking a little bit of stock of the augments. We saw a Twin Terror picked up. Currently, it looks like a Katarina reroll with that board. We see Weijin playing around Lulu and has gone for 2 healthy as well to try and supplement that board. A lot of the KDA units actually are 2 costs, so there's the way to kind of supplement there and get some additional bonuses. And we knew Weijin was going to go reroll with that golden ticket pickup as well. And then Weird was the other one kind of on a reroll line. Currently, it looks like a Misfortune board, and then playing around this heroic grab bag to try and get there quicker. So that's a really interesting board as well, because Misfortune has not been heavily played around in this tournament, or really just this patch. And we see it pop up on the other side here. It's with a last stand as well, and it's fully going to be Misfortune, right? We see this 5 Misfortunes. We've got 2 bards. This is a commit to a Jazz board, and it's been pretty rare that we've seen Jazz boards played whatsoever, and usually it's been from a bard angle, not from a Misfortune angle.
Yeah, this is a really interesting take here from Weird. I think this is a line that not many people would be willing to explore. In the current meta, among the 2-cost rerolls, and a bard is considered probably the weakest. It's the one that we're not seeing nearly as much unless you have kind of perfect conditions. And so Weird being able to play around the MF is probably the stronger variation if you can hit it easily. The thing that's a little strange to me is the last stand. I don't know that the Jazz board is one that I would assume benefits as well from last stand versus something like a melee carry, because you know the Omnivamp and the additional defenses are strong, but you aren't really getting as much value unless your carry is getting hit. So I don't know if Jazz is going to be the win out comp that Weird is looking to play right now, but the fact that he was able to beat Kyun on stage 3 is huge. And honestly, if he can beat out the other last stand player early on in the game, it's going to make his game a lot easier to play.
Yeah, and I want to just point out something Setsuko does here when he's trying to play for this loss streak. I'm wondering if we do see raise the stakes, because this is a pretty big cash out already, so he could save some HP by keeping this. But we see him sell out of the headliner. He found 5 natural heart steals, so he sells out of his headliner, and then he can get the items back, buy a new headliner, play it, and then it allows him to swap in and out. So it's a really good way to make sure you can give enough board strength to kill units, but not be too strong in case you run into someone weak.
Great call out, and he does hit the cash out, hits the Radiant Runant, which if you're looking to play around his 80 flex, you find something like a Caitlyn, even this Ezreal, going to be amazing holders of that Radiant Runans. I feel like in general, there's a world where he can play, I mean, it's going to be some sort of dual AD carry, right? You can play either the Ezreal Zed, you can play Caitlyn plus pretty much anything actually at that point. It's, you know, it's very, very flexible. The fact that you have this Radiant Runans, you have the red buff, you have healing, means that you can flex this very easily between front and back line too. So this is the kind of cash out that I think Setsuko really did want, because it gives him immediate power. And once he does hit level 8, which I will say he's a bit more poor, he's you know, not as rich as he probably would want to be. The fact is, he has a lot of combat power even at level 7, and if he's able to get some sort of 4-cost headliner, he will stabilize very, very easily.
And what a good bridge he found too with this this Yone and just being able to slam items on it. This is actually a pretty strong board that keeps the 5 heart steal in, and unfortunately runs right into Malala, who just hit this Katarina 3. We saw it pop up on the side. So this is the round that Malala rolled all the way down and spiked. And so Setsuko's gonna lose another fight pretty handedly, even though he did spike his board power. I think a lot of people would lose to Setsuko right now, but Malala just hit the biggest spike that he can possibly hit. Idealism, Twin Terror, Katarina 3 hitting the board. This is really, really good. And now Malala's in a pretty solid position. He's broke though, so really nothing more to do. It's just gonna be how long does this win streak, and Pharmacist is a really solid offer to pick up when you are playing around this. It's double Hodge, so there's consideration for something else, but Pharmacist is like one of the best you can grab when you're playing around this kind of composition.
Now, I do want to point out that there are a lot of items on his bench, and because he's playing the Twin Terror, it is actually a little bit easier to itemize his backline, whereas if he wasn't playing the Twin Terror, he would be reliant on finding that Zed or another crowd diver.
Surfing 3 for re-relay.
Oh, very nice hit. Very, very nice hit from Replay. I'm curious to see if he's actually going to put 3 items on this second Katarina. It will be obviously a lower cap, and it's going to be a lot harder to remove unless you literally hit a remover. But he does need to improve his board strength going into...
3 for Weird.
going into the later stages of stage 4.
Yeah, we've got all the hits coming in. Everybody across the lobby is spiking their composition. That's going to put Setsuko in a tough spot. And as you're saying, right, Malala is not spiking his board completely. He hasn't slammed these items. And so when he starts running into these other boards who have just hit their 3 stars, it might not be enough that he has hit, even though he has, found the Katarina. He's got the comp online. But now we know there's a Seraphine 3 on Replay's board. We know Weird has a Misfortune 3. Weird is still not lost. This has just been tempoing with an Econ Augment and Last Stand, which is insanity, right? This board has been so strong. It's still not losing. He just found a Bard upgrade. Is that Bard 3? I can't tell. Stuff went crazy. But we'll figure it out, right? We'll see. There was a big hit of the MF, and right, there's still a win streak going on for Weird. We jump over to Replay. His augments look pretty solid for the Seraphine as well.
Oh, yeah. Remember, your Roots is a really great hit when you're playing around the Seraphine, because from here on out, you're looking to essentially just play around these KDA units. The primary condition for Seraphine to be able to reach that top 2 is by itemizing an Ahri. And at this point, with the tempo he's playing, the fact that he's 79 HP in the top 2 of health overall, level 7, 20 gold is pretty reasonable, I would say, at the very least. There's a very good chance that Replay is able to find that RE2 and is able to play a very high cap variation of the Seraphine reroll.
Yeah, and look at this. Setsi has not been able to stabilize. He's going to take a huge hit. Everybody spiked right after his cash out, and he was still poor.
Dead.
So Setsuko goes down on 4-3. He needed to kill 1 unit to try and continue to spike the board, but he just goes down. He had a lot of strong items, but no gold, and he couldn't find any upgrades. So Setsuko is just gone immediately. That is an 8th place to start the day.
Wow, yeah, so I had made the comment saying that if he's able to find a 4-cost headliner, he's going to be able to stabilize very easily. But we did see, like you called out, he was 40 gold on 4-1 and was not able to actually fast 8 out of this 5 Heartsteel board. Because of that, he does not have any way to truly upgrade the board. I believe he did still go 8 and was just extremely poor, had no meaningful upgrade. And even though he does have the Radiant Runance, he does not have the units on his board to be able to get to make the best value out of it. So, man, Setsuko does not feel good to go 8th in game number 1. Good news is you still got a handful of games ahead of this one.
Yeah, and the biggest thing, right, is like Setsuko gets the cash out, and then he runs into Malala, who just hit Katarina 3, and then he runs into Replay, who just hit Seraphine 3, and then the rest of the boards were not exciting either. There's Misfortune 3 that had just been hit right here. We just now on this turn, Spencer hit Ribbon 3. I just saw pop up in the corner there. So like everybody is spiking, and even though yes, that's the opportunity for the Heartsteel board to spike, it's kind of hard when a lot of these comps are kind of hitting near their like quote unquote cap, right? They don't get a ton stronger. They get their 3 stars and then they need to find all their upgrades. They get, significantly stronger, but the strongest upgrade they get all game is when they hit that 3-star.
Spencer taking the Ribbon 3, making it, and then instantly losing, I think is pretty telling of where we're at, right? And I think in a lot of people's games, when you queue up on the ladder, you kind of have this mentality of, oh yeah, as long as I hit, I'll be fine. This is great evidence of the fact that hitting is not enough in regionals, right? Because players are going to be playing pretty optimized lines. You have to expect other people to have very strong boards. And even though he has this Riven 3, he doesn't have the Caitlyn 2, he doesn't have the Viego 2, and Riven 3 by itself is not going to be enough to carry Spencer through potentially even to a top 4. It's actually looking very, very grim.
Yeah, I mean, going up against the Yasuo, I feel like this should overall be a good matchup because it's like, oh, I just have the better edgelord, right? Mine's a 3 cost, yours is a 1 cost. And we do see that the Riven is taking care of business here, doing an immense amount of damage. We'll be able to deal with the Yasuo. Not actually too close. So here, Spencer has found a matchup that's quite good. Kiyun actually starting to drop probably quicker than he wants. He's at 29 HP. He has the last stand. But considering the HP of the lobby, that last stand might just be the difference between like a 7th and a 5th here because a lot of people are dropping in parity.
That's a great call out, because it's not just about the board strength. It's literally the fact that you get 1 extra life, right? That can't be understated. When the health of the lobby as a whole is close together, then just being able to save 1 or 2 HP is usually the difference between a placement. When you can actually save an entire life, that might actually be enough, even if the board strength is still too low, to get Kiyun a handful of other placements. I really love that call out.
Here we go. Another item pickup for Spencer. Looks like potential of just red buff. or Giant Slayer. Kind of feels like it's got to be red buff, of course. Yeah, red buff Shojin as the options. And hey, your favorite tech, Death Cap on the Caitlyn, coming in clutch. We were talking about it earlier today before the show. A reasonable way to dump those rods because of the new text on Death Cap. It's not super new, but the bonus damage, 20% bonus damage. So even though, you know, Caitlyn doesn't really use AP that well, her flat stats are quite good. So percent damage ends up working out okay.
All right, hopping on board with Weird. Currently at 70 HP, playing this Jazz board from very high tempo, especially like you mentioned earlier, the fact that you are playing essentially two non-combat augments with the duplicators and then the last stand. He is one augment down from the entire lobby and is very, very healthy. From this point, it's basically a question of whether he wants to just try and stay 8 and stabilize the board, or what I would actually expect him to do. Wow, takes a fight win over Malala. That is probably enough for Weird to say, you forget it, I'm just gonna go 9 from here, right? Because that's where this board can tap out very high.
It's awkward because he's one bard off, right? It's like you kind of want to roll for that bard, but you are on level 8, so it's not like your odds are that good anyway. So maybe you're just like, yeah, I'll natural it. Just level the 9.
I mean, it's not like it's a 3-item bard right now either, right? I believe it was just one item on it. Yeah, so to me personally, I don't think that's enough to want to stay 8, especially if you have the ability to just go 9 and then continue to greed because you have the last stand. But man, you have to feel pretty good if you're Weird right now.
All right, but on the other side, we are looking at Spencer fighting up against Replay. Replay has found quite a few upgrades, but the Riven has found the back line, and that's just going to be able to do it for this fight. Riven should be able to handle the rest of this, just cleaving it all down. I don't think there's really any damage left here that can actually deal with her. Yeah, I mean, there's an Akali, but this should just be a slow burn of Riven being a one-woman army, taking out the entire board of Spencer and of Replay. So Spencer hanging on as Malala actually drops. So Malala took 2 big losses in a row, one of them being that near win against Weird, and Malala ends up taking a 7th here. So now Kiyun in the hot seat, but he has last stand.
If you are Spencer right now, I think you really just want to pray for your matchups to go in your favor. He's going to be looking like we saw. He wants to play against something like the Seraphine, because Seraphine wants to play front to back. And if you have Riven dashing into the back line, you can bypass that tanky front line, get right into there. On the other hand, though, if he does play someone like Weird, who has a lot of single target damage, I think it may actually spell disaster for Spencer. This is a matchup, though, he probably wants something like this, right? Being able to fight the Yasuo one-on-one with a really tanky unit like this Riven, who will not just die to a single ult, does mean that Spencer should be able to hang on, get another win, and Kiyun will now proc last stand.
Yeah, and the way that this happened is while the HP bars were reducing in parity, they're not anymore, right? Only Kiyun, Malala, and Spencer took losses. So Weijin, still at 39, may lose this fight, but still not going to be in striking distance of Kiyun. So Kiyun needs this last stand to help him win multiple fights in a row. And I just don't see it happening, right? The stats are good, but you run into Spencer again. And I don't think last stand changes the outcome of this fight. I think Riven is just the stronger edgelord, as she should be, as a 3 cost instead of a 1 cost.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I don't know what Kiyun's gold was at. I don't know if he can meaningfully upgrade his board. It does look like he takes an Akali off the carousel. So if there's a way he can get an Akali 2, maybe that is enough for him to win in a few additional fights. But yeah, it's like what you're saying. It's not... Oh, sorry, no, he takes a Kaisa. I thought that was an Akali. So still has the Akali 1. He's going to be rolling now. He has to upgrade his board a decent amount. But to be honest, he doesn't have that many ways to do it. He doesn't have a Kiana on his board, I believe, right? That would be one way he could get there. But without 6 true damage, even with Last Stand, there's a handful of matchups that if they have a lot of single target damage, this Yasuo could die very early on in the fight.
Yeah, and the follow-up just doesn't exist on this board, right? There's no secondary carry, and it's going to be a replay.
Oh.
So we could see Yasuo wrap and get to the Seraphine. We saw it happen with the Riven. But right now, he's kind of stuck in the corner fighting against Neeko, and he's already taken a big chunk of damage. The rest of the board is kind of disappearing. You get a dash through, but back to the front line. So he's just stuck getting hit by an Ahri, and that's just going to do it for Kiyun. So that's going to be a 6th place finish with this as Spencer drops down as well, but Kiyun will fall harder. So both the edgelords falling in 5th and 6th here, and we've got our top 4. Replay, Dish Soap, Weird, and Weijin Iverson. 3 of the big 4, as Setsi did take a tumble early on with the Heartsteel.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the lobby shaped up relatively what we were expecting it to be. 3 of the 4 in the top 4. But I really want to talk about Kiyun's board just for a second before we move on, because this is something we have not, that we've seen time and time again. We saw it with Kendra yesterday. If you're trying to play Yasuo not from ahead, you oftentimes are going to go bot 4 because you bleed out far too much. I want to see more players play this line, maybe from a better spot, but this time around, we're watching Wajan Iverson. He's playing this front to back kind of board, using this Senna 3 with a ton of damage. But on the other side, you see multiple damage threats of the Caitlyn and the Ezreal, who are both able to stay away from the Kiana. Because of that, Wajan will fall. Dishsoap, who does have the economy augment as his second, the balanced budget, is able to go level 9, have a really strong multi-threat board, and honestly, he's positioning himself for a very simple top 3, top 2, potentially top 1 for how the rest of the boards play out.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually just textbook AD Flex. This was playing around Heartsteel, but also just recognizing that, okay, I don't need to play Heartsteel for very long. I played balanced budget, I put Heartsteel in, I probably got a component or 2, which gives you still more advantage to have an extra component over other players, and then just move into this AD Flex line, playing around the Caitlyn and around the Ezreal. It doesn't have to be a big cash out like what Setsuko was going for. Now, Setsuko's spot did say, hey, you have an opportunity to go for a huge cash out, and so I understand taking that line. But when people think Heartsteel, they're like, oh, the big cash out. No, this is a normal Heartsteel AD Flex line that Dishsoap has taken, and he's still at 52 HP. This is how you can play Heartsteel. It doesn't have to be from this full loss streak. And we see him just upgrading the hell out of this board, finding some really big spots here, and now a Jhin 2 potential to come up.
The one thing I think his board is missing is really strong frontline, right? Because he's playing the variation that is Ezreal Caitlyn, you have a lot of backline required. You need a rapid fire, a big shot, and then you also want the Jazz. You have the Dazzlers in as well, which means you only have 2 slots for the front line. If the other board, if Weird's able to take out this Zac early, then he will be able to get to that front line pretty quickly. However, there's so many damage threats on Dishsoap's board that even if you take out one of them, you have the Ziggs, you have the Caitlyn, you have the Ezreal. Someone's going to stay alive and deal enough damage. So,
well, you know what's great about Dishsoap's board is he has so much immense damage on this board. And the frontline items make his Zac very tanky for the first few seconds of combat. But you have so much damage that's all that really matters, is that your frontline doesn't evaporate immediately. And so you've got Crown Guard and Even Shroud giving, you know, additional stats in the first start of combat, a big shield at the start of combat, and that compounds together, gives you just a little bit of time, and Dishsoap's backline is able to do the rest. And we're going to see Wajan here on potentially 1 life. Does have this upgraded Kiana, which I think has really elevated the Senna reroll board, made it more than even a top 4 potentially. But the big thing that Wajan said at the top of show, and what people have been using the Senna reroll for, is its consistency in making top 4. So Wajan, job is done. He'll see how many placements he can try and scrounge, and beating Weird is the first step as he goes up against this Jazz board.
Yeah, it's a good matchup right now. Weird has not popped Last Stand yet, so he has not reached his final form. On the other hand, Wajan is really strong, but what he actually wants is to be able to try and reach level 9, try and get the 6 true damage in. Even without Last Stand, though, Weird is going to eliminate Wajan Iverson going out in 4th. Man, Wajan, I think, really was just praying to have 1 or 2 more HP. If he could get that 6 true damage, that might have actually tipped the scales in his favor.
Yeah, and we just saw Dishsoap pick up a Jhin 2, and that's going to have to try and contend with this incredibly strong Jazz board that we have going on. And I mean, this is really cool to see, because this Jazz board was the strongest comp at like this very beginning of set 10. It just like got a bunch of nerfs because this was like way too good for so long. And then it just kind of disappeared. We'd occasionally see it pop back up with like a Bard board or something like that. But now Weird just saw a spot and said, you know what? This is a great game for me to play Misfortune. Went for heroic grab bag. So really committing early on to playing this reroll line. And it's paid dividends. This is a top 3. And this is showing how Weird has been able to be one of the top 4 players after day 1. This is going to be the Last Stand pop. But honestly, top 3 with your Jazz board, I'm pretty sure that's like what you're playing for. You're playing for a top 4 with this reroll comp.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Jazz can have a top 1, top 2 finish, but I don't think that the conditions we saw from Weird are exactly that. You know, typically it's going to be around that infinite scaling of the That's Jazz Baby, even though it was able to hit really fast and ahead of the standard cadence of the lobby. You are playing, you know, at some economy down because you have the lesser champion duplicators. He does have Last Stand. I mentioned it before though. I'm not entirely convinced that the value gained from this augment is going to be enough. However, he might be able to just beat replay anyway, because there's a lot of single target damage on Weird's board. Being able to get rid of that Echo very early into the fight means that you can have access to the Ahri, access to the Seraphine, and it's not Ahri 2 yet, so the damage is not quite there on replay's board.
Yeah, it's going to be fighting the Ghost initially, so that should... I think Weird should be able to clean that up, and we'll see if Replay can stand to Dish Soap, because right now, Dish Soap has run away with this game. He played a brilliant 80 flex line, and it doesn't feel like anyone is close to his power level. The Akali is doing some really good dashes for Replay, but it is just a Thieves Gloves Akali, so the items aren't perfect. Looks like she does get to the back line, but not in time. The Jhin just going to clean everything up, and Dish Soap is really just walking away. I don't think anyone can contend with this. We'll see if the Last Stand makes a difference, but realistically, just solid play out of Dish Soap, making a statement here in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, Dish Soap most likely going to run away with this. It's very hard to see either one of these boards beating his, especially now with the Jhin 2. But we can see right now, Weird is going to be playing replay. And in that last fight, although it was the Ghost, Weird absolutely dominated the fight. I'm curious to see if replay is able to get the Ahri 2 online. Maybe there's some positioning things to try and get the MF away from the important priority targets early into the fight. But personally, I think Weird's going to take this one.
Yeah, here we go. We've got the fight. I mean, the Seraphine has fallen off quite a bit. It is that late part of the game, and there's been no other major upgrades to come through. So really, this just might be the end of the road for her. We've got the Misfortune chewing through that Echo. He gets an additional cast. He's lived for quite some time, but finally he falls in the back line. Still relatively untouched. Seraphine cannot get through MF's health.
One more
That's
cast?
going to be too much. Replay going to go down, and that's going to be a third for Replay. Weird moves into second, and Dish just has to find one more fight to get a first place in this game.
You have to feel great if you are Weird right now. This was a brilliantly played line, playing the ahead of tempo Last Stand game, right? Weird did essentially what Kiyun wanted to do. Kiyun made the assumption, hey, I have Yasuo 3, it's 3 items itemized, I can streak through stage 3. But he didn't. He lost 2 of his next 3 rounds. Weird, on the other hand, was able to find the 3-star MF extremely early, have a very high tempo board, and didn't even utilize Last Stand until halfway through stage 6. Because of that, the extra life gets him an additional placement, and now finds himself in the top 2. One more fight to go, though. Who knows? Maybe there's a world where something can happen for Weird, but this feels like a victory lap for Dish Soap.
Yeah, we'll see really how this MF can kind of punch through. It's a third item for a Lucian too, which is not irrelevant. So we'll see if that can actually make a difference. I mean, the Lucian can utilize, you know, some of the stats from Last Stand, but realistically, the backline axis doesn't really exist from Dish Soap. It's more so just he destroys your front line and then destroys your backline. So the extra Omnivamp isn't going to make much of a difference. As we see this fight come through, Tentacle being the first target, if they can get through the Alawi before too much value is gained from that, that would be great. But Misfortune just dying to Lucian on the other side. And now it's finally the last few fights. We get the Edge of Night pop, and there goes the Jhin. Dish Soap with still half his life remaining, able to find first place in game number 1 of day 2 of the North American Regional Finals.
Man, a good showing from the big 3 here, right? Setsuko unfortunately falling in 8th, but Dish Soap in first place. Weird taking second, replay and Weijin rounding out the top 4. This feels like a statement to the day. We talked about the fact that these 4 players are the ones who do not go 8th. Setsuko unfortunately not playing to that statistic, but that is the way it goes, right? In the top 4 made up of 3 of them feels very poetic as for the main characters of the regional finals.
Of course, and replay continuing that dominance, right? A third place is phenomenal, and I think a player that we need to keep our eyes on is maybe you know, the newcomer, the rising star is going to be Weird, who, you know, top 4 on day 1 and starting the day off with the second place. But we are going to send it to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have the analyst desk break that all down for you. Don't go anywhere.
Ain't no the job 칼리 go to work 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned 넘쳐 흘러물 드는 buffet 죽여주잖아 like a buffet
At least I get the recognition. Heavy way up all up on you with the repetition. You in the pit, it's not no exhibition.
I'm giving you more cause I'm better than 비염내 시험들도 all of my numbers are tapping 부르마법 message 뭐 눈총이 눈이 나가 뻔히 필요하대 너네들이 만든 돈들 go get it go get it go get it 널 못해 못해 그래 너도 get it cause I got it different No I got it so deep
Game number 1 to be able to kick off our festivities here for day 2 of the TFT NA Regional Finals. Boop and Azael back on the analyst's desk to walk through the action that we had for that very first game. And wow, there's a lot to talk about here. I'll just start out by saying that.
Yeah, it was oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was about to say, like, I think, like, the reason why is because I think a lot of the stuff that we had in that pre-show ended up coming to fruition when it came to this lobby. We saw the reroll and we saw the 4-cost, ending up winning the lobby, right? So just to put it into perspective, we had reroll go on 6 boards: Cat, Seraphine, Senna, Riven, and Misfortune, and all of them hit and none of them won. Right, and a couple of them actually ended up in 7th place themselves. So, for example, the Cat reroll, which I think is something I feel like we're probably going to see a little bit less of, even though Malal was kind of cooking there with Twin Terror, Katarina. But it kind of just goes to show, like, when the power of reroll is going to be strong, it's going to be at the beginning. It's going to push you into those top 2 categories. But getting that victory over a capped 4-cost carry, capped Heartsteel board after cash out, or AD flex, it's going to be super, super tough. And we're going to be tracking that interaction throughout the rest of today because it's not always going to be the 4-cost winning out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it was really interesting, right? There were 6 rerollers, and they were sandwiched by people not playing reroll, right? Last place was Setsuko playing, full Heartsteel. First place was Dish Soap, who was playing some Heartsteel and actually, made it work. Ended up getting, 4-cost carry with his headliner, but he also had a full legendary board practically by the end and was playing around Jazz and whatnot. We had, Malala go out in 7th. We had Kyun go out in 6th playing Yasuo reroll. Then all these other rerollers that you were talking about, kind of just splashed throughout the lobby. And it just felt like a very high roll lobby for the most part. Pretty much everyone hit. And I think that really contributed to the downfall of Setsuko in this one, because he got 5 Heartsteel online so early, had already had all the other units, then actually hit the headliner of Felios, and I thought he had just basically won the lobby, right? Like, he got it online, it was, I don't know, 2-5, 2-6 or whatever. He had 5 Heartsteel. He goes to raise the stakes. When he finally gets that cash out, which was a massive one, he got a Radiant Hurricane plus another completed item and maybe a little bit of gold on top. I can't remember. But from that spot, he had 35 health, and his board looked more than strong enough, I thought, to be able to kind of, get him through that stage and be able to get to 8, then roll down to 8 and probably stabilize. But the problem was everyone had kind of already hit. So his first round after the cash out, he plays against Cat 3, Twin Terror, loses immediately. Then we didn't actually get to see his next 2 rounds on stream, but like, everyone was already hitting their 3-stars. So very likely he's just running in a 3-star after 3-star after 3-star, doesn't actually get a chance to get that 4-cost headliner and stabilize with the really good items that he had. So a bit of a tragic game for him, but it just shows that there is a lot of risk in playing these Heartsteel lines, especially the raise the stakes lines, if you're playing in a really strong lobby, right? And you have to kind of track the tempo of that lobby, and it just kind of seems like it ramped up too fast for Setsuko, and it kind of got out of control.
Yeah, if y'all need a little visual, imagine going into the hyperbolic time chamber, training for hundreds of years, coming out and realizing everyone looks exactly like you now, right? And it's like all that work, all that setup, unfortunately, isn't going to pay off. So unfortunate for Setsuko, because I think if you're crossing your T's and dotting your I's, that should, conceivably bring you there. But the lobby just said no.
Yeah, I mean, scouting's going to be super important to make sure you're also not playing a contested line so that everybody was able to actually get all of those boards up and running. Taking a look at our standings, though, this is a big surprise, honestly. Like, to see, we already saw what happened to Setsuko and Malala, but to see, like, Soju, even, like, Robin songs in the bottom 4 here is kind of strange.
Yeah. I mean, it is just going to be really tough lobbies. That's the reality. Robin Song's with 4 points, so he finished in 5th. Not that bad, obviously, but the reality is you have to be playing really consistently, really at a high level, especially in the lobby that we're watching. The lobby is just ridiculous. It's so stacked. I think 4 arguably of the biggest favorites for the entire event are all in that one lobby, right? So it doesn't really take much to go wrong to be able to actually pick up a 7th, an 8th, a 6th, whatever. These players, though, who did have that rough first game are going to have to really hope that they can bounce back quickly. Otherwise, they're going to have to start really playing a bit more risky and playing only for those very top spots. So it's definitely tough, and it can happen to anyone. I mean, we saw it happen to Setsuko. It definitely can happen to any of these players. Malala as well, finishing pretty low. These are 2 guys who have been crushing it this set.
And on the flip side of things too, look at some of the consistency that we have for a couple of our players that have some of the highest average placements so far. I'm really looking at the fact that Rain and Weird are able to get those second places in their lobbies respectively, because that's just going to help build that up, right? They were already sitting at around a 3 for AVP, so anything that you can get above that is going to help, and that honestly makes things so exciting. This next game is going to be really important.
Also, worrying trend for replay gets a 3rd, so the average placement crashing.
Anything, it's crazy, right? Anything under a 1st would have brought it down. Right? Isn't that crazy?
He's falling off.
Yeah. Also, Rain getting 2nd is also contextually important, because Rain does really well when they start off in those kinds of places. So I'm, again, kind of piggybacking off everyone. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, so I definitely can't wait. We're just about ready to get into the action. So we are going to hand it back over to our incredible casters, Casanova and Gangly, to bring us through the second game.
All right, when it rains, it pours. Gangly and Rainplosion back on top, getting a 2nd in that first game. I'm really excited to be watching her in this next game here, because we are jumping lobbies over to the other side, and we'll get to see kind of what was happening over there. And Rain being able to pick up that 2nd place was huge. Kaiwing grabbing that 1st, and actually Rain had talked about how she and Kaiwing had talked a little bit going into the tournament and maybe done some prep together, so seeing success for both of them is really cool.
Yeah, I think where the other lobby was kind of made up entirely of this gigantic star power, we have a lot of interesting, maybe albeit smaller stories going on in Lobby B right now. The players that I have my eye on, though, I really love that we get to see both K3 Soju and Prestivant playing in this lobby together. We talked about at the top of the show, 2 primary study groups who have been competing for the top spots.
Stand on it.
10 of them. Oh man, wait.
Wandering Trainer, stand on it.
There's no way we actually get Wandering Trainer on game 2, right? Nah. Wow, Treasure Armory. I actually almost never see people take Treasure Armory.
Come on. We could have been Wandering Trainer, Gangly. It could have been Wandering Trainer. We had 3 people stand on it, and we didn't get it. The other was multi-talented. We actually got the worst one.
Yeah, we did. It's like the least spicy, and also you have to wait so long till you actually get to see it. So Treasure Armory is going to be towards the end. After stage 4, you will have a Treasure Armory that is a throwback to, what was it, set 7, right? Dragonland.
Dragons. Yeah, it was the Dragon Horde.
Yep. Where players will get an influx of resources that they can re-roll and spend their money to get what they want, or they can take the first thing. It's going to be an influx of resources towards the end of stage 4. But I wanted to, while we're starting on Degree, this is a player that I think flies under the radar for a lot of people. And I think it's worth noting, this is by far Degree's best set of TFT. You might remember Degree from back in, interestingly enough, set 7, where they went 2nd place in the Dragon Cup, the final cup of the set, went to regionals, but since that 2nd place, they've never placed top 8. They've been kind of I know, not even kind of. They've been very inconsistent since that. They've made it to final day sometimes, then they'll get day one in the next tournament. This time around, though, Degree's putting themselves in a really good spot. They have a sub 4 average placement across the entirety of set 10. Obviously, they're here in the second day. By far, Degree's rising star performance. We're seeing it right here. Hope to see that through the rest of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see that success from Degree. Another player who's kind of just been in that, you know, tier 2, tier 3 players for quite some time. He's always somebody who's like, okay, if he does well, it's not the biggest shock in the world, but it's also just like, it's not expected. And now actually having a set with consistent results is very exciting. As we jump on board with Rain gonna grab Salvage Bin. We've seen this actually been a pretty popular augment kind of across the board. I think a lot of players are just valuing being able to slam early items, save HP, and then pivot into a strong board late game and build out best in slot. And I think that, you know, Salvage Bin just allows you to do that with ease, right? You can actually just slam all of your items all the time and then turn it into exactly what you want in the late stages. And Rain gonna do just that, but ended up passing on an Olaf headliner and is playing around this Lulu. And I think that was the most interesting part of this is, you know, none of the items were screaming Olaf, but just in general, that unit has been good for win streaking in the early game, and just gonna pass that up and instead go play around this Lilia and look potentially for a super fan opener.
Yeah, definitely not the strongest early game, especially you have to assume other players. Yeah, like we're seeing right now, the Olaf alongside the Superfan opener from Degree. This matchup in particular, it actually might be okay because you have a decent amount of single target damage of the Bard alongside the CC of the Lulu. But yeah, even with that, Degree's just going to have a much stronger early game. I don't think Rain's going to be trying to contest too much board strength up front. I think instead we may see her try to stabilize a little bit more on stage 3, maybe make a 3-2 transition alongside the Salvage Bin like you called out, and maybe utilize some of the lost streak economy to put herself in a better spot later on where she can slingshot her way back into the standings.
All right. Speaking of the Olaf earlier and the way that people just use this early game, we've got another, yet another board. It's going to be Kai Wing playing around that, and support cash actually picked up. This is not an augment we've seen a ton of. Support items, like they kind of had this day where everyone wanted support items. They were trying to get as many support items as they could, and more recently we've seen a lot less of it, where stationary support used to be just an auto click, whereas now it's kind of few and far between that we see this. And this is just, you know, I'm wondering if Kai Wing selections were just not that good early game, or if this is something that he's maybe been valuing that other players are not.
Wow, I see on the other side of the board. Yeah, that is a Riven 2. So Biri took the heroic grab bag, the double lesser duplicators, and used one of them. From what I can tell, it looks like she used one duplicator to make Riven 2 early, maybe trying to play Riven from ahead. This is a unit that you normally don't just automatically play Riven when you get Riven plate dropped from an orb. However, if you have the opportunity to both make Econ and make Riven 2 on 2-1, 2-2, maybe this is the way to play Riven from stage 2. We normally don't see that unless you're trying to play some sort of open fort Riven straight into the 3-5 roll down.
This is something that Krone and I really believe in. Krone and I have talked about this line a lot, where if you're dropped a double 3 cost, that is like a reroll 3 cost line, and then you're offered heroic at the start on 2-1, just taking heroic, slamming the first one and holding the second one is just an incredibly strong way to play into that reroll line. You're already committed to your line, you know what you're playing, you have the 2-star already, so even if you don't full win streak, you'll probably full win streak, but even if you don't, you'll have a very strong board early on. You're not going to lose too much HP, and then you can just build into your composition, econ a lot harder, and greed out even more for the comp. So I like it quite a bit that Biri went that way, and I think she will be rewarded. She stayed on level 3 to make more money, even though she could have tried to level and look for win streak. And I think that is an interesting decision, but I think that it makes sense because the Riven item was Giant Slayer, so you're actually not guaranteed to be that strong.
All right, taking a look at Robin's board, does have this Vi headliner, which is very strong on stage 2. One of the reasons it's especially strong, as we're seeing it right now, is how well it does into the Olaf, who is considered by many to be one of the strongest stage 2 headliners. So if you can play some sort of direct counter to that, like the Vi, then you can put yourself in a really strong spot to maybe not full streak through stage 2, but certainly pick up wins. And with all the streak changes that came in set 10, being able to find early wins in stage 2 is the best way to jumpstart your economy.
We've got Carousel coming through. Nothing too of note on the early carousel. We didn't see any spots that were specifically streaming for a single item. And so just kind of taking stock of what's happened in the early stages, right? We have 2 win streakers at 100, Kaiwing and Degree, who will be looking to win streak all the way through Krugs. And then Berry is on the loss streak, but I'm not sure that she's committed to that. I wouldn't be surprised to see her flip this loss streak early because of the fact that she was playing around Riven 2. And we're looking at Ripple's board. He's got Metabolic, so he's going to keep healing up throughout this stage, throughout the game entirely. And he's going to go to level 5 pretty early on here on 2-5.
Yeah, he has the early Cassante. I'm going to assume that he finds that Cassante before he takes Metabolic and then says, you know, surely I'm going to hit a Heartsteel unit early on. But unfortunately, even with the carousel, does not have Heartsteel online and is in a weird place right now where you're kind of playing around this Nami that is kind of strong. Like, you have damage, but it's not going to be able to contend with the strongest boards in the lobby. However, it's another one of those units that is good into the single target melee units like this Olaf. So there's a world where now, even looking at it, there's just too much HP. Yeah, even with the matchup being decent for Nami, this is a weird spot for Ripple, to be honest. I'm really not in love with this. You have the Metabolic, but you're not making super great econ, and you don't have Heartsteel online, so it feels like you are getting the lower value iteration of Metabolic.
Yeah, I'm also just kind of looking at this like, wow, how is Berry losing so hard with a Riven 2?
Yeah,
like what is it? Did she bench it to keep loss streak or something? Because now look, Rain selling board, Rain contesting Berry's loss streak to go for 5 loss. So is Berry like trying to bench Riven? I mean, Berry definitely cannot contest Rain if Rain wants to lose. It's just not possible. You're not going to spend half of your augment on this Riven 2 and then sell it. It's just not like a real thing.
Berry did scout it, so Berry is aware of the fact that Rain is half open here. We'll see if they fight each other. No.
Ripple Overdrive Highwing though. That's the other one to watch, right? Is that going to be who keeps the win streak? Rain will keep the loss streak guaranteed and try and move over to Degree and Highwing, and we'll see which one of them, if the flames pop up, as Berry has kept the loss streak as well. We'll just wait and see. I mean, Rain, of course, lost this fight.
Ripple does get Heartsteel online now, so a little bit later, obviously, but having that in before stage 3
Degree
does feel
wins.
decent. Degree able to keep
wasn't
his
against
streak. Kaiwang as well. They
Both of them.
dodge each other. 200 streakers going into stage 2 or going into stage 3.
All right, so
Great
Rain
spot.
playing
Feels
towards Senna reroll, it looks like, for sure.
Yeah, quite nice too, right? Like being able to play the Rabadons, Nashers, or have the Morellos as well. There's a lot of flexibility with these items. I think if you're Rain right now, you feel really good about your spot. We're probably going to see a relatively deep 3-2 roll down from Rain to try and find Echo 2, find the headliner Senna, and if she can hit those, she will be very, very strong for the rest of stage 3. However, we are seeing on this side now, this is what the Riven board has become. Berry was able to maintain that 5 loss streak as well, so she's also feeling quite strong. Does hit the Hodge as well. The items are pretty decent here, right? There's a lot of different ways to kill swords. Yeah. Having a second rod, or excuse me, a second tier is actually probably the hardest component to kill in this composition, but it's not impossible. You can play something like Sojin, Caitlyn, but you're definitely using one of those for the Hand of Justice. Not sure when Berry's going to be trying to turn this around and like snap this loss streak into a win streak. Pre-leveling to 6 right now isn't going to actually isn't going to be looking to improve the board strength all that much just yet, though.
Do you think she just stacks until 3-5 and then just full sends? Like, ooh, blue buff slam. That's not what I would have expected. IE is the other open item now. But blue buff, that would not play on Riven. So that's looking at your secondary carry. But who is your secondary carry? Usually Zed is the only person you'd like to see that on. Maybe like Ezreal is another blue buff user. I'm interested by the blue buff slam. That's not something I would have expected whatsoever. And so curious to see where this spot goes. I feel like 3-5 is when we need to check back in with Berry. Because considering the pre-level, I don't think she's going to push on 3-2. I think she's going to wait. So we'll see what this pickup is. Martyr, too healthy. You have my sword as the options. Gargantuan Resolve is pretty good.
Yeah.
But it's going to be Martyr.
Yeah.
And a Caitlyn is found.
Man, I'm very confused by this blue buff slam. I'm not sure if there's something that I'm missing here, but it does feel like you could have very easily played around the Giant Slayer, Hand of Justice, then used this additional sword to start making Caitlyn items. I don't necessarily feel like your item economy is any better by using both of those tiers at once too, because you're still going to be looking for some sort of healing item and then trying to find the cloaks for either Even Shroud or the QSS. I feel like the only thing that blue buff is really doing right now is adding a little bit more CC to your board, but because you are trying to slingshot your board at 3-2 rather than, or sorry, at 3-5, I don't know that the board strength here is adding to the overall shape of Biribiri's board in a meaningful way.
Vi with a blue buff, I don't think changed much as far as these fights are going, right? Like, you could have just not slammed an item also. But Biribiri is going up against Soju and actually will find a win. It looks like, oh, maybe not. I spoke too soon. That's going to be Olaf running through this, making the win happen. Honestly, for Biribiri, a loss like that is probably just better. You're actually making just more gold and you're not losing too much HP from that fight. So I think she'll take that. And we saw on Soju's side, he is fully committed to going into an 80 flex line and he's playing around the Olaf. It's just very static on how we've expected people to play right now. Did she just roll like twice there?
She did roll. So
I thought I saw that. I was very confused.
Yeah, okay. I think on 3-5, we definitely need to watch
3-5, we need to go back. We need to go back.
Yeah,
to
there's going to be some sort of strange transition going on. It seems now like Biribiri is trying to play something on level 6 instead. We'll see what she's cooking up instead, though. But right now, we're hopping on board with K3 Soju, one of those study group members who has dominated the field thus far. Yesterday, we got to see him play a really cool pentakill board, which eventually did end up with the 3-star Karthus, but I loved watching it because I think there's a lot of people in the field right now that are leaving pentakill on the table and are not trying to play it from tempo.
Yeah, a great thing that Soju's got here as well is we can see that Soju is playing around these 2 crit items, right? He's got Last Whisper and he's got Hand of Justice, and that's going alongside. He picked Jeweled Lotus when he realized that he has all these extra gloves, all these crit items, and Infinity Force also giving crit. And so by having these 3 different sources of crit in his itemization and then getting Jeweled Lotus, it also allows you to compound off this crit on whatever user you give it to. Ezreal will use that so well, like 100% crit on his 3rd cast. Caitlyn can do it also. Just really, really solid use of itemization to go alongside with your augment selection. And so we see as we get on to the carousel here, trying to see what else gets picked up. Soju's going to end up grabbing a rod, which doesn't really fit into the 80 flex just yet, but we'll see where that rod ends up. As we see a cash out potential from Ripple, but instead he decides to raise the stakes. So he's just going to go for Lost Streak because Biribiri goes to level 7. We are probably seeing a roll down over there to try and upgrade the board. And there it is, goes to level 7, fully rolling, trying to find the pickup of these ribbons. Ends up finding an upgraded Mordekaiser. And then from there, we also just have a pickup of that Viego to go alongside with it. So Viego is going to hit the board, go alongside this Mordekaiser. Got those 2 together. We got the Pentakill online. And then on top of that, now we do have another item slam on the Ribbon. It is going to be a pickup of the Bloodthirster, but Blue Buff Viego is also not really the unit we would expect to see Blue Buff used on. So the Blue Buff is still giving me questions, Gangly.
I'm very confused by what we're seeing.
Yeah, it looks like Gangler's having a few connection issues, but we got this going through. I'm also very perplexed by this blue. I mean, it's still a good item overall to slam, but I just think that the way the item collation was, it didn't make a ton of sense. But now Biribiri's composition has kind of come together. It makes a lot of sense. It's exactly what we kind of expect out of this board. And you early on had the Ribbon, and there we go. That's exactly what she was looking for, trying to find that Ribbon headliner because already on 6 Ribbons. So finding that now, Biribiri has spiked 3-6. It's maybe a little later than she actually thought she could because of the greed going to 7 on 3-5, but still hitting a 3-star 3-cost pre-stage 4 is such an incredible pickup for Biribiri, and it's going alongside having the Edgelords and the Pentakill already on the board, right? pair of Viego. So just finding the Viego too. This board is really ready to spike even harder, and she can take it to level 8 as quick as possible. Should be a great way to win streak, because you look on the other side and people are still playing their 1-cost headliners as filler for now, and so it is just going to be that Jinx going through. Not able to find much more, and Biri is going to take that win. So now she's stable. She's going to win streak for a while, and we need to take a look at the rest of these boards and see what people are on. Is, you know, Soju still on his Olaf, Kaiwing still on his Olaf. A lot of people still just playing around their 1-cost headliners. We see Soju, of course, going into an 80 flex line, but he stayed on level 6. He'll look to push to level 7 when it comes to 3-7 here, maybe 4-1, 4-2. He can start to even try and go for a fast 8, considering he's saved a good amount of HP, but it does feel like some amount of rolling on 7 is going to need to happen. We see him push 7 on 3-7 here, and we'll see what he gets off of neutrals. So the big thing to look forward to as well for Soju's board is, we talked about the Jewel Lotus and how he's got a couple of different options to go with. And he's also angling for Pentakill, and this is something that we saw Soju do in the meantime, right? We had seen Soju play around Pentakill yesterday. He found a first place around a line that hasn't been so popular, and we heard Weijin talk about it at the start of the day, right? Weijin was saying, hey, Pentakill, playing around Karthus and playing around the disco is not something that we really have done too much, because it has not been so good. It's not been so consistent. You have to hit the specific forecast for it to work out. But Soju has been ready to play to that line because he'll angle for it. And then we saw him item carry something like a Zed when he hits it, and econ back up before rolling again and trying to find those pentakill units. So if Soju can find a Viego, if he can find that Karthus, he can try and put something together, and he can use something like Zed or Ezreal to fill the gaps in the meantime, and either completely try and go for the 80 flex line, or he just tries to play into the pentakill if he hits it. And it keeps him open to kind of high rolling, quote unquote, into pentakill or not. As we see, Biri, of course, just going to be dominant right now through this stage. We kind of expect her to just full win streak. Kaiwing has swapped up to an Urgot, so he has found that way to upgrade, but it hasn't been a full pivot into what the late game board would be. These level 7 boards are on the transition period where they find a 3 cost and they still are able to make a strong board around it, whereas they're not able to actually fully go to the 4 cost, whereas Biri is on her capped comp playing around this Riven. Everyone else is playing a filler unit trying to make it to level 8. And Prestivant, one of our first players to reach that level 8, rushing to it on 4-2, but not a lot of gold to roll down, and he doesn't find a carry to go with this Death Cap and this Hand of Justice. And so it's not going to be an incredibly strong board just yet for Prestivant. He's in the middle, and he's going to lose quite a few rounds here unless he can string something together, but he is broke with nothing good on the board.
Hello, I'm gonna step in here for a moment for Gangly until he can jump back in. But yeah, it's honestly a really rough spot right now for Precedent. Dead broke, went 8, and you kind of have to wonder, you know, how he's gonna be able to try to pull this back, because he doesn't really even have gold to roll, right? Like, there's a second Zed in shop, but at the same time, if he doesn't start stringing together some wins, like, he's gonna be dropping health like crazy with basically a full 1-star board, no real carry. This naked spatula, you know, sitting on stage 4, it is a tough spot to be in. But at least he runs into Ripple, who's obviously, you know, on the raise the stakes. So this is going to give him a bit of a free round and hopefully allow him to stabilize somewhat.
Yeah, and that's the big thing to look at with Ripple too, is I believe he's cashing out right after this. And of course he can't raise the stake. So we need to jump over to Ripple and see what he can get here. The cash out, bunch of orbs coming through. Get a Radiant item. Ooh, so this is exactly the cash out that Setsi got last time. Radiant item, full completed item, no gold. And so Ripple's gonna have to try and put together a board with this that can stabilize when a lot of people in the lobby are getting quite a bit stronger, specifically someone like Biri, who was already been on that 3-star Riven.
Yeah, I mean, he's digging so hard because he wants a carry headliner, I think, right? But now I think he needs to buy this Zac. So he's going to put in the Zac. At least he has a carry for that Radiant item, but all 1-stars besides that, you know, his board is pretty weak. He does have good items, but it's going to be tough. You know, if he can't actually get this Ezreal upgraded, he has a pair of Ezreals, but he's even struggling to decide what he wants to actually buy here. So he's not slamming his items in, and he's going to take more damage as a result. Just now is he actually getting those 3 items in on the Ezreal, and we'll see if he can kill much, but he's going to be on 1 life here.
Yeah, this was a really bad transition from Ripple, right? So the initial part of it was fine because he low rolled what he needed from his cash out, right? He got some very strong items, but he needed gold. to actually turn this into a real board. And then from there, he got everything on the board, but then not getting the items out, he wasn't able to kill as many units. And there was certainly a world where Ezreal could carry this fight if he had full items from the very beginning. The positioning ended up rough as well. Ezreal jumped all the way to that back line and gets Urgot turning on him. So I think Ripple, in a spot where that was a board he kind of wanted to see and could have beaten, and there are other boards that are going to be a lot tougher for him to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough thing, right? And we've seen this a few times. It is just so hard when you have a clear line in mind when you're playing Raise the Stakes. You're like, okay, this is what I'm going to get. This is what I'm going to go for. And then none of that happens. And now your entire plan has to go out the window. You have to instantly figure out, what you want to go for. If you're not just seeing that headliner that you want immediately, you have to realize, okay, when do I need to settle? When do I need to actually just buy something else? And sometimes at that point you've rolled so far that you don't actually have gold to upgrade the rest of your board, and you're in these really, really tough spots. And that's kind of, I think, where he found himself here. As you said, very likely was hoping for a lot more gold, being able to actually, slingshot himself into a strong board that way. The Radiant item only helps if you have good carriers for it. He did get that Bruiser Zac headliner, and if he can get the Ezreal too, then maybe he can start to stabilize. But Ripple could be out of there in a hurry. We saw it happen to Setsuko last game. We saw it happen to Appies when he kind of failed his transition yesterday. So it's definitely not an easy thing to master.
Yeah, I mean, it's the rough part, right? It's kind of the low roll that you can get on the Raise the Stakes is where you end up with a cash out that doesn't work for your spot and you've sacrificed all that HP. And we see it happening to Ripple, right? Soju did find the Pentakill line. He found the Viego to go with the items that he was setting up for. Yeah. And now Ripple loses because he cannot compete with these boards that are so incredibly strong. And now he's got 10 gold to work with. Let's see what he can find. Nothing? All right, that's expected.
Brutal. I mean, he gets 4 Bruiser, but man, you need upgraded carries. He's got all these items on the Zed and the Ezreal. Yuck. That's rough. There's just, I mean, it's not even like you can sell a pair and roll. You just have to pray that you somehow win this next round, and then maybe with the PvE phase you get enough gold to hit Ezreal Zed. Because if he actually had upgraded Ezreal and Zed, the board's not bad at all, right? And he's gonna get additional cash outs. Maybe there's some world in which he can stabilize. He's fighting the Senna reroller before they actually hit a Senna 3, so that is pretty lucky. But I'm not certain that's going to be enough. It may be because it is just a Kali 1 and Senna 2. So I think this is actually a bit of a bailout, getting one of the best possible rounds you could get. And we'll see if it's going to be enough, because the Zac looks like it should be able to push through here. He will survive, gets the PV round. That is actually so big, because this game is still comebackable. It is a very difficult situation, but you never know.
That's right, Ripple might be back, and so am I. It's Treasure Dragon.
He's back, baby.
The Treasure Armory online. Ripple does get a little bit of an influx of gold. He can't, here's the thing, he can't roll his Treasure Armory all too much, right? Because he needs every bit of gold he can get to try and upgrade those units. However, he now has a little bit of redundancy, I would say, with the double red buff on his backline. I mean, whether or not this is actually enough for him to hit his units is also left to be said. I'm not really convinced that he's gonna have any of the resources required to win the next fight. He's got one more chance though.
What do you guys think though? So I almost, to play devil's advocate, argue the other side where he should have rolled, because you can get treasure armories where it's just gold, right? And I feel like that is the bailout from this spot. He doesn't need more items. What's he gonna do? Slam those items onto like a level 1 Lucian? It feels kind of rough. Like maybe you roll once or twice and get something.
It is tough, right? Because there was a little gold in that one. So he's like, oh, okay, I have some gold. I can get a little more, versus you could roll and it's just only items, and then you roll and it's only items, and you roll. And I think it's
more
more
common.
common.
Either way if you don't get full gold. That's my question.
Maybe, right? But I do think that, okay, he's on a pair of Ezreals. So getting, essentially, it was, what, 8 gold? Getting 4 shot looks to actually match that Ezreal is probably worth trying for, because you just get that one upgrade, considering you went to 4 Bruiser and you have this Zac with really great items. Like, that's probably enough for you to be stable for a couple more rounds. And I think that is worthwhile in consideration to just take that. And we see Ripple might even be able to win on this Ezreal 1. It's very close. The Zac stun's coming through. Oh, they stopped the cast from the Karthus. And so Ripple finds a kill, and Robin goes down. So Ripple has at least evaded the 8th place.
Wow, the all-star of that fight actually has to be the Hextech Gunblade on the Zed. The Akali was on both the Lucian and the Ezreal, but because of the healing coming through from the Gunblade, yeah, he was able to keep both of those units alive, survives one more round, and now, like you're saying, has the Ezreal too. Ripple is looking like he's in a pretty decent spot. I don't know.
I don't know about decent.
We've seen boards cap so high that like hitting Zed to Ezreal 2 in of itself is not enough. The thing is, he has a really strong front line, and you have a lot of boards that are trying to play front to back, right?
Carries basically, plus an insanely strong front line with 4 Bruiser and a Radiant item on his Zac. Like this is comebackable, and he's even got metabolic booster. So if he actually wins, throughout the next handful of rounds, like he's gonna be healthy enough that he could potentially have 2 lives.
Honestly, the Zac's kind of a beast too. Like all the AP he's getting is actually healing so much. He's doing a lot of damage. The CC as well. Like this board is actually looking a hell of a lot better than I think we initially would have thought. I think it's all coming together entirely. And as you said, metabolic is actually a really good call out here because he's just a couple fights away from being 2 lives instead of 1, right? And that's really, really important as we get to this late game, especially when you're just trying to, at this point, maybe just outlive Prestivan, outlive Kaiwing, and see how far you can take it. The board still has a ways to cap. Maybe you can go for first, but it's still a much better spot. And Ripple was just on the brink, but finding that Ezreal living one more fight was massive.
Soju once again on this pentakill line too, right? We saw it yesterday. I know on the whole it was not super successful in day 1, but I think Soju's kind of playing it with similar conditions. He's playing it from ahead, knowing my goal is not to play for first right now. My goal is to outlast the low rollers in my lobby by playing high tempo, going into this very cheap, relatively speaking, board on level 8. And if I can have enough HP ahead of the next person below me, then I might be able to squeeze out a 4th place here. I really love to see it.
I mean, it's basically the same line he played into the Karthus 3 yesterday. Obviously, this is a game because he didn't hit that. But Olaf is a really strong item holder for a lot of these physical damage lines. And I think Soju, from the play that I've seen from him so far in this event, he is just really favoring playing uncontested lines, right? Like there's so many people playing, towards these Ezreals and Caitlyn's and things like that. He's playing more towards pentakill, I think, because he's saying no one is clicking Viego, right? Like in a lot of these cases, he's feeling somewhat uncontested. So I think he's more comfortable playing that line, as you say, keep your health high, try to play a stable board. But it does always make you nervous when some of the people that are really low on health are getting some strong boards, right? And I think that is a bit of the case in this game. Like Prestivan, wouldn't necessarily be a free win by any means for Soju. We know that Ripple obviously is healing up. He's on a 4-win streak now. And if he can get to level 9 with his board and start to add in extra luxury units, like he could get first, unironically, in this one.
Yeah, Prestivan's board, he's kind of playing the similar line. The difference, though, is that he's playing 30 HP down. And that's what we're saying. It's all about playing from tempo, right? Because the board is certainly not weak. You have 7 pentakill online with this Viego. However, it's very rare that we see these vertical pentakill boards win out entirely. There's always going to be someone that's capping up very, very high. And until you get that Yorick 2 online, there may be a board that can actually take it out. However, this does not seem to be one of those. The Kale 2 is still on the board for Degree. Mordekaiser 2, most of the time you're really relying. Oh my goodness, wait a second. Diego's just trapped on the Mord 2.
Mord is
holy
best,
cow.
by the way. If you didn't know, Gangly, Mord is the best unit in the game. But the thing that's really tough for Degree is he's actually so contested on those Mordekaisers that he's going to kind of hit that wall. A lot of these other boards are going to keep capping out. But yeah, that is one little chunk of Mordekaisers back in the pool that Degree can try and hunt him down, right? Soju's the other person contesting, but Degree could hit, actually. That is a good point. He did just put 3 back in the pool, so something to watch out for.
This is also really nice. So Ripple just got another cash out, and it's at the 11 gold cash out, I believe, that you can get Thieves Gloves. And he did hit a Thieves Gloves, which always feels really nice when you have something like an Alawi that's naked. They can just kind of slap that on. Like, his itemization is so good. After this next PvE phase, he's likely going to get a 3rd item for his Lucian. You can see he's holding gold. So he's thinking, you know what? I'm stable. I can go to 9. I actually agree. There's basically nothing for him to roll for at 8 anyway. So, like, in his position, I would rather die with gold than be rolling forever at 8. Because if you go 9 and you're rolling there, like, you can definitely get a first place from this spot. It is definitely winnable. But he did take a loss.
He lost the last fight. Yeah, he lost the last fight, but because of metabolic, he had been able to heal outside of that 1 life range, and now back to 1 life range. But he has held on, and he's now in a spot where a lot of other players are on a single life, and he can hold on for some extra placements. But it was a good call out. There's nothing more to roll for. If he goes to 9, Ripple can start to actually look for that cap out to win the game.
Wing sitting at 1 life left for this fight. But however, I want to call out the fact that Wing is playing around the Akali, which is an 80 flex variation that is maybe not as popular, but certainly can be strong. We saw Replay go first with it yesterday. Right now, I think Wing's trying to determine whether or not they want to actually play it. They are completely broke, so it's very hard to transition out of it. But they're one fight away from this Heartsteel cash out, which might be able to push them over the edge. But with only 1 life left, you run into something like the Senna reroller, and you have all these frontline units, and it's going to feel really, really tough to win.
All right, taking a look. Wing and Ripple both on 1 life. We got the split screen to see where their fights go. Ripple going up against, it looks like an 80 flex board. That is going to be Biri. That is going to be the Riven that he's trying to deal with over there, whereas Degrees board is fighting up against Wing, and Wing just has to get through the Mordekaiser, and he does. So that should be the fight win for Wing, whereas on the other side, the Riven is just too much for Ripple. Not able to get through. She's still full health, gets to the backline, and Ripple, it's going to be a 1v1. Zed versus Riven. Zed, does he have the damage? He does not, and Ripple goes down. Ripple, after all of that work, fighting his way back. Where will the placement land as Degree took a fight loss? Wing lives, and Ripple goes out in 6th.
Man, that is rough, because I think Ripple was 1 round away from being able to go 9. 2 rounds away from being able to go 9 with a decent amount of gold. And I felt like with the positioning, he had a good shot against the Riven, because Riven was opposite side. But I think it was a Viego that got to the backline and just instantly killed his Ezreal too. Like, his Ezreal did nothing, and it even had healing, right? Like, it had a Hodge on it. So I was pretty shocked to see it die when it was opposite side of the Riven that early on. But with the Ezreal going down, you just don't have enough to push through these really tanky units like that Riven.
Wing did get the cash out from that last fight. Now it's going to be up against Soju's board. Soju, I believe, not locked in for top 4 yet, right? We still got 5 players left. Hopefully that HP lead that he was able to earn early on in the fight is going to be enough. But oh my goodness, on the left-hand side, Degree going to take a very big loss on that. Is it going to be enough to scrape out a 4th, though?
No.
Not.
Soju holds on to that 4th.
And that's exactly what Soju was playing for, though, right? That is the line. You play high tempo, you play around the Olaf. We've seen his study group. We saw Spencer do it again yesterday as well. This is something that their study group has prepped, saying there are people who are leaving placements on the table because they only want to play for these high cap boards. But if you're better at playing tempo, better at playing from ahead, Soju's been able to consistently find spots where he can comfortably either bleed out into a 4th or, like we saw yesterday, high roll himself into a 1st.
All right, well, this Riven has been the Grim Reaper, and now Rain is the one in the sights. And we've got Riven trying to dash through to get to the Senna. It's reroll v reroll, lab v lab. But now the Ahri taking out the Riven. The single target is there, and it's up to Viego, but he gets 1 more cast. And Biri is going to claim another victim. Rain got 2nd in the first game, 3rd in this one. Good start from Rain Plosion, but Biri, what a beautiful game this has been overall. I love the way that she did this. We talked about having the pair of Rivens at the start, get heroic, just pop it to be able to get that extra Riven. But then playing Lost Streak from there was an insane choice in my eyes, and she turned it into an amazing level 7 roll down on 3-5.
Yeah, I mean, it really worked out for her. And the thing about this is, when you're playing against these Riven reroll comps, you're always so hyper focused on the Riven. The Riven actually got burst down by what was a true damage Ahri on the other side, but it almost didn't even matter because Caitlyn is a real threat. Like, look at the Caitlyn items at this point in the game with full 8-bit stacks. Plus, you have a Viego that is also going to be putting out some decent damage. It's obviously not the super high roll version where you have 8-bit spat on the Viego, then it's really crazy. But Caitlyn can sometimes late in the game with full stacks be out damaging your Riven and is really a threat that makes this comp cap out high and be able to go for those first places.
Yeah, and the big thing we looked at in that fight too was the value of Martyr once you have this late stage and 9 units on the board. The healing that comes through is massive as Riven has made her way to the back line and is chunking through all of these backliners, making her way down the line all the way to the Lucian. And the fight is not even close. The positioning perfect. The Riven just chopping them up, and Biri is gonna take the win over Wing. I loved this game from Biri. This one was fantastic to watch.
It's all started with that stage 2 lesser champion duplicator on the Riven that was most likely dropped from the orb. Really creative play from Biri, a line that I think a lot of players may not always be taking. Great stuff to Biri. Well-deserved first place.
Yep, and I think it's so strong when you can start getting those early 8-bit stacks, right? When you have a Riven, because it was GS that she'd slammed early on that Riven, so you're getting those 8-bit stacks early. So when you actually hit the Riven 3, when you hit the Caitlyn 2, you don't have to wait for that ramp up of getting that high score to be able to actually get enough extra damage out, and shows us a really high cap 8-bit board.
Yeah, it's crazy too because of the loss streak in particular, which is a lot of fun. Because a lot of times you do it and then you just like tempo, win streak, get a lot of stacks, but she still got to create those stacks and then did the full loss streak, just got really rich, and then just being able to capitalize. Beautiful watch. We'll let the analyst desk break it down a little bit more, but we're going to go to a short break. They'll be there when we return. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to the TFT NA Regional Finals. We are 2 games down in day number 2, which means we've got 4 to go. But before we head into our next game, Boop and I are here to break down what we just saw. And it's so interesting to take a look at this lobby compared to the very first lobby that we followed for the day, and just how differently their play styles are. I mean, in lobby 1, we saw a lot of reroll compositions, but this lobby was all about the forecast flex.
Yeah, and a little bit more AP, I would say, as well, Nekkra.
Yeah.
So I think what that really shows is just coming in here with just 1 or 2 lines that you're like, hey, I'm going to do AD flex really well, and I'm just going to cross the finish line with that. That's just not going to work out for you. The players are too good. Remember when we said in the early, part of today, which is mistakes are going to be magnified. You just can't make as many and sit in the previous cups because the level of play has been so high. And I think that really kind of fits in of all of these players having multiple, I guess, decks to play going through today.
But you can still see that reroll topped the lobby. Rain was able to get that third place with the Seraphine reroll, and then Berry taking that first with the Riven reroll. But everything else pretty hotly contested. You see like the Echo on a lot of compositions. The KDA super fan line is very, very impactful. And just across the board, there was a lot of Viegos as well. But I think the bigger storyline here, Boop, is just seeing who actually made that top 3 as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that the newcomers, quote unquote, right, are really crushing it right now. I wouldn't consider Rain a part of that. That's definitely more of a return to form, in my opinion. But to have, 2 out of the, top 3 be pretty much, set 10, set 9 people is an awesome thing for TFT. Though I do want to caution some people. Traditionally, right, while we can celebrate this a lot right now, traditionally the vets do kind of start slow on day 2, weirdly enough, and then really pick it up at the end because they've kind of been here before. They know how to experience those emotions, where people who are here maybe their first, second, or maybe even third time going through it, it's going to be a little bit harder to maintain because of just going through things for the first time again. So while I'm really, really excited and I would hope that the success is repeated, it's going to be tough to do throughout the rest of today.
And one of those players you can look at is Robin Songs, right? Got bottom 4 now in both of these very first games. And still has 4 more games to climb back into things, but that's definitely where your point comes in handy, is making sure that you aren't folding under the pressure of having to play from behind. But Rain, on the other hand, I want to praise her some more, right? Because her AVP is going up. Like, that's fantastic. Like, already started out the day coming in with an AVP of, what was it, 3?
Yeah.
And so just continuing with the second and the third today, it just gets better from there.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I think we talk so much about replay because 1.83 is wild. And we briefly mentioned that a second would bring his AVP down, right? Which is just a crazy. The fact that I put those words in that order is ridiculous, in my opinion. But, that is the case. So I think Rain might have been able to go a little sneakily up there and maybe take away some of the pressure of constantly being looked at, especially for AVP. And we also heard from Rain yesterday, being in second is kind of her favorite thing. She started with second today, second in AVP. So this seems to be, honestly, some of the best play that Rain has done. And I think we're all just happy for that deluge right now.
And hey, second place would be good enough to get you to the Remix Rumble Championships as well at the end of the day, because it's the top 3 spots overall from the weekend, as well as the player that does have the best average placement. Kaiwing and Dish Soap also tied at the first spot because of that first and that second. So great start for them for these first 2 games of the day. But during this upcoming break, we're going to be reseeding the lobbies, which means whole new possibilities when it comes down to who's playing against each other in these lobbies. I'm pumped to see if we get a worse lobby of death than lobby 1.
Is
that possible?
That could happen. But again, like 6 players, I think, again, that everyone came in knowing a lot about, right? That's very, very different. So, and I also just want to give some props to Dish Soap. Dish Soap does have that, monkey on his back of not necessarily being able to lock in the win, but arguably one of the most consistent TFT players of all time through the early stages of TFT. And he is kind of the archetype I, referenced earlier. Dish Soap is the person that people study in their study group. So it's good to see. Sometimes it's really great to see number 1 actually come through and perform like that, because Dish Soap is one of the best.
Well, can he keep it up? Only one way to find out. We're gonna take that break, reseed those lobbies, and come back with game number 3. and welcome back to day number 2 of the TFT NA Regional Finals. I am Nekkra and I'm joined by Azael, and we're going to be taking through this next game we've got upon us. 2 games down, Azael. We have 4 more to go, but I feel like the pressure is really mounting for some of these players already.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I was just looking at the score sheets. You know, there are some big favorites that are pretty low. Obviously, the top 8 are going to make the final day. Robinsong's down at only 5 points. We have Setsuko at 6 points. You know, he's in 13th. Soju is in 12th. Precedent, who had a really good day yesterday, he's down in 11th. Malala is in dead last at 16th after 2 7th places in a row. So some of these players, you know, really are going to have to step it up. And we're in another really stacked lobby here. Lobbies have been reshuffled. I mean, the top 16 is just ridiculous. Like, every single player is insanely good. There's some pretty fun ones here. Larger Legends is definitely the snoozer. Looks like no one wants Showtime. Prismatic Symphony, though, a lot of people on that. And I'm actually kind of surprised for a competitive game to see so many on Prismatic Symphony, and we're going to get it.
I am too, honestly, because when you think about the amount of variance that top TFT players like to avoid, I feel like you can get a ton of that when it comes down to these prismatic augments. So I wonder what these players are going to get offered and what direction they decide to take with those, because it becomes really an interesting thought experiment. Like, what kind of augment do you pick first when you know that you're going to have 3 prismatics at your disposal?
Exactly. I mean, it really depends, I think, on what sort of line the players want to play, what items they have. Do they already think that they have a pretty darn good board before they even have to select that 2-1 augment? Maybe they're going to play more for tempo. We could see some more kind of greedy moves, if not. But the thing is, when you do go eco augments in a prismatic lobby, it's so risky because the amount of combat power that the combat augments bring can really ramp up the pace of the lobby and make you take way more damage than you would otherwise do. So there's a lot of tough decisions in these lobbies. And just to be frank, I mean, the difference in like expected average placement from getting the best and the worst augment when you're in Prismatic is just way higher than it is when you're playing a gold or a silver lobby, right? Because there's just such a massive swing in power between them.
When you think about combat augments, my mind immediately goes to something like Jeweled Lotus. You get like 40% crit chance, which can help out any sort of board. And usually when I see the Jeweled Lotus at gold or even silver, I'm like, I feel like there's something better I could be taking here. But when you see it as prismatic, I'm like, oh, that's an instant grab.
Yeah, and it's really interesting, right? Because Jeweled Lotus has so much power in the late game, but early game it's outclassed by a lot of these other augments, right? So, you know, if you do see it early game and you're going to go for it, you have to know that you're going to be, you know, struggling against some of these other boards potentially. Things like Roll the Dice that are going to give you those Rascal Gloves. Like, that is just going to make you win so many rounds early. Hologram, if you have a strong headliner, can make you win a lot of rounds early. Freaky Friday can be really strong as well. Just getting you these early items can be very, very powerful. But there's so many different ways that you can go. You know, Roll the Dice, like I'm expecting that Dish Soap would go towards that. He's someone who really does prioritize that kind of early power. And this is the highest average placement first augment of any prismatic in the game. So if you feel that you have a decent board that you can play, Radiant Rascal's Glove is just insane, right? Like, at the end of the day, you're getting 2 Radiant items on your board. He's clearly not going to be playing Punk Reroll or anything like that because he did actually just immediately level, sold off some of the extra copies. But that's 2 Radiant items on the board immediately. And I'll be interested to see if he's going to slam at Titans and play around, you know, melee reroll or anything like that. But that feels like less of Dish Soap style. He's much more someone who really does like to prioritize playing towards those 4-cost carries.
I think the Rascal Gloves will certainly help out with that. And when you have such a strong start, by having that Punk synergy online, those stacks can really make sure that you're getting the most value out of your lower cost units. So maybe that will be able to carry him through these first couple of rounds. But like, take a look at that. That's total domination for this very first combat.
I mean, it's just almost impossible to beat Rascal's Gloves early on unless they super low roll the items that they get. Like, Radiant items just have an insane amount of power, right? So having 2 on your board this early is just worth so much. Like, if your board is absolutely insane and you also have really good combat augment, then maybe you can beat it. But largely, it's just like a free win streak. And especially here, he's actually going to use the Punk reroll, I believe, there. So he does get the Vi upgraded, which is going to feel really, really nice. So now Vi 2, and it rerolls the items, and now he has just godlike items. So this is the guaranteed win, I have to say, unless he's playing someone else that has something really insane. But I just can't imagine being able to punch through this Vi here. There's also some other interesting options. So Kyun did take Hologram, another really strong early one, because you're just getting that second unit. And hologram, I'm seeing a lot of people these days just force into Lulu reroll with hologram, really liking that. So that's a cool, strong option. We saw Soju, he was one of the first people that they actually played against, was playing Living Forge. That's much more of like a scaling option where, every 10 player combats, you're getting an additional artifact gamble. So a lot of different choices. And Setsuko with level up, I feel like this is classic Setsuko. This is like, he is the person that when there's Fast 9 meta, that's the guy you want to go watch because he's the one who knows how to do it best.
Even Fast 8 in this position too feels really nice to be able to hit some of those big comps early, like especially if you're going to go Heartsteel here, you might have a better shot of being able to hit that Ezreal headliner if you decide to stay within that Heartsteel line and just AD flex in general. So it feels really nice to be able to have that 3 Heartsteel start early as well with that Heartsteel Cassante headliner. Going up against Dish Soap though, this is I feel like where we get a chance to just continue to see the power level here. It's going to be the two Nars actually now instead.
Yep, just playing it double Gnar, really strong individual units. That is going to be, getting the Mosher bonus as well, of course, from that buy. It's just, you can see the power of Rascal's Gloves, right? Like, the Vi just doesn't even die. You don't kill a single unit, which does suck. Setsuko, his first game of the day was that Heartsteel game, where he got the 5 Heartsteel, raised the stakes, wasn't able to actually get anything, or maybe it was the second game, excuse me, but wasn't able to actually get anything from it and ended up going 8th. So was a bit of a rough one, but he is back and he is playing level up with Heartsteel, so no combat power there. You definitely want to be able to get those early cash outs and then really push levels, get an incredibly strong board. You can obviously go Fast 8 and then roll some there to be able to try to get a 4-cost headliner. In my experience playing with a level up a lot, I generally feel like unless you can get to 9, you're not going to be doing that well in the lobbies though, because there's so much combat power in these other augments. Like, you just need to have better set of traits, better set of units. And when you get to 9, that's when you can more realistically start getting more of those legendaries on your board and get your board to a point where hopefully it can kind of just outpace what other people are getting from theirs.
I was even just taking stock of some of the other prismatic augments that we have in the lobby. Wajan Iverson did take the Pandoras, so we'll have a Radiant item to continue to reroll until he's happy with the outcome. And then we actually have 2 Freaky Friday players as well. You were just talking about how Infinity Force can be so good, but the Radiant Rage Blade, what?
Was that a reforge into that? Or what just happened? Because we already saw his items reroll, so I'm not sure if he just reforged.
I think he just reforged that. What a high roll!
I was gonna say, like, the risk of playing with Pandora's as a prismatic is that if you are only willing to take a specific item, sometimes you just have no item for a really long time because you can roll back and forth between useless stuff forever, right? With a Kale 2 that early and the Radiant Rage Blade, he's just playing Kale reroll. Like, he's just locked in on that. There's almost no doubt in my mind. I can't see him ever pivoting from it. He is on a 4 loss streak though, and again, you're gonna get pounded in these early rounds if you do not have a strong board because everyone's combat power is gonna be that much higher. Now it's kind of question mark time. I was gonna say, is he gonna go for raise the stakes? No hesitation. Does raise the stakes again. But this is going to mean Setsuko is going to take a lot of damage because your board is going to be so much weaker than your opponents with no combat augment and with no real upgraded units besides that headliner, no items slammed, that are actually completed as well. So Setsuko is going to be in a spot where 4 more losses here is going to put him relatively low on health. And because he doesn't have that 5 Heartsteel, wow, he's actually really worried about potentially winning a round. So he sells off even more of his board. And maybe his read is that, okay, so he for sure, with the Aphelios in the front line, he thought someone could actually lose to him. So maybe someone else sold their board that we hadn't seen, or maybe he was worried that he could actually beat Wajan Iverson because he wasn't playing a headliner. But obviously you cannot afford to win from that spot, but this just means he's taking even more damage.
I mean, look at that already. Like, you run into Malala, who does have the Freaky Friday augment, so that Infinity Force Olaf is just absolutely dishing out damage. This, at least at Krugs, is an opportunity for players to get a couple more items, maybe get a little bit of gold, find a way to stabilize. But I love that we're checking out Kyun's board because this was one of the hologram players that we saw briefly as an opponent for somebody else, and just being able to get the Spellweaver in already feels nice. The emo, and it's a great pivoting point for that Lulu, which is already on the board.
Yep, absolutely. Does have that Lulu already, but just trying to keep his health high as possible. Does also have a duplicator that I assume was just from some sort of orb, which is also going to be really, really nice when you are playing these reroll lines. Obviously, he's not going to be going for any 3. You know, maybe he picks it up and sees kind of like if he just randomly hits it. But from here, you're definitely, I think, going to be wanting to play towards that Lulu. And we'll see when he does actually sell off his Annie. You know, most of the time, if you can keep your board relatively stable, you'll just wait till 7, roll then. But sometimes if people are really feeling pressured, they could do it a little bit earlier. Now over here on Wajan Iverson's board, he feels like he needs to roll to stabilize because he's actually even lower than Setsuko. So knows he's in a bit of a tough spot. He buys that Pantheon. It is just to buy some time and kind of preserve some HP. He's going to sit on this Pantheon till 6, then likely sell that, roll back down, and really dig for that Kale. Because he does now have basically the perfect Kale items here. He has the Radiant Rage Blade, he has the Gunblade, and then with Superfan, you'll get that second Rage Blade. And if he can actually hit this Kale 3 relatively early on, it is going to get insane.
Yeah, well, Wajan Iverson is now going to be going up against that 7th place player, Setsuko, who has raised the stakes. Checking in on his board, it does look like he's going to be able to take down a couple more units, but that's still a huge hit here. And I wonder just how much HP Setsuko's even going to be able to have heading into the rest of stage 3. But Soju as well. I love being able to check out his board because for the most part, we've seen Soju as actually one of the only players to tend towards the Akali and the Karthus, which we were even saying yesterday was a composition we hadn't necessarily seen a whole lot of, but he's so flexible.
Yeah, I think he's really prioritizing playing lines that aren't contested, right? Now, some options here for him. Stationary support can be quite strong, but you also can kind of low roll. Cyberbulk is just insanely popular amongst pro players, so I think it's almost always just going to be that instant slam, especially when you're playing Cyberbulk with another item augment. It's really nice because you can spread those around, you get even more value from it. And because we know he's playing Living Forge, he's going to have multiple additional artifacts, you know, on his team, so that's even more value there. With these slams, it feels like he actually going to commit to this? I think he is going to commit to playing towards this cat reroll.
Wow.
I don't know if he's going to bail out and maybe try to transition this to something else later, but the JG makes me feel like he's kind of committing to it, and this is going to be interesting to see how this actually works out for him, because cat reroll has not gone well, I think, for basically anyone.
It hasn't looked good. I think that the stats on it, we always look at Katarina reroll or even just crowd divers in general as a really great trait to put into your team, especially if you can reroll the Katarina. But I feel like the damage that we've seen from this cat just feels so underwhelming if it's not hitting the right targets or it's not doing enough. In this instance, it does look like at the very least you're taking down a couple of units. As long as you can take care of this Olaf, you're feeling pretty good. But this is also like just... Can he actually find the Katarina? I don't know. That's...
Yeah.
I'm unconvinced, I guess I'll say.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of people hit the Katarina, but just kind of lose anyway, right? And it's also playing the country variant because he didn't actually hit Crowd Diver Katarina, which is much worse in my experience. You know, you can obviously splash in one country, and that's fine. Oh my God, Wajan Iverson already has Kale 3, by the way.
Wow.
3-3. That is insane. He is going to have a really good game. And he's just got into Mumu too, so that is actually
he's
nuts.
Stable.
So he is in a really good spot to push high level and maybe win out this game. Setsuko here, this is going to be his last loss, you know, well, hopefully for him, before his cash out. So he's going to be able to get that cash out, and then we're going to see what he gets, and we're going to see what he can get done from there. He obviously is spending a little bit of gold here. He's trying to preserve some HP, so he went 7. He did go below 50 here to try to preserve some HP. He slammed the red buff. He put down some items, so he's committing towards an AD flex line with the even shroud, with the crown guard, with the red buff. We know that's going to be what he's playing, and the question is, how quickly can he hit, and can he stabilize from there? Because for sure he's going to have to roll some at 8, right? So it's going to go into a PvE round. He's going to get his cash out, probably hoping to get some gold. And then if he can go 8 and quickly hit a good headliner, like an Ezreal headliner or a Zed or something along those lines that can hold the items, maybe even a Caitlyn, he's going to be able to then hopefully stabilize and then push 9, maybe even push 10. And that's where you can actually win from this spot. If he gets stuck rolling at 8, though, he's not going to have a good game. Like, he's going to get you know, really, really passed up by some of these other players who have those combat augments, and some of these players who are already coming online. Like, you know, you run into Wajan Iverson, who already has Kale 3, as he starts to get, you know, these additional traits in, gets Edgelords, gets Pentakill and Superfans online, and you're going to be taking some tough losses.
Yeah, Dish Soap as well, actually, who he just went up against. I want to call out that he actually picked up Lucky Gloves on top of the Rascal.
Oh,
So you're always going to have great items, and
Here's the
that's
roll.
something you could totally play around. But it's going to be a Zach pickup immediately from that roll down. Just wants to have something good in the front line. You've got the Ari as well for another just good 4 cost in the back. The Spellweaver too with the Sentinels. Do you think this is going to be strong enough, though? Because he didn't really have a whole lot of gold to work with.
Yeah, it's tough, right? So this is one of these tough situations, and he is so good at evaluating these spots, but I really am not sure if this is enough, right? Because he is committed, obviously, to the AD line. You can just kind of put the items onto the RE, maybe because the GS or something like that. Yeah, so the GS obviously works both for the AD line and for the AP line here to be able to kind of give you a little bit of power, and he's really just hoping that he can stabilize, win some rounds, and then be able to go 9, right? And the reason he picked up this early headliner is because he doesn't want to get trapped playing this game where you're just rolling down, searching for something really specific. So he's hoping that bruiser Zach would stabilize him with the 4 bruisers, and then he can maybe just natural into some better item holders and then move from there. But this is really, really tough because he's at 28 HP. He doesn't have Heartsteel in, so he has no more gold coming in. He doesn't have a good item holder, and he still needs to kind of be able to go 9 realistically to have a good game from here. So Setsuko's kind of in a terrible spot if he can't just natural up some of these strong units, and especially with some really strong players in the pool. If Setsuko runs into the wrong player, he could just be toast.
And this is something that Setsuko can't afford either. Like, he's sitting in
Yeah.
that 13th spot and only so many points, and he really needs a good game to start to turn around his favor. Meanwhile, when we take a look at Spencer's board, we get a bit of a check-in here that he's also taken Hologram, but this is a bit of a different flavor. I'm not sure with what you have on the board, you want to go something like the Lulu reroll. It almost feels like he's preparing for, like, Hologram TF.
Yeah, I mean that would be pretty interesting. We'll see where he does end up going. You know, I haven't really seen a lot of success with that. You know, generally with hologram, you know, almost always I'm seeing people, you know, push towards that Lulu. You know, it seems by far the most common. You can play, you know, kind of just some of the KDA lines. I have seen people play it with Ari. I have seen people play it with Akali and so on. But one of the things that really makes a Lulu hologram so effective is the fact that it's actually spamming out CC. You know, it's being able to actually, you know, have a lot of value beyond just like the damage that it's dealing. Setsuko though makes it to this PvE phase. He won his last round really critically. He's at 40 gold, so he's going to sell the headliner now, and he's going to try to stabilize here. Remember, he has level up, so you know his levels do cost a lot less. If he can get some good gold here, you know, maybe it'll be interesting to see if he tries to push straight to 9 before he rolls, or if he's going to roll back down at 8, because his board is really garbage right now, right? He has 0 upgraded units, which does put him in a very tough spot, and only gets the 1 chain, gets a little bit of gold, but like not any obvious items that he would want to be able to slam here either. There's an Azael pickup. He's going to be rolling, knows that he's in a tough spot, really wants a 4-cost headliner that's going to set him up well. And he is going to pass the thresh, which means now he's kind of in desperation time because you don't want that. You don't want that. Now you don't even have gold to really buy anything if you hit it. But oh, there's the Azael. That is a crazy potential bailout here for him. He's going to have to.
Doesn't have gold.
He's going to have to sell some bench.
Pieces.
Yeah. He's going to buy 100%. Doesn't have ideal items for it because again, he got that chain, which really kind of sucks. You know, so he's going to have the GS, he's going to have the red buff, but you don't really want to slam Shojin. He just feels that it's desperation time. So the Shojin is basically going to be his blue buff. The GS is going to be his IE, and he's just going to hope that this is going to stabilize him, and he can start to win here. He does have Heartsteel back in as well, so there's some potential if he can win. You know, it's maybe not going to be massive cash outs, but you can start to get a little bit of extra economy, and then hopefully be able to push levels.
Well, that was a critical win over Malala to at least feel like there's some amount of foundation being built on this board, but will it end up actually being enough? It feels like now, maybe, and he also gets a chance to pick another augment here. Oh, binary airdrop would have felt so nice,
But he just slammed all his items. That's the
I
tough part,
know.
right? And Prismatic is garbage, so you basically have to take a roll of the dice or binary, but he has no remover, so he basically has to take a roll of the dice. I don't really feel
Yeah.
like you have an option. That's tough. If he hadn't slammed that Shojin, but you can't say it's a mistake because he's so low on health, right?
Yeah,
Like,
he had to. It definitely
Yeah.
felt like he had to.
yeah, I agree. But binary would have been way better from his spot. Roll the dice is much worse later in the game, as far as like the value that you're getting from that, especially if you don't have like Lucky Gloves or some sort of combo. He also doesn't have a super strong Lucky Gloves holder on his board. You know, generally it's around a lot of these 4 costs, things like Poppy. Like if you could have a Poppy 2 or something like that to slam it on, it could be really high value. That's a unit that can kind of make use of almost anything that you do roll into. But there's nothing great on his board, but that's kind of the variance. And especially in these prismatic lobbies, you know, if you hit a bad augment, it really hurts your game.
Spencer, on the other hand, was able to take Unleashed Arcana on top of the hologram, so did end up selling all the disco units he was holding on his bench in favor of being able to pick up this Thresh headliner. But now I wonder, do you try to go for something like the Ari hologram? There are a couple of options here, I think, within the AP line that he could tend towards. He is going to get this, like, Mordekaiser 2 if he wants it, just for an extra bit of sustain. We'll have to see where he ends up taking that.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, the Thresh for now, I think, is fine. You know, again, a lot of the people do like hologramming units that have CC. You know, that can definitely provide a lot of value. You know, having that really strong front line can be nice. And we'll see where he wants to go from there. You can go towards Ari, but like, you know, an Ari without items, which is going to be your hologram unit, isn't going to have like a tremendous amount of value. It's not super tanky. It's not going to do that much damage. But you're not always going to have the ideal choices. Here we have Malala, who's playing hologram. So it's a Riven 3 hologram. Does have double Infinity Force plus the Hodge. So some interesting items there. And the Riven is going to at least, you know, buy some space here. We'll see if it's going to be enough to get this win. Looks like it should definitely be, as this is just a Senna 2 still. Really nice to be able to actually run into the Senna player when they are 1 off. As Soju, you know, has still not hit here. It's 4-3. He's dead broke, and he is in a really rough spot. He's already really low in the standings. He needs to hit this desperately, or he's going 8th. Like, even if you hit from this spot this late, hitting a Senna 3 isn't always going to save your game, right? Because people are going to have these higher cap boards, and with Senna to actually win out, you generally need to get a lot of secondary carries, other things online that are going to be able to kind of set you up for success in the late game.
He also took Infernal Contract. Like, just like taking a stock of now, like all of the prismatic augments that were chosen, like taking Infernal Contract feels like he was almost in panic mode a little bit to like have to try to spike.
Well, I've got to say, taking Infernal Contract and not having Senna 3, that is like an egregious low roll. Like that is
so
really
bad.
brutal. You're supposed to 3-star your whole board with Infernal to be able to actually do anything, right? Like, this is supposed to be a board where you're getting 3-star Echo, 3-star Nico, 3-star Senna, and you're trying to use that to get yourself a top 4. The fact that he didn't even get a 3-star Senna is horrible. Like, that is so unlucky, honestly. When we first looked at that previous fight, I didn't even realize that he had taken Infernal Contract. So, I mean, not hitting by 4-5 is already bad. This is like an egregious low roll, like an illegal low roll. This is rough.
This is not looking good. This might be an 8th here for Soju unless he's able to turn it around here. Like, you even have the 1-star Ari, the 1-star Akali, no way to be able to upgrade those. And you're running into Biri, who is starting to get some stuff online. You can see the Alawi just really helping out in the front, and that's it. Soju's out of here. That is an 8th.
Yeah, that is really brutal for Soju, and that's just his chances are starting to kind of slip away a bit here because he is very low in points. I believe he had 5 points. You know, coming into this game, he's going to only get 1. So being only at 6 points after 3 games basically puts you in a spot where you almost have to go like first to be able to get out, right? Like, it's pretty desperate times at this point. Setsuko has stabilized. He got Viego 2. Viego, another really good Rascal Gloves holder, so that is very nice. Was able to get that Poppy upgraded as well. And now we have 7 Pentakill, 3 Edgelord here. And it is not a Superfan board, but there's a Golden Egg for Weijin Iverson. So if he can actually stay strong enough to cash this out, that is definitely a path to a first place. But he's getting low, and Golden Egg is so risky. Like, he just got obliterated. He was at 29 before this. He is now going to be getting really low. He's at 18 health. If you take a bad enough loss, that could be 1 life. It's probably 2, but he is probably a mile away from cashing out this Golden Egg. And it is always just so risky to take in prismatic lobbies because even if you're winning all your rounds, if someone takes Jeweled Lotus as their 3rd augment and you take Golden Egg, like the power swing there is insane. Like, you're just picking nothing. You're getting no augment, and their board is getting monstrously stronger. So it's super risky.
Hyuna took the Jeweled Lotus as well for that third and final Prismatic Augment. So you have a lot of chances to run into somebody that has increased the power of their board tremendously. At the very least, you have a little bit of breathing room here. You've got Raptors. Maybe you get something else to pair with the belt.
You can beat Raptors, that's for sure.
Yeah, like I would hope so. I don't think we've ever seen somebody die to Raptors, but we sure have seen people die to Krugs.
That is the bright spot, I guess. But if that's the cloud there, the bright spot, it's going to be a bit tough.
The grass is greener.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what he can get done. But the HP on the right side is incorrect right now, because I know obviously Setsuko, is a little bit higher up. Soju's dead. But Wei Shin Iverson has potentially 1 life. 18 health is very low. If you get blasted, you could have just the 1 life. He should have 2 lives. But we don't know exactly how close he is to actually cashing out that egg. He's probably going to need at least a couple rounds. And if you're getting losses, you're not really getting very close to it. You only get the 1 per round as opposed to the 2. But over here on Biribiri's board, does have that Akali too. That's going to have to get a lot of work done for her. And going up against Dish Soap, who is playing True Damage Caitlyn, which we haven't seen in a long time, but still can be quite strong.
Yeah, when you're able to get a couple of true damage champions online, and even just with the emblem itself, it feels like Caitlyn does way more damage. But it is going to be down to the set at the moment with those Irradiant Gloves, and I think the Akali is just so strong at this point, especially when you're able to get an Infinity Force on her. She is dealing so much damage, and the red buff certainly helps out with that attack speed too.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to get in the backline, has pretty good backline access with this comp. And Dish Soap, lost those backliners very early. Wei Shin Iverson picks up another loss, so he's on 3 health. Would love to know how close he is to actually cashing out this egg, because that is the dream at this point. But I'm just so surprised. I really wonder what his options were, because I felt like with the super early Kale 3, with the Radiant Rageblade on the Kale, I thought he was in a great spot to be able to actually, push for potentially a first place. So I would be shocked to see him, going out in a 7th. The egg really not paying dividends just yet, but we'll see if he can actually win against Setsuko, who has gotten to 9 now, has gotten a lot of these luxury units in. Jazz is online. You can see the Lucian is picked up in that back line. We'll see if this Kale can get it done.
Yeah, you got the Viego as well that he was able to 2-star, but it's just not going to be powerful enough to get through that front line. And Wei Shin Iverson does not get a chance to cash out that egg. That is a 7th. And there are a couple of players that are not too far behind him either when you take a look at the next 4 on the chopping block.
Yeah, and it's going to start getting a little bit scarier for some of these people that are up towards the top. Biribiri, she has been on a pretty big streak here, and I think that it's going to be enough to potentially get it done. But the CC with those double threshes is going to be able to get that win for Spencer. So Biribiri takes a loss. Setsuko is going to be getting pretty scary for people as he is at 9. We'll see if he's just going to continue staying at 9 for the rest of the game and really try to upgrade his board there, or if he feels he's stable enough to maybe even try to push for 10 with that level up. But a lot of players getting some very scary boards at this point. And it's going to be pretty terrifying for some of the players up near the top. Kyun has stayed very healthy, and it's just going to be kind of hoping that, Setsuko, Malala, Dish Soap, these people that are, 20, 30 HP behind him are going to be starting to get killed off.
Yeah, I think Biribiri, though, I'm looking at some of the upgrades that she can make. Like, that front line is still pretty weak, but when maybe the Alawi with those items is able to withstand enough. But when you've got this Riven that's just absolutely shredding through things, how many stacks that 8-bit has as well?
Yeah, and that's an 8-bit spat, by the way, that Malala was able to get. So, and I think it was an 8-bit Riven, right? Like, if we could actually check Malala's board, so that would be 6 8-bit. This is like almost guaranteed a first. Then it feels like when you get 6 8-bit, you have good items on the Viego, you have good items on the Caitlyn. 6 8-bit adds so much damage, it is crazy. Dish Soap, this set, trying to get it done with the Radiant items. The healing is probably going to be too much for the Akali, and oh, that was so close.
1 auto. That is wild. I thought with that dash for sure that set was going to go down, but that's a really, really big win there for Dish Soap to be able to take. Now looking at the carousel, I feel like there's some pretty nice items here. I think just being able to take the Giant Slayer is always super comfy, but ooh, did you see that snipe? Dish Soap was able to take that thresh.
Yeah, Dish Soap very likely doesn't have any healing debuffs. No red buff, no no Morello, so I wanted to be able to have some of that. It's very important, especially when you're playing against some of these melee carries that are all going to be using healing. Obviously, there's a couple of Kali players, there's a Riven player. It was edgelord,
okay.
so it
I
is
was
not
wrong.
is not the 6 8-bit, so it is edgelord, but still incredibly strong board. 4 8-bit, 5 edgelord. The spat obviously really still valuable because it's just putting so much extra power on that Viego. It does make it very much a triple threat team. It is not that kind of like guaranteed first place that 6 8-bit can be, but still this is a really strong setup with the hologram as well. You know, having that additional just kind of tankiness, that additional space that first Riven is going to be able to make is pretty big. And the Viego with Last Whisper as well as the Sunfire Cape, it's the healing debuff, it's the armor pen, and it's just kind of trying to set up for that Riven and Caitlyn.
Yeah, you can see just how much work it's putting in as well. That Steadfast Heart is just really not helping to save that. Maybe the Ahri is able to get some single target damage, but she is quickly being overwhelmed. So Spencer is going to lose this combat. And I love too for this board with Malala having the 8-bit spat, you also don't need to run the Corki, which is super nice. I think you save some room on your board for something else that's a little bit more impactful. But another very close fight here. That Akali is putting in so much work here for Biribiri, whether it's getting access to that backline like you were mentioning, or just cleaning up a couple of units there.
Yeah, and Biribiri doing very well despite not actually being able to level up a lot of these units. You know, has two Viegos, 2 Karthus, hasn't been able to actually pair those up. And over on Setsuko's board, you know, he took a loss. He's on 1 life. Not able to actually find Lucian 2, unfortunately. That's really what you would want. Now, you know, selling off the allow, he's realizing the desperation time here, knows he needs that upgraded carry. Not going to be able to find it, unfortunately. Does have 2 Poppy 2s. So there is, you know, a slight angle for a Poppy 3, but he has to be able to win the round first. And I don't think his team is going to be able to get it done against this double Riven 3 with the hologram.
I think that's so interesting to see hologram being played in that way as well, because of how much we talked about maybe a couple of the AP lines that you could go down. But hey, this is sort of the creativity that we need to see from these players in order for them to find that edge on the competition. And maybe it's just the edgelord edge right there. It is going to be a big knockout though. Setsuko going down in 6, and the lobby is even closer than it was when we last checked in with the last knockout.
Yeah, it's incredibly close. And Setsuko, again, you know, another one of those players that really needed the points. He's at 6 points. Soju and Setsuko both really low in the standings, you know, coming on into this game. So they're in a tough spot now, not being able to actually pick up very many points from this. You know, Soju was in 7th and Setsuko was in, Soju was in 12th and Setsuko was in 13th coming into this game. And obviously you need top 8 to be able to get to that final day. There are still 3 games after this, but you're definitely in a really tough spot.
Because you have to change up your play style as well, right? And if you know that you need to play for those first, second, third positions, you have to be a little bit more riskier in your play. And right now, that risk has not really paid off for Setsuko with those Heartsteel cash outs. Dish Soap, though, just got ultra strong.
Yeah, that was a really nice hit, actually. So he goes 9. He didn't have a lot of gold to roll, but instantly got the Z2 upgrade, and he got a Thieves Gloves from that PvE phase, or from that last little item that he popped. So he's going to have a Thieves Gloves. He has Lucky Gloves, so he has so many itemized carries. You know, that Z2, pretty nice spike, gets him EDM. He doesn't have Crowd Diver in right now for it, but still, you know, 2 items on that Zed with the Lucky Gloves. He has so many threats on this board, and he is really looking scary.
Yeah, he's able to kind of switch out one of those true damage champions for something like the Kiana to be able to get that Crowd Diver online. But, I mean, Spencer is just out after having to face this strong board from Dish Soap. So we do have our top 4 that have been decided in this game number 3. And Dish Soap is above everybody right now. He just, the hit, and he's also win streaking. It's going to be hard to take him down now.
Yeah, it is going to be really hard since we last saw Biribiri's board. She's been able to get some upgrades, though, which is going to be feeling pretty nice. So the Viego 2 came in, the Karthus 2 came in. So those are some of those key upgrades that she was going to be rolling for here. Would love to be able to cap out around, you know, getting a Yorick 2, those kind of things, but not really going to have the gold to be able to go for it just yet. And we'll see how she's going to do. Kyun has gotten that Lulu 3, you know, was going towards it with the hologram. We'll see how this is going to perform.
Especially when you've seen just how impactful that CC can be. There's nothing really stopping some of these big stuns coming out from the Lulu. The Karthus still has a chance to cast though, so we'll be able to take out that backline. And now it comes down to the Sakali, who we have seen just be such a finishing move. And Biri is going to take this win again. And now has a little bit more gold to work with, gets the Ahri, and hopefully that'll continue to just keep that backline super strong.
Yep, gonna be in a pretty good spot. Kyun though still has some gold, so Kyun has room to grow. Either can roll more on 8, try to get some more 3 stars, or push towards 9, because he was on 40 gold before even getting the interest from that round. So now he's still sitting. He knows he has 2 lives. It's a PV around next, so he's likely going to be going towards 9. He's not actually close at all to getting any sort of more upgrades. So it's just going to be about going to 9. You know, maybe trying to get in Jazz or something along those lines. Maybe even just like a Sona or whatever for 5 Spellweaver, something like that. Could be pretty powerful, so we'll see where he's going to look to, but definitely has a strong board and still has a chance to win this game. Going to be going up against Dish Soap, and that Caitlyn in the corner is just kind of wreaking havoc right now, but does get burst down, and he's actually going to be able to win this. Dish Soap could be dead.
Ooh, he is dead. That's 4th. We were looking at his board and just how many upgrades he had hit. He felt so strong, but it is going to just be the Lulu right now. Getting that online, Lulu and Thresh, it feels so good to be able to have any amount of CC because no one really has anything to stop that right now. You look at augments like Silver Veil or even just sometimes being able to shed that with a Quicksilver, and you can't do that now.
Yeah, they don't have any real answers to the CC, absolutely. And I mean, it just shows how powerful this board is, right? Like, Dish Soap was on Lucky Gloves, Rascal Gloves. Basically, every unit on his board had full items, and he was level 9, and he got kind of blasted by a Lulu reroller at level 8, right? Like, if you hit this, it is just so powerful. And again, it's a lot of these reroll players that are alive now. We have Riven 3, Lulu 3, Biri, the lone kind of 4-cost player, still alive, but on 1 life here, down at 10 health. Malala on 1 life as well. It's all about positioning in these final rounds, and we'll see if they can get it done against this Lulu. It is a ghost board here for Malala, so Malala should be fine. So I kind of want to see, you know, what's going on that other board and see if Biri is going to be able to survive.
Yeah, Biri is certainly on last life here, and I'm very eagerly watching that sidebar to see if she is going to be able to stabilize here. Nope, that is going to be a knockout. So Malala and Kyun now are top 2. Biri though put up a heck of a fight. Like, feel like especially with that front line still needing a couple of upgrades, that back line put in a lot of work, especially that Akali.
Yeah, Biri able to go out with a 3rd. Gonna be feeling pretty good about that. There's Kyun now, has gone to 9. Trying to dig for something, gets the 5 Spellweaver online, so gonna be feeling pretty good about it. It is just a Seraphine 1 that gets put in, but that still is pretty significant as far as the spike for the team, because, you know, it is that headliner obviously gonna be benefiting from it. Has a lot of items here, you know, with the binary, and we'll see. I think he's gonna be able to get it done. There's no QSS on Riven, so no answer to all the CC that's gonna be able to get spammed out, and Riven is also opposite side to these Lulus, so I feel like Kyun should have the edge, but we'll see.
Ooh, well, that front line is starting to get obliterated here, but the Lulus are still able to protect this Ahri to get some casts off. It's just down to the Caitlyn, and will that Hextech Gunblade healing enough? No way!
That was crazy close. I thought, you know, initially that it was gonna be the Lulu player coming out way on top. Then it looked like it was gonna be really close. In the end, I thought the Ahri would have been able to beat that Caitlyn, but that final ult comes through from the Caitlyn, and just 100 to 0 is the Ahri. So now it's just about trying to adjust positioning, trying to dig for any sort of last upgrades you could get. There is going to be a little bit more gold coming in for both these players. Kyun potentially still has 2 lives if it's a really close one, but definitely on a bad loss going into stage 7. You could easily be dead here. You know, would love to get an Alawi 2. Would be digging for that. There's a Mumu too, but what's he even going to put it in for? We're going to keep rolling, see if we can find any more upgrades. You know, still sitting on like Gragas 1, on Lilia 1, on Seraphine 1. Not that they would make too big a difference, but, you know, maybe that little bit of extra HP could mean something in a big fight.
Yeah, I'm even just thinking about making sure you still have that 5 Spellweaver online. I don't think you can afford to take out something like the Gragas, because that Spellweaver is helping out a lot in terms of just how much ability power this board is actually getting. So will this positioning make a difference here? You can see a bit of a swap around of those tanks in the front line as we start to get into this combat with Malala.
Yeah, there's a Kane even picked up as well, so I don't know if that's 7 edgelord or not on the other side, but Riven again getting the back line. This Viego though getting low, and Riven actually gets stuck on the Seraphine a little bit of time here, so I think this one could be going the other way. We'll see if that last cast is going to come out, and it is from that Lulu, and that should be enough. No, the ulti again from the Caitlyn kills multiple members and does exact lethal there. Malala gonna be able to come away with the win. That was crazy that Caitlyn got so much work done.
What a roller coaster as well, because like you look at the positioning of that, you look at where the Riven's going, and you're like, oh, no worries. This Lulu is still safe. She's getting so many stuns, so much CC going across the way. But yeah, that Caitlyn, I'm not a Caitlyn doubter anymore. You know, when Caitlyn got changed a patch ago, it was like, okay, but is she still Baitlyn, or is this like an actual carry that you can go for? And it seems to be the case. She can carry.
She can definitely carry. She was getting work done, but we're going to be heading to a break before we come back for another game here as the competition is ramping up.
All right, everybody, we are back on the desk. It's me, Gangly, with Boop and Casanova. We'll break down that last game. Boop, I want to talk first about what we saw from the very start, right? We're looking at a triple prismatic lobby. All of a sudden, I mean, especially for people who are relatively new to the game, I think it's important to set the groundwork of how a triple prismatic lobby alters the cadence of the game.
Yeah, I mean, cadence is a great word. I think tempo is another word that comes through a lot when it comes to triple prismatic. But it's such a unique situation where everyone is going to get to the peak, right? So it's almost like a sprint, you know, where other TFT is kind of like, hey, I'm going to kind of gauge myself. I'm going to get up there. When I get to the top, I'm going to have a little bit of water so I can sit down and like enjoy it, right? But with triple prismatic, you don't get any of that, right? It's just a sprint the whole time. And if you fall behind, you're just going to lose. And we saw that in this lobby as well. So on its most simple aspect, it really just works the players in a way where every decision just has to be made potentially faster and a little bit earlier, because you have access faster and a little bit earlier because of some of these prismatic augments.
And that's the big thing you have to look at, right? Because the cap ends up being the highest that you can get to in these triple prismatics. You actually just can't cap higher in TFT than in a triples prismatic lobby. That's just the nature of it, is the most power that you can get on a board. So we see multiple boards that would have just won any possible lobby that they could exist in that are all fighting off against each other. And even at the end of that game where we were almost in stage 7, players still had room to grow those boards.
There's so much to talk about in terms of the actual players' boards that we saw here. We don't have time to break down every one, but just like, you know, high level, Soju Infernal Contract never hitting the Senna 3, unbelievable low roll on his end. Wajan Iverson having this really great high roll stage 3 with the Kale, has the Radiant Ginsus, but then takes Egg and isn't able to convert on it. But Cass, I actually want to talk about Setsuko for a minute, because this is a player who in the standings is behind and opts to once again play high risk Heartsteel. And to me, I love this, because I think of Setsuko as a fearless player, and even if he is behind, being able to pilot these really high risk comps usually goes in his favor. It didn't surprise me that he opted into it, knowing full well that, like he did in this game, he could go bot 4, but it feels like a very Setsuko moment to me.
Yeah, he's honestly the most successful player all time at playing this kind of line, right? Just playing this full kind of loss streak. The only other person that comes to mind is like Milk, playing for one life is infinite lives and then winning out from there. But they've both done it in a lot of different ways, right? Where Milk will go all the way down and then do a huge roll down and then stabilize the board and go from there. Whereas Setsuko is a lot of time with econ augments and playing them kind of to their limit. He'll take an econ augment, and we've seen, you know, 1,000, 2,000 Heartsteel cash outs from him in the past and turning them into these massive cap boards. He used to do it with Final Reserves. That was the one I was looking for, right? So he's someone that we know can take these lost streak spots with an econ augment and turn it into a winning board. And it's just not working out for him so far today, but I'm glad that he's still going back to it, because 3 more games to go, and I think Setsuko could still find himself in those spots, and they could be first places in the upcoming games.
Yeah, as we're looking at the lower half of the standings here, a lot of really impressive names, unfortunately not having the greatest day. Robin, Malala, Precedent, Wajan, Setsuko, Ripple, Soju. Weird, I think, is the one player who really isn't one of the kind of mainstays, the all-stars of TFT, but this is a huge list of players, Boop, that have found themselves on the bottom half. And I mean, we heard Wajan say it at the top of the show, right? That this is possibly just the most stacked regionals we've ever had.
I agree, and I think that's probably why the games are so close and why the lobbies themselves have been so close, and the standings can too. But other than Dish Soap at the top, you got to give props to that, right? Especially since so many other people that we would consider along the lines of Dish Soap have been struggling with a 3-point lead right now. I actually think most people would have assumed the standings would literally be completely flipped than they are right now. And that is just, again, to show how good everyone is, that everyone's top 8, you know, potentially might actually be in the bottom 8 right now. It's risky. Some of our favorite players will not make it till tomorrow.
It's a really interesting spot to see the kind of flow of the standings right now, because this 3-point gap between Dish Soap and Degree does mean that the middle is going to be more compounded. To Cass, what that says to me is that there's going to be a very high level of volatility in terms of where these players are now versus where they are 2 games from now.
Yeah, it's really big, because like we're at the halfway point. So, you know, we always mention like, oh, it's halfway point, so it could literally flip exactly the opposite as it has been so far. It is possible, right? But as you're saying, because it's so squished in the middle, it's even more so just like, okay, yeah, these are the standings right now, but let's check back in 2 games and then we'll tell you, you know, if any of these players are actually in trouble. Because I even look at, you know, Setsuko and Soju towards the bottom at like 9 and 8 points. And I'm honestly not horribly worried for them as far as the overall course of the tournament. I think that those are still point totals where it's very realistic that in 3 games, either of them can make it to this bubble that is so squished together, and then it's going to be a big fight at the end. So we're going to have to keep those updates coming on game 4 and 5 and really see where this is going to tie all together.
We've talked a lot about the main characters of the event thus far, and I want to give credit to Dish Soap. This is a player that we entered today talking about these 2 big study groups, 10 of 16 coming out of those 2 study groups. Dish Soap, I reached out to him on Discord. I said, hey Dish, can you give me a breakdown of what your study group is? He responds 1 word, me. This is a Lone Ranger. He says, I'm not giving out any more tech to anybody else in this region. Stop copying my homework. If I find an edge, I want to keep it for myself. And Dish Soap has not been able to secure a first place finish. He's come very, very close multiple times. He's now in a place to make it to final day. This could be the tournament for Dish Soap. Now,
fingers crossed.
Game number 4 is ready. We're going to hand it off to our casters. Nekkra, Azael, take it away.
Thank you so much, Gangly. I'm excited to be back for another game of TFT, especially when, as they put it, this bubble is so compressed, like anybody could still make it at this point, even if you're in those bottom 4 spots.
Excuse me. Yep. So it does get tougher, obviously, as you go on. Soju only having 8 points is pretty tough. I mean, obviously, anyone can come back. We're only halfway through. But, you definitely need to start having some of those really good performances that we know that they can. Swapping over, seeing some new players here in this other lobby. Robin Songs, he's right on the bubble. He's sitting in 9th right now with 13 points. Ripple not far out behind that as well. So a lot of these players, really kind of in the mix. It just feels so incredibly close.
Yeah, but we're even seeing like a lot of people that are at the top end. We're like Kai Wang, Degree, both have 17 points. Rain and Replay are still fighting for the top average placement across both days. And so I think this is going to be a really interesting lobby to see if it can shake up any of those standings. When it comes to the portals that we have, though, Golden Prelude is definitely a fan favorite here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know if I'd say fan favorite. It's a pro favorite.
I take Unit Accelerator, actually. What about you?
Yeah, Unit Accelerator is pretty fun. I feel like, honestly, low-key, well, actually, not even low-key. All these portals are kind of boring. I don't feel like any of them do that much.
Where's my Crab Rave?
Yeah, golden, like, all the golden augment ones are just, like, that's just normal TFT. You're just giving me normal TFT that you were already going to give me, even if this portal wasn't here. Champion Duplicator is okay. Unit Accelerator, I feel like, is okay. I don't even feel like it really does much to the game. I mean, I think it makes some of the melee rerolls a little bit stronger, but it doesn't feel like it changes things up that much. And I always am much more someone who loves playing kind of the higher variance ones and the ones that are kind of just like making it feel like you're playing a totally different game.
I like loot subscription and then getting a boot at a stage or something. That's always a fun little Easter egg when I see that come through. But as we head into our first couple of rounds here of game number 4, hey, I would take the Tarek. I don't know about you, but I'd take the headliner Disco Tarek here. Do it.
Oh,
Show us the disco.
I hate disco, so I never click
No?
it ever. I think disco is really trash right now, but we'll see. Oh, there's a couple Heartsteel. It's interesting. So he did grab the disco headliner Tarek, but also with Aphelios and Cassante, maybe you want to be able to consider some sort of a different line. We'll see over here. Not too much going on right now on Rain's board. She's not going to be grabbing that Evelyn Crowd Diver. Evelyn really seems to kind of have fallen out of favor. For a while, people were playing it as just an early headliner, kind of similar to how people were using Olaf and Vi and stuff. But it feels like those 2 units kind of have outclassed it a fair bit now. And no one really seems to actually go for that early Evelyn these days.
I feel like when you're taking the early Evelyn, it's because you want to try to transition into like a Katarina reroll. She can be a great item holder for that, but even in that last game, Katarina just feels so underwhelming. So
yeah. Exactly. So it's like, are you really going to buy it that early? Are you going to commit towards going to that line? Maybe if you have perfect items, if you already have a couple Katarinas on your bench or something.
Yeah.
There's some interesting choices here, though, for Rain. Combat Caster can be really strong later in the game. Golden Ticket, I feel like no one clicks anymore. Tons of stats weak early. I feel like it's Vampirism for sure now. The Deathblade Augment, I feel like, is okay, but you need to have a strong board to actually be able to get value from it because you need to actually kill things to have a chance really to do that. And Over here, this is actually pretty nice. So Gambler's Blade plus a Heartsteel headliner for Prestivant. He unfortunately did not hit the Yone, the Set, or the Aphelios to actually get Heartsteel online, but Annie's actually not bad at all for holding attack speed items, and you can still earn some gold there. It is going to be a Morello Slam as well, interesting. So we'll see where he's going to go from this, but that could be leading you towards something like, you know, Seraphine reroll potentially. It can obviously just be, you know, held by something like a Viego if you want to play the melee lines, but a little bit surprising to see Morello's just slammed instantly. Maybe just feels like needs something to slam right off the bat.
Yeah, when I usually see Morello's, like, I think of it as personally a fairly inflexible item. Like, I've seen it a little bit even on Karthus as well, but it just feels like you might have found better value, or even being able to make a defensive item like a Sunfire Cape, since you still have that chain vest that's sitting on the bench. But hey, this is why we're back here and Prestivant is playing this game, because maybe he'll show us a new tech that I can't wait to take to my ranked games.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one of the reasons that people like Morello's a red buff a lot more than Sunfire is generally because they have better backline access, right? So Sunfire generally is only going to apply to the front line, whereas if you can get something that has, you know, good backline access, like a Viego, ult in the backline implies that healing debuff to multiple things. Red buff similarly. That's why people like it on champions like Ezreal, who has backline access. You can put it on some of those units that you really want to get that debuff on early. You want to get that burn on early. So that's one of the reasons people do kind of prioritize it over Sunfire. Sunfire can be good, but it's much more of that early game item. You know, it's there to kind of secure a win streak through stage 2, stage 3 potentially. But, you know, Morello definitely not bad, and we'll just have to see where he wants to go for it. You know, he's still obviously holding onto the Seraphine, couldn't make interest even if he sold it, so it's not really, you know, telling us for sure that he's going to go towards that line or anything.
Still keeping things pretty open. You see the Twitch and the Yasuo hold as well, so just maybe wanting to make sure that there is a little bit more direction before actually investing into something. As we check over at what Replay is up to, this is going to be a Heartsteel hit. You got the Heartsteel Cassante as well as the Aphelios in the backline, and you also have the Punk, so this is going to be a pretty strong Heartsteel board for some of the other variants that we've seen.
Yeah, and does have the support cache as the first augment, so did go support cache, went for that Aegis the Legion, I believe it's called. Does give you some attack speed, gives you some additional, you know, armor and MR as well, so it is quite a nice item and relatively easy to play around as far as the support items do go. There are some that are kind of like much more inflexible, whereas this one I think, you know, really kind of keeps your options open. You can basically play anything with it, so it's not that big of a deal. As you said, does have a pretty strong board, but I feel like he's kind of hit that sweet spot where, you know, you're probably going to lose most of your rounds, but just kind of barely lose them. He would love to lose this round by 1 unit. We'll see if he can actually get that, as it is going to be pretty close. But I think, unfortunately for him, the Jinx is going to just barely win. That would have been 3 loss, though, which feels so nice when you kind of hit that sweet spot where you're just barely losing every round. So you get that additional stacks from Heartsteel, but you're still killing off units. You're still keeping your health up.
Yeah, it's hard to tell what kind of win or loss streak you can actually generate when everybody at this stage is maybe you don't have a headliner in, so that could come into play in terms of the power level of the boards that you're hitting, but you're still in a very, very good spot having that Heartsteel online so early. We're heading into this next carousel, and I'm really curious to check in on what kind of items these players are building, because I think we've seen a lot more early slams of items as of late that have started to help with the trajectory of some of these players' boards.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, players, you know, at this level are almost always going to be playing more heavily around their items than they are around their units. Because that's something that is kind of like less flexible. So, you know, they're really trying to dictate, you know, the way that they're going to play the game based off the items that they have. And that's often how you can really tell when people slam items. You look and you start to think about what they're going to be actually playing with that, what would really fit into that sort of a composition. So, you know, you also just see the importance of tempo and keeping your health high, because the players are so good at making strong boards, really evaluating board strength at this level. And that's why so few players are really just like sitting on all their items and not slamming anything. You know, even a Heartsteel player here, who obviously wants to lose or is okay with losing at the very least, does still have a support cache item slammed. The red buff is down. You know, even putting that chain component in to be a little bit stronger, because he knows this is a round he's going to lose. So he's just probably trying to preserve as much HP as possible, kill off a couple extra units. And with that red buff slam, only a 2-unit loss. So Replay going to be feeling really good.
Yeah, despite that win earlier, you really love to be able to see that 1 or 2 units, and you also get the cash out here. Not quite able to hit that bump of the 40 hearts in the bank, but now does he decide to actually raise the stakes? He's scouting, as you can see him leave his board
We've seen it.
to see if he can.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it, I feel like, almost every single time. People have, when they get the early heart sale, they do go for the raise the stakes. This time it does not, so it's just 6 gold. Maybe feeling like he doesn't want to play too risky, because we've also seen that backfire quite a lot, to be honest. There's a Yone in shop, has the Riven as well. So there is some possibility of playing around, you know, potentially a Riven line, or maybe even more heavily into Crowd Diver, you know, with the Yone, with the Heartsteel as well. So it does have some options. You know, red buff obviously, you know, can go on Viego, things like that. So we'll see if he wants to sell off this Yone or Riven, because that'll give us a little bit of a hint if he's still kind of considering those lines.
Yeah, and it would give you 20 gold as well, so he might feel so inclined to do so. But I think it's really hard from this spot when you already have the punk stacks activated to feel like you're actually going to start to lose these combats. And in fact, he was proven right by winning this one against Rain. That Sentinel, the Blitzcrank in the front, also really helping to keep that front line stable. But that Riven was sold.
Yep, sold the Riven, so not going to consider playing that. And that's kind of what I expected, because he doesn't actually have any items that he can slam for the Riven right now, so it would be, you know, pretty risky to be going in towards that. Here we have Weird over on his board, is on that 5 loss right now, has 2 Yasuos without the Yasuo headliner, so it's an instant Yasuo 3 if he does actually find it. Hodge, IE, and GA are kind of considered by many to be BIS for Yasuo, but some people do like some different variants. So I think it's going to be a roll down here, and we kind of have to see, you know, is he going to be able to hit? The Echo is a really nice pickup. Of course, you're going to be wanting to play around some of that true damage, so going to be feeling pretty happy about that. And so let's see, can he actually hit? Because if you can hit right now, without, oh my god, he didn't have to roll. That's so good for him. Because now he's Edgelord, true damage, and has a lot of gold. So as long as you can start stacking from here, and even got really good components, so he could actually say, wow, he's rolling more. That is bizarre.
I wonder what he would be rolling for if not for maybe the Senna upgrade, but it looks like he's just going to sell off some extra to be able to make the 40 for interest. And that's still so much gold to work with, right? Oh, you even get the 4 true damage in. Never mind, you're fine.
Yeah, so I guess he was maybe just rolling to see if he could get that 4 true damage, but I thought he already had a cannon on bench, so I was a little bit surprised. But either way, 4 true damage, 3 edgelord, does slam that Edgenite, which is really, really nice. Does have a Reforger. He has a cloak for a potential even shroud. He has a glove, which could be his IE if he wants that. If he doesn't want to go the IE, he could obviously go GS or something with that bow. So he's got a lot of really good components. And also those components all are going to work on what his secondary carries will likely be. Things like a Kali later on are going to be really, really strong and allow this comp to actually potentially win out. Silver Veil is always pretty strong with these melee type of comps. So I think Silver Veil is definitely a reasonable choice. The 5% attack speed pretty nice as well. Of course, it is only the first CC effect, whereas Indomitable Will, if you have high burst, you get that first kill, your team is just basically permanently immune. So kind of an option between those. It did look like it was Silver Veil, I think, if I can remember the icon on that he went for. So this is kind of the, I don't know, more like middle of the road style option, I would say.
Not gonna lie, that little picture also looks like Combat Caster, so like
A lot of them look similar.
Similar sometimes. Yeah, I was seeing something from Clement where he's like, oh, well, if you see like a golden helmet, I'm screwed. Like, I don't know what that could be out of like 7 different options that all of these different augments could be. But yeah, I think this looks like a really, really strong board here for Weird as we head over to check out where Robin Songs is up to. He has played a lot of Riven reroll, really favoring some of these 3-cost reroll compositions, and does have the Corki in the backline, the big shot to match. I wonder if he feels like there is an opportunity to go that direction with things like the Gragas and the Bard on bench.
Yeah, I think from his spot, you know, with the items that he has slammed, I wouldn't expect him to go towards that Riven reroll. I think he's going to be playing kind of a similar game to what we saw from Soju in a lot of these games, which is going to be kind of, you know, just pushing levels, using this Olaf as an early item holder, and then going in towards things like the Pentakill with the Viego and that sort of a line. GA is definitely not like useless by any means on the Riven, but with GA Last Whisper, they're definitely not the items that you would love to get. And oh my god, 3-3 Ripple hits there on the Katarina, so he had some decent upgrades as well, but is on a 5 loss, is pretty low, so you've got a win streak from here. and we'll see if he's going to be able to do it, because that is a pretty quick 3-star cat, like very quick, honestly. And if he can start winning all his rounds from here and kind of rebuild, maybe we could see finally a Katarina have some success, as it has just not been working out for people.
No, and you're going up against this Yasuo as well, who's just able to slash through these 1-star units in the front. And when you have that Hand of Justice, you're kind of dealing with sort of some of the Omni Vamp on both sides. But at the very least, the Katarina is able to get the job done this time around. But you need to certainly shore up that front line if you want to continue to see this Katarina's success.
Yep, and Katarina is always, it's interesting, right? Because a lot of times you want to actually put it in the front line to have people hit it, and you have lifesteal on it, and that just kind of feeds it mana, so it's going to be able to spam cast. But it gets difficult because as you get later in the game and some of these really high single target burst units like Ari and things like that are coming online, and people have healing debuffs and whatnot, then all of a sudden sometimes it just dies. So then you can't have it in the front line, which really reduces how much DPS it's doing because it's not being fed mana. So it's kind of a difficult balance. You have to make sure that, you know, if you're going to put it in the front line, you know it's not just going to die. And because it is trade sector for the Katarina as well, you don't have a combat augment there. You're at 10 gold right now. So Ripple really needs to win streak. Like it's pretty much a must that he win streaks to be able to actually rebuild his economy, you know, get some additional gold from that, and be able to then, you know, start leveling up, start adding things in.
Back on replay now, who has an opportunity here to raise the stakes. So scouting again, still a fairly similar board to what we saw before, but now the Yone is going to be in play alongside the Urgot, which is now just going to turn into a Zed. That's a great hit. You've got the Crowd Diver online now as well after we do see that cash out come through. But Prestivant working with a Seraphine reroll.
Yeah, this is something, one of the options that I was talking about, you know, as a possibility when he was holding on. He slammed that Morello early. He was holding on to an extra Seraphine, so I was like, well, maybe he was going to be going in towards that. And he is, in fact, going in towards that Seraphine reroll. Of course, he has not hit yet, unlike the Katarina player, but he's also level 6 and 60 gold, right? So he's in still a much better spot than his opponent. And we'll have to see, you know, how quickly he can hit. As long as he can, this comp caps out pretty highly. He's not going to be too concerned about that loss. He's still very healthy, up at 78 HP, and has a lot of gold to roll here if he's feeling pressured. But I think he's just going to be rolling above 50 and likely sit from there. Sometimes we'll see people also even just push towards 7 before they actually go for that final unit, and he is in fact going to do that. So he's just going to go 7. He gets in Bruiser, he gets in that Spellweaver with the Gragas, and of course the Zach's just going to be holding that GS, likely for an Ari later on, and that would be his 5th KDA. And so he's hoping to maybe natural it, but at the very least he's going to be rolling above 50 to make sure he gets that Seraphine 3 before he would go 8.
What's really nice, though, is that Seraphine is currently uncontested. So you have a very, very high chance to be able to hit that Seraphine naturally. So it makes a lot of sense here. Just be able to, as you said, work in that Bruiser and make sure that there's going to be some HP preservation here for Prestivant. On the other side, we do have Kai Wing that has got an Urgot itemized for the most part. And this Country is going to be online as one of those traits. I wonder if Kai Wing's going to stick to Country, go a little more vertical with that.
No, he's definitely not, because he has blinged out, so he's going to be playing true damage for sure. You basically have to play true damage with blinged out, but his items are weird. Like his items are basically Seraphine, sorry, not Seraphine, it's Senna reroll items. So we'll have to see if he's going to be going towards that. Because he has a Shiv and he has a Morello, which are like not great items for a lot of the true damage units, right? It's not what you would want on an Akali, it's not what you would want on Kion or anything like that. It's really just a Senna that would kind of hold those items. But he didn't look like he had a lot of Sennas either, so he's kind of in a weird spot. Blinged Out is an augment that a lot of people just kind of slam take no matter what, because it is one of the highest kind of expected placement augments in the entire game. But that being said, you still have to hit and you still have to have the correct items for your units. We can see Prestivant there did use kind of the Superfan pop-off trick to be able to put that BF sword on, then put in Superfan to try to pop those items off as Seraphine to maybe switch things around and try to get some more ideal items. As we see a roll down here happening for Kales, still need 2 more for Rain, and she is getting pretty low on gold, so it's not going to happen here. And it's also one of these things where you don't really want to sell off some of your extra copies. Like things like Mordekaiser, in some cases you might be saying, well, why don't you just sell off your Mords and keep rolling and try to hit that Kale? Well, in a lot of cases, the way that you actually get first place with this comp is actually by hitting Mord 3 and having that really powerful front line that buys time, because Kale is such a slow unit, right? Like Kale is with playing these double Rage Blade builds. you need time to stack those up and really get the damage going, and that requires you to have a really strong front line.
We saw that happen with Rain when she did win over Pokygom, talking about the positioning of the Kale versus the tentacles from the Alawi and the submit to the pip ward.
Metalheads is
and
nice.
so, yeah, wow, like what a great augment to have. Just kind of rolling to see if there's anything else that's going to be better, but Metalheads is perfect.
Oh,
and there's Kale.
Okay. Okay, Rain's in a good spot now. I mean, that is so nice. Had one duplicator, I believe, on bench because did take that augment. Vampirism is obviously something that is really nice, just kind of generically strong augment that is going to be there. And then the Metalheads is really powerful, you know, with this composition. Plus, it just gave you that extra Kale, like guaranteed the Kale 3. We can see over on Kaiwang's board, he has hit that Senna 3. So he did have rolling for days, so he probably had some free rolls saved up, and he had blinged out. It was items for that Senna, so that's what I was expecting is going to be in towards this. I can't quite see exactly how many true damage he has. I'm not sure if it's actually true damage headliner or rapid fire headliner for that Senna, but Rain with this Kale 3, let's see how she does.
It's going to be up against Replay's board, who has started to get things like the Caitlyn, as well as the Aphelios, is still going with the Heartsteel, though. And while you have this Lux that has access to this Kale in the back line, this front line of the Mordekaiser is buying so much time for those Rage Blades to start to stack up. So this Lux can't even get that next cast off, and it's going to be another loss here for Replay.
Yeah, Replay does have some decent units on his board. Like he had an Alawi, it looked like he had the Zed headliner, but he was sitting on a pair of Caitlyn's, didn't have that upgraded, didn't have Ezreal in there, so still needs to hit some more upgrades. Of course, he still is playing Heartsteel. He's just been cashing out, you know, every time. He's not raising his stakes or anything, and he's been playing 3 Heartsteel pretty much the whole time. So, you know, isn't in the most amazing spot. Here, Robin Song's in a really tough spot, actually. So he took Metalheads. He was playing that kind of style that I was expecting him to go in towards this 80 flex in towards Pentakill, but he doesn't have much Pentakill, and he's on a 6 loss. He's 35 HP. He's pretty much dead broke here, and he's playing Rapid Fire Caitlyn headliner when that really wants to be a Viego or an Akali with a Pentakill spat or something like that.
Yeah.
So Robin definitely in a really tough spot. Basically, his entire rest of his board besides his headliner is also 1-star, and he's gonna lose this as well. So may actually be on 1 life, or at the very least 2 lives. So he's gonna be 2 lives, but he's in a terrible spot. He's holding on to these Ezreals, but realizes, you know what, Ezreal isn't gonna be a Velo anyway. All he can really keep doing is just continuing to roll. Would have loved to see like a Yorick or something, you know, for that Pentakill, or maybe even, you know, that Akali or Viego, but they're not even there. He sold his Ezreal pair, so that's not gonna be anything that's gonna do anything for him. Does have the Edge Knight augment and gets a BF, and he had some chains on his bench, so he's gonna have a second Edge Knight, which can be quite nice for Akali plus Viego, but he still needs to hit, and he's got no gold and like no pairs. So Robin looks like he's heading towards an 8th unless he can have a really good roll here.
Rain stole all his units.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough.
All the Mordekaisers, the pair on the bench, it's going to be way harder to be able to hit all of those upgrades when you know that a lot of the Kales are out of the pool too there with that 3-star Kale. Checking out though, Prestiven's board is creating some space here, has the Seraphine 3 that we saw come online a little bit ago, but just looking for some nice upgrades. Oh, do you just try to 3-star the Lulu here?
Yeah, for sure. Only 2 off,
right?
and does have GS as well as a Shojin that could be slammed, so that gives you that really strong secondary carry. Was rolling heavy here at 8, really wanted to get, you know, probably like Ahri and Akali, you know, upgraded. Didn't even find an Ahri, didn't get the Echo upgraded as well, so it's just an Echo 1 holding the tank items. So honestly, pretty rough roll down, all things considered, for Precipice, because it looked like he rolled 40-50 gold there. You know, we kind of tuned into the board when it was already rolling for a while, but this Katarina is getting CC'd up pretty heavily. We'll see if it has enough healing to get through this Seraphine. It's going to be pretty close, but looks like the cat should be able to do it.
Yeah, you have the Morellos though that was burning that Katarina, so I was a little worried there, but Ripple Overdrive still has a ton of HP, and he's also still win streaking, which you were saying is so important after hitting the Katarina.
Yeah, you have to win streak to be able to rebuild your economy, and Ripple has won every single round since that. Here's Robin's board. So Robin's still rolling heavy, did sell off the Caitlyn, needed to get that Viego, was able to find it, and it was Pentakill headliner, so that is massive for Robin's chances in this game. Still, sitting on 3 pairs, really would have loved to have those upgraded. If he had the Akali 2, the Karthus 2, and that Mordekaiser 2, I think Robin would be feeling pretty damn confident. You're still going to be nervous when you run into the strongest players, but should be enough here, I think, you know, with this 7 pentakill to get some work done. That being said, there is no edgelord in, which does kind of hurt when your Viego is your main damage source here, has all the items, is that headliner, and he just gets obliterated by that Yasuo. Is he dead?
Dead?
Oh,
No.
2 HP. Man, that is tough.
Wow. I mean, it's so hard when like you just hit most of your key pieces and everybody else is already hit. Like the Yasuo 3 has been online for a while. You have the Katarina 3, the Kale 3, the Seraphine 3. There's so much reroll in this lobby. Look, there's Kaiwing is even rocking with the Senna 3. And you're looking for these more powerful units and just don't have the HP to get there.
Yeah, it's really tough, you know, and he's going to be able to get a little bit of gold here, so maybe if he hits, he can kind of stabilize. Also, just kind of shocked at how bad that match actually went for him against the Yasuo. I thought it was going to be a lot closer. You know, 7 pentakill is definitely nothing to scoff at, but it's 7 pentakill without a spat, which does mean you're playing some kind of garbage units, and as I said, doesn't actually have, unfortunately for him, edgelord in either. So gonna just be continuing to roll. Of course, there's nothing else that you can do. Not gonna elect to actually put in edgelord. I guess not too worried about it, but I do feel like it's tough when Viego is your primary carry, but you don't have edgelord. That being said, he doesn't really have space to kind of drop other units, so it doesn't feel like it's worth dropping to 5 pentakill and trying to play it. Is going to be able to drop the 5 pentakill now instead for the super fan, but he's not going to get any super fan value this round. And you know, that it's just gonna mean the items are gonna get popped off. Does he slam Shojin? Yeah, he's got to slam Shojin.
Just onto the Karthus.
We'll see.
At the very least. I mean, the Karthus 2 feels like a really nice upgrade. If it's able to get a cast off onto some of those backline units like the Ezreal, then that is a great way to be able to chunk them down. It gets another cast off, but that Ezreal is still alive, and it's able to land its mark into the Viego. Can Karthus do it? It's all down to the Karthus versus this set, and no, the Zed, and that is it. Yeah, that's it.
That's tough. So an 8th for Robin Songs there, and I think he already had an 8th as well. You know, run into some pretty strong people there, unfortunately for him. You know, even after hitting those upgrades, I don't know. I feel like you kind of have to question the superfan choice there. I guess he felt like I don't even know why he was wanting to try to pop off the items. Maybe he just felt like it wasn't about popping off the items. It was just about getting that 3 KDA in for the additional stats there. But I can't imagine that 3 KDA, it's better to have that in with the superfan that's not giving you an item over 7 pentakill. And that was a close round. Like, I really wonder, does he just win with 7 pentakill there? That's definitely a choice that I'm sure he's going to be kind of questioning. You can see the Yasuo, though, here, getting immediately in onto the backline, onto the Kale. The Kale's going to have no time to stack up those Rage Blades. And this Yasuo, we have been seeing Weird really wreaking havoc in a lot of these rounds. And that is also a Kane, too, by the way.
I was going to say, I don't know if it's the Yasuo. I think a lot of that is the Beyblade Kane that we see just absolutely tornadoing through. So I would love to know when Weird got that online, because what a big unit to have.
Yeah, that is disturbing. Like that when someone hits a 2-star legendary at 8 that perfectly fits their comps and has items, it is just such a powerful thing. You know, so much of a high roll there to really kind of slingshot you forward. Rain has gotten to level 8. She is dead broke. Prestivant and her kind of in that similar position now, both playing those 2-cost rerolls, both, you know, at level 8, basically 0 gold. They're going to be there for the rest of the game, just trying to play for placements now. And we'll see who's going to be able to come out on top here, because people getting really low on health. Every single point you can scrape up, though, means a lot.
But every lobby of this is so close. We don't really have a huge HP gap in a lot of the games that we've seen on broadcast. So coming down to the wire, look at this Jhin 2 that Prestivant has on his board. This all comes down to the Seraphine, and it's not able to get that ult off before this Jhin is able to snipe her down. That's going to be really tough to take care of if there's no backline access.
Yeah, what are some of these boards? That's a Jhin 2 at level 8.
Kane 2.
Yeah, Jhin 2, Kane 2. And then Jhin 2 is just a super random Jhin 2 that's just kind of teched in with the Katarina reroll. So he just kind of hit it, and he still has a lot of gold. So I don't even know if Ripple was really rolling that much at 8 to actually hit the Jhin 2, or if he just kind of randomly naturaled into a Jhin 2. Is like, sure, I'll play that on my board. But is down to 36 HP, so has been taking some losses from this point. And Weird is that player, I think, with that Kane 2, who's in a really good spot. But the HP has closed a lot. You know, first to last right now is 25 HP difference. Kai Wang down at 11, so he's on his last life. Everyone else probably has 2 lives unless you take a horrible, horrible loss. But you can see a lot of gold here for Ripple. He also is playing long distance pals. So long distance pals with both that Katarina and Jhin getting the benefit of it. Goes to 9 here. Likely going to just put in Big Shot. Yeah, so Big Shot Jazz gets teched in there with the Bard as well. And going to be a pretty damn tough board to beat. But Ward 3 hit on the other side for Rain is a really big hit.
Yeah, it's going to buy so much time for this Kayle once again, and this has definitely been a win condition for her in previous games. That Karthus is still not a 2-star, but it's casting frequently. This Jhin, though, with just nothing to be able to take it down yet. Maybe this final Karthus cast can chunk that shield. And so if the Jhin goes down, I think Rain is still very much a force to be reckoned with in this lobby, but it doesn't mean that Ripple is not in a place to be able to get something like a top 4.
Yeah, Ripple definitely could. And it's also a lot kind of, I wonder about the positioning in that one, because Ripple kind of has to position awkwardly because he is playing around long distance pals. And what happened was Katarina was so far out to the left by herself to get LDP active that the Katarina was actually the first thing the Kayle was hitting. So the Katarina died, a lot earlier than you would have liked. Of course, it does still mean that you're getting additional mana to be able to cast out and get some more damage until you die, but wasn't able to actually tank through that. And I wonder how the round would have gone had that Katarina not been the first target killed by the Kayle.
You will get a chance to see the run back of that matchup in particular, but it's going to be Prestivant versus Replay now. Replay is still grabbing these hearts with the heart steal, but still can't afford to lose much more HP just based on how close this lobby is. It's going to be the Akali that's all that's left for Prestivant, and Prestivant cannot escape the Beam of Death. Will go down in 6th place. Look how tight the race is now between the top 5.
Yeah, it is crazy. And Ripple, even with that early Cat 3, able to kind of stabilize, gets a Jhin 2 even to try to supplement that comp. It's looking like he might just finish in 5th, so maybe not even going to get a top 4 from there, which I feel like if this Katarina game can't get you a top 4, no Katarina game feels like it can get you a top 4. But weird looking like he's kind of in a one-man race for first right now. No one really contesting him. He's triple Edge Knight with the Edge Knight augment, so much value from that. Silver Veil, really nice here as well for these melee rerolls. Has that QSS on the team, gets the additional attack speed both from that and the Edge Knight augment. Is playing 7 Edgelord as well. Just a terrifying board, and we'll see if Ripple can figure out anything. Deathblade for the Jhin, definitely not bad, but it just feels like the front line is not strong enough to really kind of buy time for that Jhin. And that's the thing with Jhin is can be strong, but it needs such a unique set of circumstances to really work out most of the time, which does make it kind of tough because it's like not only do you need the Jhin with perfect items, you need a massive front line and so much time to be bought because it has to build up all these guns before it actually starts doing anything.
Don't know if it's going to get the time here either because, yeah, you've got the Yorick on the other side, the Hextech Gunblade to help with a bunch of healing for the rest of the front line. Those tentacles go down pretty quickly, but as this Jhin starts to ramp up, everything else is fallen. And when it comes down to just the Jhin and the Ahri left, this Poppy is going to smash down that hammer. And so Ripple does go out in 5th place. I don't believe anymore. Like, I don't think I'm gonna go Katarina reroll ever again.
Yeah, Katarina reroll is on the ban list, on the self-ban list. You're not allowed to play it. Don't get baited. It does not seem to work. I mean, yes, of course, if there had been, like, if that was a Kiana 2 instead of a Jhin 2, obviously you're in a better spot. But to hit that at level 8, you're gonna play it regardless. But the front line, obviously just not enough to really get anything done. You called it out. It's like by the time there's 4 violins out, but you're actually doing damage, basically the whole board is dead, right? Like there's just the backline left, so you don't really have any time to do anything there. We'll see if Replay can get something done here against Rain, who is positioned well, opposite corner with that Kayle, trying to buy as much time as possible. But this Zed on the other side has been doing so much work. It's just kind of punching through a lot of these units.
Yeah, and even the Akali that was trying to get that backline access onto the Caitlyn is just not quite able to do so. But it's still 2 very powerful units. The Zac is still doing its best, but it's going to come down to the Kayle versus the Caitlyn. And we've seen Caitlyn get it done before, but not in this scenario.
Yeah, the Caitlyn ult, not quite enough there. Rain also getting insane vampirism value at this point in the game. You know, is very, very low. So you're getting so much from that. And she's on a win streak. There's a Ziggs too for Degree. He's going to be feeling pretty nice about this. Is sitting on that spat. Could just reforge it if he wanted, but he doesn't have an open component anyway. So it just would be one random component getting put down. We'll see if he's going to be able to stay alive here. Has the Poppy 2, has the Yorick 2, so pretty damn strong board. But over on the other side, we're looking at Replay's board, who's getting really good value from the Aegis. You know, giving attack speed to so many of these units, giving the armor to so many of those units, and he's going to be going up against this 7 Edgelord Kayn. Is positioned opposite side, but that Kayn is going crazy and is getting close to the back line.
I just keep shredding through everything. Like, I feel like it's just cast after sickle slice, and all just like that. It is going to be a huge loss, and Rain actually going to take a loss to Degree here as well. So we have our top two. Replay going out in 4th, and Rain going out in 3rd with exact damage.
Yep, going to be able to get that kill. And you have to feel like Degree doesn't have too much chance in this one. We'll see if he can make a miracle happen, but Forsen's Smurf account, weird. His board is so strong right now. It is a really strong board on the other side as well, to be fair, but you know, at this point in the game, like 7 Edgelord with that board with so much value here being gotten from this triple Edge Knight as well. You know, he's 3 carries, he even got the Morellos in now, so he has healing debuff as well. Is just really, really well set up to be able to win this game. I just don't know how you're supposed to actually be able to deal with this Kayn. He's itemizing his Ziggs now on the other side. You know, Degree does have that Ziggs too. It does have red buff Nashers, so not bad items whatsoever. But just not sure. Can you actually deal with the Kayn? That's the question.
I mean, Degree's backline is so squishy, so any sort of edgelord that's going to be able to get back there is going to be able to slice them down very quickly. And if you could just get past the front line too, then maybe you're also in a very, very good spot.
Oh.
It is going to be weird taking a loss, though. Degree able to find a positioning difference there to get the job done.
Yeah, the Ziggs did a really good job. The Kayn also never really spun to the backline until everything else was pretty much killed. So that's kind of the thing with edgelords, is there's super high variance. Like the fights can go wildly different one fight to the next, because one fight Yasuo and Kayn get instantly to your backline, you just get 10-0'd, and the next fight they just get stuck on the front line and you can actually win. That was still an incredibly close fight. But does have some good units to buy time, right? Because there's the tentacles here from the Alawi. There's Yorick too, so if Yorick gets 2 casts off, gets that big ghoul out, that's buying a lot of time. And that's kind of what you're hoping on here as Degree. You're just tucking this Ziggs away in the corner, hoping that these edgelords can't get back to it. For now, the Yasuo and the Kayn aren't there yet, so the Ziggs is getting a lot of damage done, but we'll have to find out if it's going to be enough.
Well, the Yasuo is now going to be able to get access to that Ziggs, and it is going to be an execution, so... There you go. When you're able to get the Ziggs down, you are able to take the win. And so Weird with a win in this game number 4.
Yep, gonna be able to grab that first place. So congrats to Weird. Was at 11 points, so definitely wanted a big win. Is gonna be able to move up to 19, which is gonna put Weird squarely in the middle of the pack there. And you can just see how different every round can be with edgelord. There is some positioning that you can do, obviously, that can make a difference, but edgelords just have so much variance with their dashes if they get back to your carries. This time it just felt like everything got nuked on Degree's board. It wasn't even close.
Well, when the edgelords feel like doing what you want them to do, then things work out great for you. Well, Weird is certainly going to be feeling better being in a spot with that first place, but we'll have to see where the standings actually shake out after these first 4 games after the short break.
너가 만든 비트 위에 너가 만든 스테이지 계속 리믹스로 나에게
DJ at different shows. There is no greater high that I get than doing anything else. Because when I leave that stage, I am bursting with endorphins. Gaming is also another high. You got your headset on, you're listening, you're talking, it's strategy, and there's a lot of adrenaline. Gaming has always been a constant through my life, even before music. My dad, he was traveling the world, and I was raised by my mom. And
Well. 4 games have passed, and it's the 3 of us back at the desk. It's Boop, Casanova, and me, of course, Gangly. Now, Boop, before that game started, you made a really interesting comment where you had said if you look at the standings right now, you would actually expect them to be in reverse order. You would expect it to be flipped. At the end of that game, Degree and Weird are the 2 players that are on top. I feel like it's kind of a fitting cap to that statement, right? Weird, a player that I think may not be getting a lot of credit going into this tournament, and Degree, a player that's been wildly inconsistent since their breakout back in set 7. And I feel like there's something to be said about the way it happened too, especially with Degree playing such a wide and kind of flexible creative board, that you really can't count out anybody at the regional finals right now.
Yeah, now that I'm kind of thinking about it, if I'm going to be philosophical about it all, I think this might be the power of Vegas. I think seeing everyone come together and really see people have that chance, have that opportunity, I think it was a lot easier for players to see themselves up there for the next time. And now there's like something that is tangible that they've been to, that they've seen potentially one of their friends win one of these things, that they come up here and kind of put themselves in that upper echelon. Because something I've noticed in TFT in the past, there are players who'll be like, I'm just not as good as them. Right? And when you go into regionals and when you go into worlds, right, you can't do that. You're the best of the best. You have to believe that you're the best of the best to get there. And I'm seeing that belief from people that I've not really seen it from before. And I think that is the power of just what the community has brought overall, and why we're having, again, I'm going to say it again, in my opinion, one of the highest skill capped regionals that North America has ever seen.
Cass, I want you to break it down for me real quick, because we've seen a decent amount of Yasuo reroll this weekend. Yeah. We have not seen the open fort variation succeed until this game. So what did Weird do differently?
So I think what happened for Weird was it started with kind of a fortunate circumstance, and then it was converted extremely well, right? So Weird kind of naturaled into 6 Yasuos heading into the stage 3-1. He didn't have to roll for any of them, and he anticipated rolling down to just hit the headliner and then get it from there. The first shot, he just naturaled the Yasuo 3, and so at that point he can just decide, okay, well, I can use this tempo now and the extra gold I've bought myself to keep my econ very high and try and push to cap out this board as high as possible by extending to vertical edgelords, especially because Kayn is so incredibly strong. So the idea would be to ladder from playing around a Viego as a secondary carry and then go to a Kayn, and that's exactly what Weird did. As we saw, he had Kayn 2, Viego 1. It's because he played that Viego. He had a healing item and an AD item on it, and then he's able to move that healing item and AD item over to Kayn, add an AP item, and then you've got the perfect kind of setup for that Kayn to make things work. And realistically, it wasn't so much a Yasuo reroll, because he didn't actually roll any gold for this Yasuo, but it was Yasuo 3 that turned into this really strong edgelords composition.
All right, as we have the standings here, there's a few different players we really need to have our eyes on. On the bottom half of those standings, there are players, the kind of usual suspects, the people you are really expecting to see perform well. Setsuko, Robinson's, Prestivan, Nalala, 2-time tournament winner of this set, all in the danger zone with a pretty significant gap. On the other hand, though, we do see Dish Soap, Replay, Wasian, Iverson, all in this top 3 right now. So we have a really interesting split, and the most important thing to keep in mind is that with only 2 games left, these players are going to have their backs up against the wall. In those times, I love this part of TFT, because that is when the real personalities, the real play styles of these players get to shine, and they get to show what they have hidden up their sleeve. Now, we're going to get ready for game number 5, and guess what? It's 3 of us still. So we're going to go to a quick break as we get the lobby ready. We'll be back in just a minute.
Welcome back. Thank you for that wonderful throw, Gangly. From before to the TriCast. Nice to have you here. I'm Boop here with Gangly and Casanova. We're going to be finishing out the day in the last two lobbies, but we have a lot on the line. We've been talking about it all day, how good everyone has been playing, but there have been some people who I think came in today with a lot of confidence, but unfortunately might not even be making it till tomorrow. Casanova?
No, yeah, a lot of people had a lot of confidence in Soju, and we're looking, you know, right now, Soju only 9 points. We can't guarantee he's mathematically eliminated right now, but it is pretty much to that point. Generally, we see, you know, when we're cutting in half, it's 27 or 28 points, and Soju can't even get to that. So here we go, jumping into game.
Yeah, and I just want to, Gangly, you know, as we're picking out our portal, you know, we've kind of been tracking a lot of these players, Weijin in the big three, Soju on the up and up, right? Is there anything that you kind of think in this particular lobby that we should really be looking at in terms of how it might create a potential result later on?
Yeah, I mean, just right off the bat, there's a lot going in. This is a star-studded lobby, right? You have players like Replay, Weijin Iverson, Dish Soap all making up this big 3 plus Replay, right? That's kind of the biggest story of the weekend. Replay is among one of the best tournament performers, and there's been a lot of conversation about whether or not he belongs in this big 3 of Setsuko, Weijin Iverson, and Dish Soap. Yesterday, he had the best average placement across the entire day, averaging a 1.8. This time around, he's sitting in the top 8, in good standing to potentially make it to tomorrow. With a top 8 finish at the regional finals, that might actually be enough for people to really start giving him enough credit to be among the greats. On the other hand, though, there are so many players that I think people give so much credence to when it comes to their knowledge and ability to perform. I'm looking at people like Prestivan, who despite it having a really poor set 10, was one of the players in set 9 who was looking to go all the way. And then he took the last set of the tournament of the cup off, got day 1 at regionals, and then got day 1 the next 2 cups right back to back. Robin Songs, the player with the most final lobby placements in the entirety of North American TFT. The level of pedigree here, even from players like K3 Soju, who are not most likely able to make it into tomorrow. This is a deep and stacked lobby with huge implications on the rest of the day.
Yeah, the players do not get worse based on where they are in the leaderboard, right? They're still going to come through. They're still amazing players, right? And they're still going to be challenging those that go to the top. Also in TFT, whoever's eliminated in the last lobby almost assuredly wins it. I feel like that happens a lot too. So really, everyone still has an opportunity to show up and show everyone why they belong here because they've already made it through a cut already, right? We have 8 less people than we did yesterday. And now let's go ahead and add some augments to these 8 people right now. Really quick pickup, Casanova.
Yeah, of course, Scrappy, this, you know, it got bug fixed because it was incredibly broken and it had the most crazy win rate because of it. But still, it is a really great way to just play from tempo early on. You can craft yourself a very good win streak because you are now playing with double the amount of components as anyone else, and they are crafted into full items instead of just being components all strewn about. And so Scrappy doing a really good job, right? It takes that component, turns it into a full item. And jumping over Biri actually grabbing stationary support. And we talked a little bit about this earlier, Gangly, on like the value of support items and how it feels like people have kind of shied away from them, but we are still seeing a decent amount of pickups. It does just support your front line so much.
Yeah, you definitely get the base power out of the board, and I think it's also important to keep in mind because we're playing on, I believe it's item payout, we're going to see players slamming items a little bit more. Having something like the stationary support lines up with that, right? It kind of plays along the same flow of the game, right? You have base power in stage 2. You're going to be able to try and push things for a streak. We saw Biri even slamming something like the Morello on Jinx, something you may not typically expect. So I would expect to see a lot of players playing higher tempo in stage 2 because of that.
Ooh, stars are born. That's
Item payout in this portal is pretty intense. Well, item payout is the portal, and then Scrappy Inventions is the augment that goes along with it on that other board, right? That's pretty good. Everyone's going to be nice and powerful there. As we're moving on over to replay, and like you said, Casanova, you said it just now, Star is born. We've seen a lot of people convert this into some pretty good reroll comps.
Yeah, I'm actually interested because replay had the option to just pick up 6 Annies on that last shop. Because he had, he had an Annie in shop, then an Annie headliner, and it was emo headliner. I feel like I would have been tempted to do that, right? You're on tier as your item component. I feel like I would have been really down. So I'm curious what replay's tech is with Stars Are Born that he's playing for. We see Lulu is being played around right now. Is he looking for Seraphine specifically? Because what it can do, Stars Are Born, it gets you 6 copies of a 2 cost instantly, right? Like that is the big strength of this. And then I guess the 1 cost would just be a super fan. So maybe this is just replay playing around Seraphine because we've seen him do it before already in this tournament. And yeah, exactly. It's a really quick way to just get 6 copies of Seraphine on even stage 2.
Yeah, that's a great call out, probably angling towards a Seraphine, even thinking about it a little bit more. If you use your 1 cost Stars Are Born on something, Senna's also another option, right? You can flex, if you have this tier, you can flex between either the Seraphine or the Senna. But regarding the Annie, I think it's important to note that if you use your 1 cost Stars Are Born on something like the Annie and you can't pick up the super fan instead, you are still using your 2 cost on Seraphine, but because you're not using your 2 cost to 3-star the Seraphine, I think it feels lower cap and lower value as a whole. Sure. Whereas, like you said, if you can use it to all of a sudden get 6 of a single unit, I mean, you'd have to feel really good about that, especially going into stage 3 if you can hit really early.
Oh, Spencer, going to be tenderizing some front lines. We got a collector on that Olaf. So every time that Olaf is able to get a kill, there could be some economy going that way. But hey, unfortunately for him, that is not going to happen because Biri is going to win out. And only the unit loss is not going to be because of that Olaf. But having some econ generation maybe is going to come in handy a little bit later. It's just generation in general when you have access to a type of economic increase that other people don't. Even if it's just a couple gold a turn, it's still going to potentially be a difference maker there, Gangly.
Yeah, it really adds up. And Gangly, I mean, we just saw a Yasuo reroll potential from Soju, and it's been extremely hit or miss as to whether or not this comp is good right now, right? That last game from Weird, it's debatable on whether you can even call it a reroll comp because there was not really any gold rolled. And then this time, I mean, Soju just kind of on his last legs going for the Yasuo reroll.
Yeah, I'm not sure because I know he has the Even Shroud slammed as well. And what that does say to me is that, yeah, he can probably still look to play around the Yasuo, but he could flex between other melee reroll as well. The Rich Gets Richer feels a little bit weak to me because I do feel like no matter what you're playing, whether it's Yasuo or the other 3-cost rerolls, you really want to play around tempo, right? You want to be able to stabilize very hard once you hit. Rich Gets Richer is something that does make it a little bit trickier because without an additional combat augment, you basically just have to hit. And if you do not hit, you are entirely going 8th. But even if you hit, it doesn't quite mean you're out of the woods yet. You need something else to supplement your board. So I'm not entirely convinced that Soju's locked into Yasuo unless we're definitely seeing him not level through the rest of stage 2. I feel like he actually might find a little bit more success playing around one of the 3 costs and just praying he can hit very, very hard.
All right, now let's go ahead and talk about Weijin. We have a bunch of rapid fires right now. So we've got 4 on the board. So Weijin won the last lobby, had a little bit of a middling start to today, but is able to recover from that last lobby. So go back over to Biri Biri, and this comp is exactly what it was when we last saw it, right? Moderately good front line, especially with Heartsteel. We're probably going to start losing here in just a second with the Morellos on that Jink. So Gangly, you know, when you have an opportunity to play your game, right, how does that interact with people who might be going after it, right? Because you might technically be putting yourself under some people who are willing to take more risks.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think in Biri Biri's case in particular, playing around this type of opener, you can even see it, right? She's prioritizing utility above all else, right? She has this Aegis in her front line, opting to just slam something like the Morello instead of trying to make something like Guardbreaker or Jeweled Gauntlet or whatever else she might have been able to slam. I think it's worth mentioning that if you do opt into early utility, you keep the game significantly wider, which does make it harder to get contested. But the flip side of that is that when you are just building around wide compositions and utility, it means that you are not going to be able to have really clear direction. And we're looking at Soju.
Yasuo 3.
You called it out. It is, in fact, the Yasuo 3 pretty early, too.
Yeah, I saw him hit it. It was 2-6. It was on the sidebar there while he was rolling down, or not rolling down. He naturaled it, right? So he's still on 50 gold at level 5. So this is exactly how we saw it happen with Weird last time. This time it is true damage, which usually is the better version, right? So we'll see if Soju can leverage this into an eventual Kiana. It's kind of the way that you cap out this board. And Soju in a really good spot. We saw exactly how Weird was able to convert it. I think Soju can do the same thing. He's on Hodge alongside the Even Shroud. This is really good. Krugs gave him a slammable item if he wants to. I don't love Sterix on Yasuo, but we know Soju has been a fan of this item for the early to mid game. I'm curious if we'll see him slam it or just hold on. Honestly, I'd probably greet it because I think you can just get much better items. And I do think that Edge of Night is pretty important for Yasuo.
I think the reason I would slam it is only because your board right now is not very good. Even though you have this Yasuo 3, it's a 1 item Yasuo 3, and you won the last round. So in my mind, it feels like Soju might want to start winning right now, and I don't know that he's going to start winning if he doesn't have a second item on this Yasuo. But even looking at his matchup right now, this board from Biri Biri with the Heartsteel in may have the support item, but I think Soju's probably safe in this one. He does have the healing, although the Morello cut can make a difference. I think Soju's probably fine to just greed out a little bit, and yeah, maybe if he does hit something like the Edge of Night or more BIS stuff, then he will get the tempo. I'm a little nervous that he might play it too slow.
It's an interesting give or take, right? Because it's a scaling unit that has to do well early, right? That's not usually something we see with a lot of the scaling units. And with Yasuo, it definitely provides itself some interesting developments, especially through the mid game on how to play it. You know, like kind of keeping those tier 1 units around so Yasuo doesn't get kills stolen from them and the stacking can keep on going as we get some augment choices, Cass.
Yeah, Robin going for the Portable Forge. I didn't actually get a chance to see what he picked there. We've jumped over to replay and he grabs just an item grab bag here, and he is going towards Senna. He did pick up the Senna earlier, it looks like, with Stars Are Born, and now he's found the Senna headliner to go with it. And Kennen seems to have been the 1 cost choice, which was exactly what we expected, right? You grab a super fan with the 1 cost, you go for the reroll line, and now he's very close to hitting the Senna 3. He's just 2 copies away on 3-2. This is very early. We did see some success out of the 2 costs being hit on, you know, like 3-3. This is incredibly early for the comp to come online, and the itemization is still there, right? You have the ability to go for either a Nashor's Tooth or a Giant Slayer, and we end up seeing a Reforge. So now it can actually be both. It could be Nashor's Tooth and Giant Slayer as a pretty reasonable way to just slam now, but Red Buff instead will be the choice. And I still like Red Buff quite a bit here and just hold on for another item later.
Okay. What are those items going to be, right? They still have to come. They still have to do their own thing, right? And we'll see if like the best case scenario is going to come through for Replay, who's had a different kind of day than yesterday. It's funny to think about the fact that he's got 20 points, but compared to yesterday, that's significantly lower than what he was producing and still having a good day. So Replay doing fine in my opinion. And so let's see where this comp is going to go. This is Stars Born 2. So once we kind of committed to that Senna, we're only a couple away. We have to keep going. And with the rest of these synergies, I do think this comp should be doing all right for the future as we continue to roll down a little bit, Giggly.
Yeah, he wants to start digging here. I think, like I mentioned before when Soju had won that previous round, you do really want to try and maintain your streaks when possible. The fact that he was sitting on the Nico pair, sitting on the Echo pair, doesn't actually upgrade his board in what I would believe is that meaningfully of a way. Really, if you were able to hit that Echo pair, I think your board gets significantly stronger. The fact that he hits the Nico, don't get me wrong, is great. But because you have 2 items on the Echo, you would benefit significantly more from there. Regardless, though, it is enough to be able to take out Dissoap's board. And I believe, was that actually snapping? Was Dissoap 100 streaking up to that point?
No, he had lost one other fight. Yeah, one other fight and lost.
Either way,
Spatula, though. Couple
decent
spatulas on
spot,
the carousel.
lots of spatulas, and an Ari with a rod, too.
Oh, Soju has open sword. True damage is actually completely online if one stays for Soju, but they are getting picked up like hotcakes off this carousel right now.
They are all gone. Oh my goodness.
All right, what items do they have open is the big thing to look at here.
Hard
So
to
we've
tell.
we've got Beery Beery with one, we've got Replay one with one, and we've got Spencer with one. So I'm sure we're going to be hopping onto one of their boards as we put forward. It's going to be Soju though, with 83 gold, and this Yasuo still doing its thing.
Yeah, well, rich get richer, and this Yasuo is just kind of naturaled with 50 gold in the bank on 3-1. So Soju, even though yes, you want to play from tempo and not loss streak too much, he also is rich get richer, so he can just try and speed run to level 9 to try and put together this true damage board. And I do like that angle quite a bit because you're not actually playing around this Yasuo. You're playing for those late game carries that you can put together, and the Yasuo is just trying to help you not bleed out early.
Yeah, it's important to note that TFT is not just a game with static win conditions, right? It's a very fluid game, and the situations you find yourself in from game to game will change. I think this is a really great example of exactly what you're talking about, Cass. Soju is saying, I don't have the ability to play from tempo from this position. I do not have 3 items on this Yasuo. I have no way to really do that without griefing my item economy. And instead, I need to try and play around level 7 and 8. If Soju gets this 6 true damage online pretty early, that might be enough to kind of slingshot himself and get more of those stacks on Yasuo.
Yeah, notably, that was a true damage emblem on the other side for replay. So that's where one of the spatulas have gone. Here we see Beery Beery. She's waiting to commit hers because she has this Heartsteel cash out coming up from this round. This is a raise the stakes, so this fight is very important. We've seen Beery scouting quite a bit, so I think she should be safe. She should know what she could run into and feels like this board is weak enough. And this board is horrible, right? So it should be weak enough to lose to anything that comes at it, but just have to continue to scout and make sure that there's no one on a loss streak who can weaken themselves.
Tell me how you really feel, Cass. But that's a compliment, though. It's a compliment for this playstyle, right? Yeah, exactly. It's a compliment at the end of the day, because if it wasn't looking like that, then you're not giving yourself the opportunity to find all that value, right? But it's all about trying to get a couple units off. We do take a unit down, maybe 2 with this next auto attack. That is going to happen. So that is really, really good. So, while again, we're purposely losing, we're purposely not playing best on board, it's always good to kind of check in with TFT, Cass, and the fact that losing by just a little bit less has been a huge difference at the end of these lobbies because of how close they are. One single unit loss here can actually be the difference in the late game between a 4th and a 5th place, and things are getting a lot of pressure. But now we have some items here, Gangly. We're starting to pivot. We got our cash out.
Yeah, that was the Radiant Hand of Justice, correct? That Beery cashed out.
Fist of Fairness.
Fist of Fairness, thank you. Yeah, so here's the thing. I will say, in terms of value of where her board wants to go, it's quite valuable, right? If you want to play around those melee carries, which we traditionally see in the AD Heartsteel flex, right? You're talking about things like Zed, Viego, Poppy. There are a lot of units that hang out in the front line, and being able to give them the additional bonuses of both the healing and the damage multiplier is very, very valuable. I honestly, though, feel like there's a world where Beery could have raised the stakes.
Yeah, once again, though, this is a raise the stakes completely kind of faltering on what the player wanted, right? Beery kind of wanted gold. She was only at level 6. She wanted to try and start pushing levels and getting 1 Radiant item. It's like we saw those other raise the stakes. You eat so much HP to then just get a couple items and you can't really put together a board in time. The fortunate thing for Beery is she didn't go for as big of a cash out, and she is on a lot more HP than those previous kind of examples. So I think Beery has the time to try and stabilize, but she could still whiff on trying to find this 4-cost headliner at level 8. She's not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, we've seen it in the past, and it puts us into a really precarious situation. Pandora's balanced budget and tons of stats. We had some choices here. We were talking about the lack of items for Soju and that Yasuo. It's been doing fine so far, but that's kind of the expectation, as healing orbs, which is also very good with this comp, and unified resistance is next gangly.
Yeah, I was gonna say, actually, I feel pretty okay with all three of those choices there. What Soju really was just looking for was some sort of combat power. The healing orbs is fine, definitely very valuable on melee carries because you are up close and personal, super valuable. But right now we're looking at Biri doing the big transition, and Cass is kind of exactly what you called out, right?
Yeah, it runs out of gold, but Biri actually hit, right? This is Viego. This is a carry that uses all of the items that she has. And this is the thing that everyone else missed on those rolldowns. They couldn't find a carry to get all those items onto, and instead just had to settle on some terrible kind of frontliner and a 1-star unit to carry the items. But now, this is a Viego. You just set him loose and have him try and 1v9 some of these fights, and it's not always going to happen. Biri might still lose a couple fights, but she'll kill units, and that is the important thing, right? Because this is an actually strong unit for your damage items, and it's just a matter of, can Biri hold on even longer? Because this last stand will continue to function well with that Viego, so you now need to find some support units to work with him.
Oh, hitting the Kale there is really nice. I'm curious to see if Biri does actually hold on to that, because she needs to have that Kale. She also has the Olaf on her bench, but that was completely that was a Viego with no traits. So I'm not sure exactly how well that will hold on. On this side though, Spencer playing country, that is where the spat was committed, but currently sitting with no headliner.
Yeah, that was the big thing I wanted to add about Biri though, is because of the fact that that fight was actually relatively close with none of Viego's traits active. So if you activate Edgelord and you activate Pentakill, I think Biri's board is actually quite reasonable. But now we're looking over here at this country board, which has come together, 5 country. We can play for 7 because the emblem is here. And it looks like currently repping no headliner for Spencer. So really looking to cap out, find this Urgot 3 or Samira 3 very quickly here. And this Jin 2 from Weijin, I think I missed this in the last fight against Biri, but this is an upgraded Jin at level 8 that Weijin is working with, and he is absolutely monstrous.
Jin 2 at 4-3. Why not for me? Why not in my games? But Weijin, said he was coming in confident. I think we got a little bit of confidence, even more so after that, as we're looking at this carousel. As the last one had 3 spats, this one has none, but it has some pretty good components, I think, for some of our friends. As we take a gander at what everyone is running right now. Still not a lot of disco. I don't think we've seen disco again for a second day in a row. Weijin telling us why in the pre-show, if you want to check that out. But looking at this little bit of a reset here, this is one of those carousels where we're kind of finalizing things. It's more of a cherry on top situation for a lot of our players, and so we're going to see the results of what that means here on P-God's board, or Press Events board here, with this Heartsteel comp still going. Look at that cash out too, 397 out of 400. That's definitely going to upgrade.
Yeah, big cash out coming through, and Press Event also on that Vampirism, right? So this is going to be really good that he's gone on this loss streak. He's getting a lot of power for his board. He actually has a good amount of gold for this, so even if he does get the same cash out we saw earlier of 2 items, he's level 8 and can actually roll down quite well. So Press Event's held on to a really solid amount of HP. This is very impressive at this point because a lot of other players were not able to be level 8 this much gold in this same situation. So we'll see this last fight. He's going to lose, of course. If he doesn't, well, it's trouble. But Biri has improved her board quite a bit, so she'll find this win. And then from there, we're going to have to see how Press Event can find these upgrades.
Wow, just enough to hit the 500 hearts, too. Does hit that next threshold. Press Event, listen, we've seen a lot of these transitions, right? This is not a PvE round. He's going to have to do this during just the 30-second timer. The cash out hits. He's got a lot of stealth to move. Lots of item anvils coming through. This is going to not only make it more difficult to actually get your items on, it does make it so you have just fewer spots on your bench. Press Event does not have a lot of room to work with. He's going to have to be very, very selective with what he's grabbing. Has Caitlyn 1. He's trying to just make room, get more stuff on the board. Wow, finds the Caitlyn. That's a huge upgrade, definitely. He has some decent front line and some really strong back line. He just really wants to upgrade a few more of these things before he pops these anvils.
Yeah, he's got to get slamming, though. He doesn't have enough HP to work with here. He needs to find some front line. He immediately finds 2. Even Shroud's an option. I love it. He goes for that as well. And now it's find some damage for your secondary carries. Your Poppy's itemized. There's the Edge of Night. Beautifully done from Press Event. Getting the items on now. Playing very patient and reserved, but still getting things done in time.
Gangly, you know, you're talking about it's very nice. Can you kind of just really quickly, what was like, I think we can all see it, right? But what specifically is so nice about that? Was it the control? Was it the intention? Was it how the, you know, the forecasts were picked and getting those upgrades? Like, what specifically was so nice about that?
Yeah, I mean, if we can get a look back at Prestiven's board, the thing that was really impressive about that to me was it was the control. I think that's the perfect word for it. Doing these big transitions does not matter how good you are at the game. It's always going to be difficult. But what I loved there is Prestiven had a very, very clear vision. As soon as he hit the poppy and committed saying, this is what I want, you could tell everything that he committed from there, from the shop, was only buying things that would supplement his backline. He held Ezreal pair, he held Caitlyn pair. Once he hit the Caitlyn, he said, you know, I need to itemize this right now. And as soon as he said this is enough board power, he instantly went to getting those items on, made snap decisions at the start of the fight, and got 3 items on every important unit. Very beautiful transition from Prestiven, and for someone who has not made it past day 1 in set 10, this is the way you need to play if you want to make it to the finals.
All right, really great breakdown, Gangly. So let's go ahead. We're entering the late game now. We're stage 5, so we're going to be seeing some kills. We're going to be seeing a lot of damage going on, and we're also seeing Biri and Spencer TFT. I'm actually going to be looking at this Urgot since we haven't gotten a chance to really look at that just yet and how good it's going to be, especially with something like a Collector. It's going to be able to rip through that front line along with the Dreadsteed coming through like it's the Kentucky Derby, going into the backline that's actually protecting the Urgot too, and now the Urgot trying to rip through even more HP doesn't happen, and then on the other side it's going to be a 1v1 here, and Biri is going to take it down. Cass, so much went down.
Oh, on the other side of the fight, Boop, Biri, the Viego on the other side got to her Karthus right away, took it out, and it came down to a 1v9 with this Viego left with the Radiant Hand of Justice. Insane fights on both sides of the board here, and Biri is able to maintain the last stand for a little bit longer, and I think that is so important on this total game.
Whew. Crazy shenaniganery happening right now. That was super close. Spencer having a hard time with that Urgot. It looked a little promising at the beginning, but it just wasn't enough throughput on that damage. Based on what I saw last time now, especially against this Jin Chu, I'm going to be looking at Biri's board right now. That Karthus is very close to ulting. We already have some units onto the backline. The Akali is going to help get some executes onto the carries and the backline as well, but is it going to be enough? So far, the Jin is still alive. We've seen Jin being able to come right back on this, but it's going to be close, and it's gonna take him down. 3 units. You know, there was a little bit of help there, especially with so many charged up turrets on the bench that Jin might be able to steal that round, but the Kali got there just in time.
Cass, you called it out. Every single life that Biri can maintain before going into that last stand is going to be absolutely huge, especially because at this point in the middle of stage 5, everybody's starting to bleed out. We're seeing it right now. Soju did not find the 6 true damage, or does have it actually online, but was not able to maintain enough tempo, like we've said so many times, to get ahead, to find the Kiana 2, and at this point, Soju's on his last legs.
And Spencer fell in that last fight. He was too clumped and got blown up by Senna, but here we go, Boop. Dish Soap trying to take out Soju.
All right, it's all about this Yasuo. That's where your eyes should really be. How much damage can that Yasuo do before it can be taken advantage of? So far, it has been so good, especially with that Hand of Justice and getting into the back line with our first disco comp that we've seen on stream so far, and it's going to fall. Just like everyone had kind of predicted with some of these tempo comps being pretty poorly placed so far. Dish Soap going to be in 7th. That's probably okay. I think we kind of have a mulligan game with Dish Soap, so.
He's good, right? He's got, he's got 2 games to get above 28 when he's at 27. I think he's pretty solid. A 7th is okay here. He wanted to play for more AVP, but also importantly for this lobby, Biri has lost that last stand protection. However, this composition uses those stats so well, and we have seen some last stand winouts happen in this set, and this is an opportunity that Biri maybe has for that. Soju just clinging to life, trying to get as many placements as he can, but without that Kiana, I think he's on his last legs.
Man, Go ahead.
Let's set the stage too first here, right? Because you got to keep in mind the bubble players right now, right? You've got players like Biri on the bubble herself, but Robin currently 5 points down at 14 points. Does not mean that he's out of contention, but it does mean that if he wants to get back into this top 8, he has to have a good placement starting this game. With Biri now on last stand, though, I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Oh, goodbye, Soju.
Oh man, we picked the last stand board. A lot of times when a last stand is triggered, it's all about avoiding it for as long as possible. It's actually already in the back line. The Karthus isn't even going to finish that ult, so it's Yasuo versus, oh my goodness, Viego. And it's going to be the Viego that takes it down. The last stand is going to continue.
Wow.
And we have some eliminations.
Robin down in 6th is very, very bad. I mean, you're talking about just 3 points, bringing him to 17. That might actually just be the end of the road for Robin, unfortunately. Soju as well, not getting it first. We said even 1-1 might not have been enough, but certainly 5th place is not going to do it. However, I think it's important to keep our eyes on players like Prestivan, also sitting at 14 points going into this game and currently on a win streak. If someone like Prestivan wants to get back into it, a top 2 right now really puts them in a good spot going into the final game of the day to make it into the top 8.
Half the lobby also on fire, but that is a big key on the other side, especially with that QSS. We're going to be able to stack some items onto our back line, but it's been moving back and forth. It's not being able to focus on anyone specifically and gets taken down immediately. So this is going to be another victory for Biri. Last stand, I feel like in these circumstances, almost assuredly competes for that victory, and Biri trying to make sure that that does happen.
It's just the stats check, right? You've got all these extra resistances, the Omnivamp. You can just see Viego's health bar. He takes a big shot from Jhin, and then he hits somebody, and he's back to full. And it's just, he's consistently having this rubber band, so the effective damage coming out of Wei Jin's comp, even though it's so high, just raw damage numbers, it just doesn't matter because Biri has these kind of evasive units that are being able to heal back up, use the Edge of Night, use Akali's dash ability, right? It's so incredibly good at utilizing Last Stand. Pentakill has kind of consistently been that comp that really just works so well with this augment.
All right, big deals here. How much stronger can we get? How much more can we secure that march to victory? We have another item that's going to be going on to this comp, but we have an Akali already. We've already got a Karthus, and we already have a Viego. But we're going back to replay, and this was something that we knew was coming ever since Star was born at the beginning of this lobby. Senna 3 is online, but look at that true damage stat, Gangly. That's looking pretty scary.
Seriously, yeah, replays board looking really good, but I think all eyes need to be on Biri and Prestivan right now. Prestivan had that enormous Heartsteel cash out. Biri with the last stand. Prestivan sitting at 14 points. He needs to be able to slingshot himself, but now he's running into the strongest board. He still has multiple threats, but multiple threats on both sides of the board. It looks like Prestivan will not be able to cut through. Last stand is enough. Prestivan sitting on 7 HP.
So Biri's Akali just dashed back and forth between the entire row of backline. If you look at Prestivan's position, this is really not good into the Akali. The tentacles can work as that angle back and forth, but what happened there instead is she gets to the Bard and then she's just ping-ponging between the backline, fully getting value. And so now we need to see some second row, some third row. We need to see more creativity out of that once Prestivan has Biri in the pool once again. But she is gone for now. Prestivan just has to survive against the rest of these boards.
Is that going to happen? It looks like we have a pretty good advantage going through. Oh, but now we got to see if we can rip up that front line. We've got a lot of hurricanes on the board, but what category are we seeing? Or are we seeing a tropical storm instead? That Caitlyn is already starting to get ulted, and that backline on that Jhin is starting to rip through our friend Prestivan's front line himself, and now the Caitlyn's going to have an opportunity to potentially get through into that Jhin. It doesn't happen. Oh my goodness, it's still not over. Finally, the Jhin falls. The backline, the Hurricanes, category 4, I would say here for Prestivan. We squeak it out. Look at where Biri fell. Last stand will end in 4th place.
Biri's fight was so close. The Akali got onto the Senna really early on, dropped her incredibly low, but Senna was able to hold on a little longer by the time, and Biri ends up falling in 4th. So gonna be squarely on that bubble going in to game 6. And I mean, now it's up to Prestivan. How many points can he earn to set himself up for game 6?
Every point matters from here on out. At 14, he's definitely playing from behind, and is he going to be able to eke it out? Now it's going to be all about this true damage, Zed, and how much of damage is that going to do onto Prestiven's side? Lucian was recently upgraded into tier 2, already starting to tag some damage onto that Senna. The Senna is vulnerable right now, but the Zac is bouncing around too, and we're going to see another win from Prestiven. It looks like Weijin was able to get that dub as well. 3 people remaining for this carousel, Giggly.
Weijin and Beery tied in the standings going into this game, right? So Weijin needs to be able to build a gap between him and anyone else that was at 19 points. The difference between 3rd and 4th might actually not be enough right now to put Weijin in a place where he can sleep at night. If you can get a 1st place right now, though, that will put Weijin at 27 points and potentially just lock him in straight up into the top 8.
Here we go. We've got one setup phase between these two. Prestiven looking for a fight potentially here against Weijin. He's just trying to make sure he can maximize the DPS for his backline. 3 item carries, 2 itemized frontliners, Vampirism, full value, Martyr. This is a brilliant setup for Prestiven to still get there, but the other boards are no slouch either. And Prestiven on 1 life, he gets the ghost.
This is the definition of a heavyweight fight because, you know, with that ghost going down, I'm going to be focusing on Weijin's side just for now. Is this backline going to be enough? Is that Jin going to continue carrying Weijin to potentially locking up a spot into tomorrow if we're able to compete for that lobby win? So far, so good, but not so much anymore as the Kiana finally does get into that Jin's face. And if there's any way to take down that Jin, it is by accessing that backline. And that's exactly what that Senna was able to do. And now we have 2.
Replay, taking out one of the big 3, saying your time in the sun is not quite yet. I'm going for 1st. A 1st place finish would put Replay at 20 points. Again, keep in mind, all weekend long, we've been talking about it. Replay says enough is enough. People are not ranking me high enough. I was a point leader yesterday. He could be in the top 2 points on the day. This is going to be one of the last fights and Replay's last chance to really lock himself into that top 8.
Prestiven looked to spread out there, trying to avoid the Senna. It's all about the clumps.
It's all about the clumps, as you said, and we do get some stats because of that clumping, but I'm really looking at how much attack damage this backline for Prestiven is able to achieve. The Senna, though, doing way too much. That front line fell, but now it's going to be it as Prestiven is going to fall. Man, that was a good game, Casanova. There's a lot that we could get excited about. I was hearing you get so hype in the back. Tell me exactly, how are you feeling about everything? Because that is only going to be even magnified for these players.
I mean, Riri taking another 1st here on the tournament. 28 points. He should be locked for day 3, pretty much whatever happens in game 6. And the big thing with Replay is he's already built such a lead on AVP that just making it to the final day is a big step for him in making it to the World Championship. Because if he can do one more good placement to end the day today, he might not even have to be in the top 4 tomorrow to lock in that spot.
All right, and Gangly, one thing, we've been seeing a lot of really, really good TFT. If there's anything specific in that you kind of want to point out, just to kind of show how good the TFT has been, or even if it's just the lobby in general.
I mean, the things that really stand out to me right now, we've been talking about these kind of main characters, Dish, Soap, Weijin, Replay all weekend long. We got to see all of them, those 3, not Setsuko, unfortunately, in that last lobby. Right now, all 3 of the ones we just saw are in contention to make the final lobby. I would love to see a world where we get 3 of this big 4 going to the World Championship. We actually have a world where it may happen. I cannot wait to see what the final game has in store for us.
Like you said, Gangly, final game. We will know who the final 8 going into tomorrow will be after this next lobby. But first, we're going to take a quick break, give the players a little bit of a break, as this is North American Regionals Day 2. We'll see you soon.
Hello everyone, we are here in Las Vegas, Nevada for the first ever official TFT LAN. That's right, this is the TFT Vegas Open. 512 competitors flew here from all around the world. They're taking the stage to be able to compete for the title of the TFT Vegas Open champion, as well as for a $100,000 grand prize. They've got a lot of games to play. You're not going to want to miss it.
Vegas is a good choice for a TFT event because people just say TFT is all about luck, but there is strategy, there is skill.
It's kind of surreal, like, to see how far TFT has come.
That missed way constitutes the top four.
I'm winning the tournament. Keep winning. I'm winning the tournament. Always says that.
I've played in tournaments on LAN for God knows how long. I definitely think it gives me an advantage over the other players. I saw them, kind of like buckling under the pressure.
Yeah, but here he goes. It's gonna
Welcome back, everybody. Azael and I are here to break down the action that we just had for game number 5 of the TFT NA Regional Finals. We're in day 2, and we are only one game away from determining which 8 players are going to be moving forward to our final lobby of the day. And that game number 5 was filled with some heartbreak.
Yeah, it's definitely tough, right? When you see some of these players who need one of those really high finishes to be able to kind of keep in the running there. You know, Robin Song's likely had to finish top 2 in this one. Definitely had a bit of a rough game, finishes 6th overall. Needed to roll so much gold for that Kale. You know, we didn't actually hit the Kale 3 until stage 5 and had to use a golden Nico to actually get it. So definitely a bit of a tough game for him. Disappointing finish. Soju as well, you know, was already mathematically eliminated before that game started, but had a pretty incredible start to this one. And obviously you still want to play for pride. You still want to be able to put yourself in a position to get some wins, to be able to show what you can do. But, you know, unfortunately for him, ends up going out, you know, pretty early as well. But it was an interesting game, and there were so many different lines that were being played. It's, you know, I think you were actually one pointing this out. It was the first time I think we've had a 2-cost reroll win today, right?
Yeah, it is. Previously, what we've seen is 80 Flex as well as Riven reroll twice being able to win these lobbies. So it's very interesting to see a composition that a lot of people have called out for being really stable, for getting a top 4 in a lobby, to actually win out. And I think that there's a couple of different things we could point to from that center reroll, which is replay having really high value units to try to round out that composition.
Yeah, absolutely. He did play Stars Are Born, which is one of the first times I've actually noticed that being played today, which was interesting. So got the Stars Are Born, was able to hit that Senna 3 relatively early on, and push levels and really cap out his comp very, very highly. You know, at the end of the day, he ended up getting a true damage spat, which I think was a big part of that first place, and had true damage Zed in there, had a really strong secondary carry, you know, had so many items in that I think he even had, you know, third carry itemized as well. Was able to kind of outcap what Preston was doing, who on the other side, Preston, it was looking like was probably going to be able to win this out because he got an over 500 stack Heartsteel cash out and put himself in a really good spot to win. Hit Lucian 2, had Caitlyn 2, Ezreal 2, all fully itemized. Had 2 really strong frontliners as well, I think in the Poppy and Zac that were both fully itemized as well. So was looking like he was going to be in a good spot to actually take it down, but some really crazy boards didn't even end up doing that well in this one. Like, it was pretty shocking.
Yeah, even like when we look at Biri's board, who had the last stand activated with a pretty powerful pentakill board, it wasn't enough, was just barely able to secure her a top 4. But like you look at the Viego, the Karthus, the pentakill Akali, this is also a composition we haven't seen a whole lot of in this tournament, Azael.
Yeah, we haven't been seeing it that much, but the last stand really working well with it. The casters talked, you know, about the synergy there, you know, with a lot of these melee carries. They had the Akali, they had the Viego, you know, fully itemized, and there's a lot of value to be grabbed there from the last stand, you know, trying to put yourself in a pretty good position to be able to take it down. Here's the bottom half of the standing. So these are the players that are not going to be currently moving on. Of course, there's one more game to try to change things up, you know, try to get a really high finish here, you know, if you are on that bubble and kind of catapult yourself into the top. Players likely aiming for, you know, 27, 28 points around there. So it's definitely possible for, you know, Precedent and above. For everyone kind of below that, it is probably already, you know, lights out for Ripple, Robin Song, Setsuko, and Soju. And it's pretty surprising to see some of these guys who were doing so well on the first day, you know, go out so early. You know, Setsuko really was kind of struggling today here. A couple of 8ths really sealing his fate. You can see the same thing for Robin, same thing for Soju. If you finish 8th when you have to get top half, it's just so hard to come back from.
Yeah, and even when you looked at how high they placed on day number 1, like this would have absolutely wrecked their average placement as well, just being at the bottom of this leaderboard. But on the flip side of things, you look at that 23 points currently being the bubble, but everybody else on the top is really just kind of going for a victory lap here. Dish Soap has had a phenomenal day, and even with that 7th place in that game number 5, like wow, it feels so difficult to believe that he's not going to be able to complete the day. Replay as well. Rain, they're both continuing to better their AVP.
Yeah. I mean, Dish Soap is basically already through. I think he is actually just already through. So he can feel really happy about that. It was the first time we've seen Disco on stream in NA, and it got 7th. So unfortunately for him, so maybe showing us why they are not actually playing it. But, he's already in there. He's already going to be feeling good about his chances here, coming into that final day. Really performed well on day 2. But the lobby is ready for the final game, and the casters are ready to go as well. So we're going to hand it over to them to close out the day.
Hey, you're muted, Boop. Muted, Boop. I got it. Leave it.
It's my first time. It's my first time in the whole season. It's my first time. You know what? That just means, hey, I was about to say, thank you. The multi-hyphenated desk there on Azael and Nekkra. Maybe my multi-hyphenate is blind to red when it comes to that view, but less about me and more about this lobby. Unfortunately, some of our friends have been eliminated, some of them on the bubble, but we're going to go ahead and start, talking about, from top to bottom here. Degree having quite the day and been pretty consistent throughout it.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's not just Degree, right? I think the most important thing when I'm looking at this lobby is that nobody is locked. 26 points means that if you're looking at a 27, 28 point bubble, if you go 8th and you are one of the many players who's sitting at 26 points, you are not going to advance, Cav.
Yeah, the big thing I'm looking at is from 12th place all the way to 3rd place. It is 21 to 26. These are all achievable to be overcome, right? In a single game of TFT. You can beat out these people. If they are at 26 and they go 8th, they are at 27, even the person down at 21 is able to pass it up. And this is why this is so incredibly close on the bubble between all of these players. And we even can look at someone like Ripple getting a 1st place. It's probably not enough because how high this bubble has ended up with so many players above 20 points going into this final game.
Okay, now let's take this. I like taking this early game to talk about the people that are playing, right? They all have that history. They all have that background. And someone here with Ripple is one of kind of like our returning to form friends.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Ripple, you think back to set 8, there was this rise of what Cass and I know we talked a lot in the set 9 broadcast as this new guard, right? You're talking about players like Ripple, players like Malala, Wajan Iverson really making his breakout in set 8 as well. Ripple was one of those players that made the final lobby way back in set 8, and like Malala, like Deepay, just fell short. He was not able to clutch it up when it mattered most. However, this time he had a really strong set 10 across both cups, incredible average placement. Unfortunately, though, at 18 points, like Cass said, his destiny is sealed, probably not going to make it.
And you called out Malala as someone, in that same group. And Malala's set 10 journey has been, similar in the sense that it's been successful, but different in the fact that he's the king. He's the set 10, genius. He won.
Got the belt in the picture.
He's got the belt. Look at the, yeah, you're right.
It's in the picture.
You're right.
He's displaying it. He won TVO. He won KDA. Heart still left a little to be desired, but, Malala has had such a fantastic set. And 23 points. He needs a good game still to make it to this top 8, this final day of regionals. And how awful would it be for him to miss it, but submit to the pit is an option that has been given for Malala.
That is
but
definitely
so is Scrappy.
Yeah,
it's a hard choice.
there are two really strong augments here. I don't want to move. I want to stay here until he picks it. He finds submit to the pit. He also has the headliner Vi. It's not the Mosher version, but because he had the set, he's able to instantly play the 4 Moshers. This is a really strong spot for Malala, and something I think we need to call out. We saw it in that graphic before the game. The highest scoring person in this lobby right now is 26 points. After Setsuko and Ripple, who are not able to make it, the lowest is 23 points at Kaiway. So the margin between the top and bottom of who can go on in this lobby is extremely narrow, and every single placement is going to matter.
All right, every single placement. It's the last lobby. This is the last chance, right? The last thing that you want to do is leave something on the table, right? The last thing you want to do is have to think back and say, if I did this thing, I could have potentially made it. So you got to give it all your all if you're one of those bubble players. If you're on the top, then maybe a mulligan is fine, or maybe just a little bit of relaxation. You know, playing that top 4 just so you don't bomb out is going to be okay, but that's not going to be the opportunity that a lot of these players do have.
Right, Rain on what doesn't kill you. Gonna be making some extra economy. Rain has been really loving the reroll lines. Punk reroll is one we have not seen, right? Having early punks, but this just seems to be a strong early game in general, right? Playing around Vi Jinx has been quite common. I don't expect her to go in that direction. And currently, her components are not screaming any line, but what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, of course. The augment is going to be giving you some additional components, and we'll see what Rain actually strings together, because she's had a lot of success playing around Kale, and she just needs a decent placement here to try and push over the top, as she's one of the players at 26 points.
Interesting to note, she is playing what doesn't kill you, but not the lost streak, I guess, version of it, which you would typically expect. This is an augment that will reward you by giving you gold, and like Cass mentioned, a component. I forget exactly how many rounds you need to lose in order to get the component, but Rain's not going to be lost streaking. She goes up against Weird TFT, who is once again playing the heroic grab bag that we saw him play with the Riven reroll earlier on in the day. Weird is going to be playing that hard lost streak, looking to stabilize at 3-5, and I have to say I'm a little bit surprised to see our two 26-point players playing lost streak into some sort of snap back in the middle of the game. These are playstyles that historically you would consider more 1st or 8th, and these two players are really just not playing for 8th. So we'll have to see. It's a little bit. I would be sweating if I were Rain and Weird and opted into this line. I think it's a little bit scarier than it normally would be.
It reminds me of that. If you watch Futurama, there's an episode where Zoidberg just keeps going all in until he loses, right? And this might be a little bit esque of that, right? You don't want to take those risks, especially when you don't have to. Those risks should be, I think, saved for moments when you have to launch yourself forward. So maybe that's going to be a good thing. Maybe that really secures them, because ending the day of like today with a win, going into the finale of tomorrow with that kind of momentum, I don't think can be understated either.
I think a lot of players, interestingly enough, because reroll historically has been associated with risk, right? You could just miss, you could just not hit. But a lot of players have been considering the reroll comps, the more consistent top 4 comps right now, whereas playing around 4 costs just requires like this lottery of a roll down. And so I'm wondering if that's kind of the thought that Weird and Rain are having, is as much as it is like you were saying, Boop, the all in until until you miss, but the odds are almost better to be going for these kind of comps anyways.
Yeah.
I want to talk about Weird for a second. This is something that just clicked in my mind, okay? I looked just then and saw no units on Weird's board, and it occurred to me. I said it earlier in the day, when the pressure is on, kind of the truest version of you comes out. When Weird made himself known on the ladder, it was during the open fort meta where everybody was lose streaking. Weird hit rank 1, was one of the pioneers alongside players like Spencer and Pocky to really own this open fort style. And now in game 5, when Weird needs to be able to perform and not go 8th, it's actually really funny, because I think people may consider this to be the higher variance, the higher pressure line, but Weird is just saying, no, this is where I live.
You know what, Boop? Never mind. You're right. I think Rain, maybe not gambling. This, going open for it when all you really need to do is not go 8th. Look,
let it ride.
Let it ride, Boop. I take it back. Here we go.
Weird or Force and Smurf account, as you see it on the scoreboard. Same person, by the way, if you're confused. But yeah, I mean, to get a fully new thing, like we've had 2 days of broadcast so far, and we have not seen this yet. So that is really, really exciting. Just goes to show that some of these players might have these little lines that they have that only maybe 1% of them might, feel comfortable with, and Weird decides to do it in arguably the most impactful time of his tournament.
It also looks like it's Riven again, right? Just based on the itemization. Obviously, there are
Great
other
Riven
things
items.
you could play, but this looks like a Riven game to me. We saw him pilot it earlier. It's
He played
obviously
Jazz last time. It was Biri Biri that played the Riven with the Heroic Razbag. He played Jazz with Heroic Razbag, yeah.
You're right. Yeah. So Weird was comfortable playing her on the 3-2 roll down earlier. This time around, though, especially holding the Kale, it is definitely, he's definitely signaling that he wants to play around this Riven. We'll have to see if he's still able to do the 3-5 roll down, because there is a certain APM check too, because you may not get exactly what you're looking to play. I remember when Biri played Riven, something I found really fascinating was that she didn't play the standard 8-bit Riven board. She actually played it around Jazz, going to levels 8 and 9, instead of like the vertical 8-bit or edgelord, and found a different way to cheaply build her Riven board. Weird may need to do something very similar, especially if he's able to get that Riven online quickly. Find out, oh, that's one way to do it.
Okay, there's a Riven.
I mean, actually, you have to make sure you can beat this thing, though, right?
You can lose to one Krug. That's one of my
Riven,
favorite
I think it's like
sayings.
free. I think it's actually like very easy to win.
All right, we got 5 units in a tier 2, so that's locked in. Doesn't matter from that point. So we made sure it happened, but it did bring us below 50 gold, especially with an open fort. Sometimes you want to go into stage 3 with that 50. Maybe the Krugs are going to get us those items. Yeah, the Krugs got us. Did the PayPal go through? Is the Krugs are already trying to take down that front line. I almost considered casting this like it was a regular round. Oh my goodness, though. If you're not going reroll from this point,
didn't
you're
have
blind.
us, by the way, but no, they did. There was
So here's the thing. The fascinating part about this is, because it's the larger Nico, it also means that you are going to stabilize on 7 so much easier, not only because you're going to be able to hit the Riven 3, but it's also going to be much easier to get the Caitlyn 2 and the Viego 2. We saw, what was that, the Biri Biri game where the Caitlyn up against the world was able to clutch it out? Having the additional threats on 8-bit oftentimes is the thing that pushes you over the edge, because there are some matchups where if there's single target damage like Ari or Misfortune, where Riven can struggle, and in those moments you do have to rely on the Caitlyn.
Also want to bring up the fact that 2 of our friends have made it to 3-1 on a streak, so they were able to avoid each other through stage 2 and are both bringing that momentum into stage 3. Degrees side right now, we're playing 5 Heartsteel to make this happen. We're locked in, but we know that this doesn't mean it's going to be a guaranteed first, second, third, or fourth place, because we saw someone get 5 Heartsteel super early, got 8th.
Yeah, we've seen some struggles from Heartsteel today, but not as a whole, as a line, right? It's been quite good, but the raise the stakes version specifically, right? When it's been that loss streak, when you've been hunting for those big cash outs, multiple times we've seen a 2-item no gold cash out come through, and that caused a lot of problems. And now Degree just needs a small finish here, but Tiniest Titan offering Heartsteel is a very tempting proposition for Degree.
Harvest is also really good, though. It's tough.
Take a risk or take like the standard one, right?
Yeah, I mean, you take Harm Assist and all of a sudden the melee carries that you're going to, wow, it's gone, it's going to be,
wow, buried treasure.
Wait,
it's buried treasure.
Holy cow, I was not expecting that whatsoever. In my mind, you're playing the 5 Heartsteel, you're going to be getting additional resources. At some point, don't you think your units might be a little bit inundated with all these things you're throwing at
I think
them?
items is maybe a strange choice there. I just want to, Setsy's having fun this game. We've got, that's Jazz Final Reserves. Setsuko knows he's out, and definitely having a very spicy game, but that's very Setsuko. I think he would play around Final Reserves regardless of the situation. He's one of those players who absolutely loves that augment.
Setsuko, you know, having some fun, but still causing some trouble, right? Of all the lobbies, again, the last lobby is almost always likely to be. It happens so much that one eliminated player will win it, and that makes the final standings even crazier at the end. But we have the Urgot finally walking through. That should be a good win here for Weird, who was our open forwarder. So we did have a ton of money in stage 3 as we move on over to Setsuko, who looks like picked up a tier, I think, on a cash out there.
Going to be doing a transition here, looking to play around the Jazz. Finds the MF. Doesn't have a headliner yet, but all the pieces are on the bench. He's looking for Heartsteel?
Yep.
Is he actually, you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh.
I think he was. Now he's going to he didn't find it in the first few rolls. Now he's just going to go for Seraphine and put the Jazz board together. There we go.
And that's Jazz, baby. You have to say it like that, right? Like, if you're not putting, like, an effect to it, you're not really saying it right. But let's go ahead and see if the Seraphine is going to be able, at least for the Seraphine, a lot of those units are already grouped, but we have a pretty beefy Gnar there that's going to take pretty much no damage. Setsuko falling to below, I think, 50 HP. Yeah, 46 there. Yeah. From top to bottom, we've got a pretty big split between 4th and 5th.
The other big thing I want to look at, because it's Prismatic lobby once again, and Ripple has binary airdrop. It's been one of the most successful Prismatics we've seen in the tournament so far, and I think Ripple has been one of the players who's been able to use it to great success. And on top of that, you know, we got to call out the spatula, of course, right? What is Weird playing again? It is going to be that 8-bit, right? It was the Riven, so 8-bit spat is pretty crazy. And you said open bow, so perfect spot for Weird.
All right, but, you know, perfect spot has not brought us to perfect placements before. There have been a couple times where, you know, in the early game or even in the mid game, something will happen and you're like, oh my god, this is definitely gonna go through. But because every single person on this in this lobby is also going to be playing to their, you know, potential perfection, again, you can't make any micro mistakes. As it looks like we're going to be going back to Weird, as this roll down at 56 gold looks like it could be commencing. But this is really good though, Gangly. I think we expected that to happen, but it's not. What is your theory on why?
So, I mean, to be honest, I think maybe he just thinks he doesn't have quite enough money, and he does have the Heartsteel in. That maybe by scouting the boards, he's convinced he's not going to take an absurd amount of damage. I mean, even this board, while it does have binary airdrop, there's a lot of 1-star units. What that says is you have this Thieves Gloves, the Lucky Gloves, a lot of damage on your Aphelios, even if you lose. And it doesn't matter if you win or lose at this point, right? Because you have the Heartsteel in. If you win, great, you get to preserve HP. If you lose, you get a little bit additional, a few additional resources on your level 7 roll down. But I'm just a little bit scared for Weird because, like we said, the only thing Weird is looking to do is not go 8th, and by playing with less health, he's going to have that many fewer lives when he does hit, and he's gonna have to stabilize very, very hard in a lobby that is prismatic and people are going to cap out high.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Kiyun has already hit this Senna 3, right? So some of these boards are hitting their big power spikes. So if Weird doesn't hit soon, it could be trouble. But Weird is giving himself the most amount of gold for the big roll down. So we either need to go back 3-7-4-1 and see exactly when he rips this, goes to 7, and goes for that Riven, because currently we've been jumping around to boards. Nobody else is on Riven. It's uncontested. The line is open. He has the 8-bit spot, and he should be able to get there. As Malala on Submit to the Pit, right? We already knew what line this was going to be. It's going to be for the Urgot, and currently not having the Urgot yet, but does have a lot of copies of Jax.
Yeah, that Submit to the Pit allows you to go pretty wide, as Azael said, has one of the best AVPs amongst, you know, first chosen augments at 2-1. And so, you know, these losses now are just going to be kind of that tempo oriented. Now's the time to use some of that HP as some of those resources so we can push other parts of our economy into some power. As we're going back on over to Ripple Overdrive, who does have Rivens on the board, or on his bench.
Oh, we can see Weird is starting to roll down now. Finds the early Caitlyn, which is nice. Probably not going to go too deep during PvE rounds. I suspect he will just roll a little bit, just start it, get some of the groundwork laid, and from there go very deep on 4-1. But Weird's currently sitting at 35 HP. You really want to have at least 2 lives, so I would expect a very deep roll down right now. And after this PvE round is over, we're going to kick it off.
All right.
Oh my god.
Oh. There's the Riven, but it's not 8-bit, and he says that's not good enough.
Wow.
So he's going to keep digging down, try and find that 8-bit version. You have to roll quite a bit now because he saw it. He didn't buy and sell it like you normally do.
Oh my goodness, is the risk going to pay off? You're putting all of your eggs in one basket right now. At least we get the upgrade, but we really want the headliner. We need 3 more. And the fact of the matter is we had it. We had the Riven, but we went for it. You took the risk. I don't know personally if it was an appropriate risk to take, but this is where we're at now.
It's 3-star if he just finds the headliner at this point, right? It's just, you can just use the 3 duplicators and go. And so he's going for the max cap. He's playing for first. He's playing for as much AVP as possible. But really, I mean, this is so risky. We talked about he just needs to not go 8th. And he had the ability to just pick up a Riven.
I am horrified by that, to be honest. Maybe it will work. Not today actually sounds pretty good here. Know your enemy also pretty decent.
Yeah.
You're going to be running the Sentinel. But, he's going to have the combat power one way or another. All right. There it is. Weird, the most fearless player in North America. I thought that Setsuko was fearless, but that move from Weird, listen, this is 6-8-bit. As soon as he actually finds the Corki, he doesn't actually have a Corki.
Of all things.
Once he has it online, 6-8-bit is so powerful. It will be an extremely... Oh, there's the Corki. That is now 6-8-bit. He's going to Neek over this Riven, right? He's going to
you just pull duplicate. You just go to like...
Sure.
Oh, you're saying, is this guy going to do it? Because I feel like most people, absolutely. We got to slam that.
I think it's a really good point based on what we saw. Sometimes going to take a risk, feels like the right play. It didn't pay off. It took an extra round, I think, to do it, but we ended up with the correct Riven. So now we can push this, and we've seen how successful this Riven has been all day today. In terms of an increase in AVP for a comp, I'm assuming that Riven is going to be fine, but it's gone. It's already done. We take another loss anyway, right? So we celebrate the risk-taking. It seems like he's proven us wrong, but at the end of the day, he still lost that round.
So instead of playing 6-8-bit, he actually went down to play Heartsteel to try and greed out for more components.
Dude, there's no way.
And instead, he ends up losing this fight. And the thing is, he took teaming up instead of not today. So he sacrificed power on his Riven for team-wide power. It's crazy, and now he's on 1 life in stage 4. I don't know if the Riven gets it done on 1 life.
Might be calling him the Nutty Professor after today. If, with a lot of those moves, if it works out, then he's going to look like a genius. You know what I mean? Hindsight's going to make him, historically someone who had it under control, but we only have 10 HP left. We're going to see if that's going to be the elimination here, Cass, as we're seeing Ripple and Malala battle it out.
Yeah, and Malala, really good setup for the submit to the pit, right? When he decides to go for the roll down for the Urgot, he just needs to find the headliner. He just needs to drop the Gnar headliner and roll it down, and he can find that Urgot, put this together. He's in the perfect position for this comp to cap out really high. And I'm curious, though, considering the itemization, if he ends up wanting to play around Gnar 3 as well. He's on 6 copies. So there is an argument that you actually just play for both at this point, because you're actually 7 copies of Gnar. And so maybe you actually don't even swap for headliner, and instead you actually do play around this Gnar 3 because you have that Radiant Thieves gloves.
There's Yorick on the carousel as well. Not sure if Malala will actually be able to get that. The 6 Mosher spike would be pretty significant. I'm not sure. He can fit it, right? He can drop the Zed that's on his board currently. Still is there too. Rain, unfortunately, going to take it. And, we haven't really talked about Kiyun, who's currently sitting in first. But this is another player, I believe, currently sitting at 25 points. Definitely in a spot where he's just trying to play tempo. If you can get a top 6, top 5, likely has his way into final day, but obviously most likely really wants to try and get that top 4.
All right, Weird might be on his last life here, guys.
Because he has the lucky gloves, he can 8-bit the... Oh, he already 8-bitted the Viego. I thought he did not have a unit to 8-bit there for a second. I do like the choice of getting rid of the guard breaker now, moving that onto the Viego, instead using the Titans. Man, I do feel in general that Weird would have benefited significantly more from just getting something like raw combat power instead of teaming up. He was obviously looking for something like a Zeke's Herald, but he already has the QSS, so Banshees wouldn't have been that valuable either. I feel like Harmesis would feel so much better, but at this point, with the additional cast right off the bat, the Titan stacking up quickly, and 6-8-bit online, he's probably fine unless someone caps out very high, like if it were a lobby with a prismatic augment in it.
Yeah. If only there were prismatics here that people could play around for sure. That would be very, very unfortunate for Weird in this case, especially because it's still one life and there are other players that are hitting. We do see the Bard picked up by Setsuko.
Silly man right over there. We got that Bard hanging out. The last time we saw that didn't do quite well, but we have a couple players on Elimination Station. Ripple, I think, is on 2 HP right now. Weird on 10, so this could really go any other way, especially if Weird is able to finish in a 7th. That's still going to be an extra point to compensate and maybe bring him even more. But who is it going to be? It's going to be up against a Disco comp. It's going up on the other side, so let's see if this Riven should, this is literally counter to that comp, so I'm sure that Riven's going to be fine. So I'm just going to go back over to Setsuko on this point with this Jazz. And that's Jazz, baby, with this Bard. And unfortunately, it seems like the backline is starting to get targeted. It's all up to this Ezreal, and is going to be able to take him down. Setsuko takes the L, and as we thought, Weird is going to take the W on that side.
Oh, Ripple went down. Ripple falls in this fight, and Ripple, we knew, was already not going to be making it to that day 3. But that does mean that Weird has survived and escaped 8th. I'm not convinced 28 points is guaranteed locked. I think there's too many players that can reach that figure. But it is still a hell of a lot safer than taking the 8th in this game.
I mean, yeah, when you get 8th place, the only people who don't gain on you is the other 8th place player. And with only 2 lobbies, that's just one other person. Literally every single other person would have gained ground on Weird. So now we're going to get to see a little bit more items come through. We have good units on the board. Ezreal pops up. That's going to get passed over as we see this roll down going.
Highwing's got a lot of good pieces on their board. However, Malala finds the Urgot 3.
It's country.
It is, in fact, country.
It's a little bit country.
He gets a horse on his board now. That's kind of cool.
That's kind of cool. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, that's actually totally fine.
It's horsing time.
I mean, it's probably still good enough. It's submit to the pit. 4 Mosher is like completely fine, and at this point you have enough HP. But Malala sitting at 23 points. You called it out before. Cass at 28 might not be enough. At that point, the Malala is actually looking to play something around like a top 3. And man, if he does not go top 3 because Country Urgot was not enough, I think he's going to feel miserable about that. But now the nice thing is because he was able to do it without having to send to 0, he has the opportunity to try and cap out his board at levels 8 and 9.
That also like informs the decision to go for this Country Urgot though. Look at the HP, Gangly. If he's just strong right this very second, it is the best possible thing that he can do. He finds the Yorick. He's not going to be able to go 6 Mosher, but still can play around 5 of them and play around the Yorick in general. And so now it's just about how hard can he hit these people who are low. He needs to finish them off before they can hit.
He needs to find some eliminations here. We also get a quick little upgrade to even just try to... This game is a game of inches, right? It's all about those little advantages as we're going to pivot our Rascal's Gloves over to the Yorick too. So is Malala going to be able to eliminate our friend here? It's going to be that Caitlyn in the backline versus Submit to the Pit. That Urgot's already pretty vulnerable, and the Dreadseed's actually going to be behind the rest of the team, and the Riven's already there, but the Riven is already low as well. Is there enough damage though for the Submit to the Pit to break through it? The answer is no. It looked a little shaky there for a second.
I mean, that's one of those fights where if Riven falls, then Malala just takes over the fight, right? It's like as soon as Riven is dead, the fight is over because the Moshers are going to be able to, well, in theory, they should sustain past the Caitlyn damage and make their way into the back line. That was very spooky for Weird, who is probably good for top 8 with a 26 point going into this game. But man, if you are Malala and a little bit stronger with a Yorick too, I'm not convinced that Weird still takes that.
That was actually the big thing too. The Yorick actually allows you to go 6 Mosher without even hitting the Mosher, right? So we actually do see 6 Mosher online. It was actually such a massive hit. So Malala can still cap this board completely, and the Country Urgot is largely irrelevant at that stage. Because now it's just Highwing survive against Rain here with the Disco board.
Yeah, let's see where this ult from this Ezreal's going to go. The way that Disco is formatted, that's going to go through every single person, but it's going to be up to that TF to try to charge back up with that Hextech Gunblade. However, it is just too much damage. Those Disco comps have not been doing well on stream.
We got to go to Setsi after this carousel, though. Final reserves, we got to see what he does with it, right? I mean, I know he's eliminated, but we have to see what he does.
He does have a Lucian on his bench, so I'm assuming that does mean he gets to go level 8, or if he had already hit level 8 and potentially, you know, go level 9, get that Lucian on, and maybe an additional Jazz value. Malala does also get to get the Yorick pair, which is nice. Exactly like you're calling out, with that Yorick online, 6 Mosher is huge, and it's important to keep in mind, Kaiwang and Malala both sitting at 23 points. It means not only are they contending for best placement in the lobby, they're contending against one another for that spot. So we have to keep an eye on that as that continues.
Rain just went to level 9. Kaiwing also rolling down 0 gold on either of these boards. They're both on 1 life.
1 life remaining. 1 life to try to prove in this last lobby that you belong in that final 8. Who is it going to be able to bring that success to? Kaiwing is someone that needs some points here, that needs a really good result, needs that top 2. Is it going to be enough? And now that's going to be the ghost board. So, you know, I'm going to be keeping my eye on that, but I'm looking over on Rain because we're going up against Malala. Malala needs those eliminations as well. Will they submit to the pit? Will she be taken down by the King Crab? My Little Pony comes out since that's Country 3, as well as already on the back line. That's not looking very good for Rain Explosion. It looks like submit to the pit is going to be enough, and Kaiwang does defeat that ghost.
Kaiwang lives, and that puts Rain also... Oh no, Setsi went down. He did not complete the transition with the final reserves. Rain gonna be at 29 points. It is a very notable figure, not landing on that 28.
Okay, but also the fact that Ripple and Setsuko go 7 and 8, I think if I understand the math correctly, doesn't that mean that the threshold will be higher?
It can be, yes.
It can, yes. Right? Especially because so many of these players have points so similar to one another. We have the grouping of 26 of Rain, Weird, and Degree, and then Kiyun at 25, Malala and Kaiwing at 23. There's still a world where if Malala can go first, is he able to get 5 points over a 26-point player? Yeah, he is. Like,
so
over
Kaiwing has to live here, right? Kaiwing needs to hold on 23 points, needs to outlive Malala. It's a big fight, but the submit to the pit is just too much.
Oh, wow.
Got to bend the knees sometimes, and unfortunately, Kaiwang will do just that to Malala. And Weird falls too, but what a crazy game from Weird, by the way. Just from beginning to end, there was content for the people, but now we're in our dragon round. Degree, Kiyun, and Malala, the only ones remaining.
Yeah, so Malala actually just denied Kaiwing. Kaiwing needed 4th to go to 28 points, but instead Kaiwing goes to 27. Weird surviving all the way through. He should be locked in, right? Weird was one of our 26-point earners coming into this one. Just needed to not go 8th. So Weird has set himself up to make that top 8. And now Malala, really the big one, still fighting for it, as Degree was already at 26 coming in. So Degree's already got the spot. Malala just fighting to hang on.
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but hopefully not for Malala. We won another victory. We won another opportunity to prove that we belong amongst the best of the best in TFT. We have a pretty nice HP lead against Degree. So does Kiyun, as we do see a couple 5-cost tier 2s going on. And Casanova, this fight is going to be awesome.
All right, we're jumping into it. Malala will just be against a ghost here, so Degree fighting up against Kiyun. But Malala pretty clearly the strongest in the lobby right now with the submit to the pit, having the Yorick too with those Rascals gloves. And you can see even the big damage coming through. Seems like the healing could be enough, but it's actually the crowd control. And this ghost board is giving a lot of trouble to Malala because of it. But one more cast from the Yorick, one more auto from the Urgot to get the lifesteal. But this was a ghost. Remember, this could be busted for Malala if that board is a real player.
Spooky ghost on that side of the equation, Gangley.
There are some extremely powerful boards left in this lobby right now. The thing that really stands out, though, we've talked about Kiyun, we haven't talked about Kiyun because of all the other players that we've seen on the board. Kiyun, if you think back to set 9, just narrowly missed out on regionals. Think to the KDA Cup, narrowly missed out on top 4. We use the phrase snatching defeat from the jaws of victory for Kiyun. This time, though, finding himself in a top 3 with a very strong board that nearly beat the other person, even as a ghost, you have to feel good if you're Kiyun right now.
Yeah, I think we get another ghost board here as well with Degree. And of course, in the last lobby, the person with the lowest HP remaining is the one on fire. So there is nothing set in stone right now. Pretty easy win on this ghost board. Well, should be once we get this ultimate off. Curious to see what that other board is looking like. Malala and Kiyun seem to be fighting still. Kiyun, with a loss here, will be really vulnerable to that third place, but it's not going to happen. All of a sudden, from first to third, is just 17 HP.
Looking at these boards, I'm not entirely convinced that Malala will be able to actually go top 2. Both Kiyun and Degree have some insane boards, and with Malala being at 23 points, third place is what, with 6 points, 29, should be enough. But I think, man, I don't remember off the top of my head if we've ever actually seen a threshold that high for advancement.
We've always known it was possible. We've been told before it can get to 29, and this feels like a circumstance where it could. But Malala is going to be fighting for his life here in the tournament to guarantee a spot with one more placement, and he's doing it with Submit to the Pit.
And it's up against Degree, a comp that hasn't lost in quite a while. Really, it's all about this Urgot being able to push that damage onto that front line, and his front line being able to keep that damage away from him. So far, it looks like Degree is doing a little bit more on that front line, but Ezreal does not hit that Urgot. Our Ezreal could have made that a little bit quicker, but Malala does fall once more, and all of a sudden, we're only 9 HP separation.
Malala does not have a good way to further improve this board, right? He's looking for whatever items he can get, but really, all of his important units are pretty stacked up. Maybe Poppy item, but there's not anything necessarily that good for it. Well, the other two have pushed to level 9. Malala has been stuck on 8, and Kiyun and Degree just keep winning.
Is this going to be the end of Malala in this lobby? Hasn't been able to pick up that victory since the top 3 was defined. Is Malala, again, going to repeat the magic that we had? Because remember, when he won TiVo, that was not locked in at all. A couple other people hit checkmate before Malala did. And so let's go ahead and see if Malala's going to be able to pull off another victory here once this portal goes through. Who's it going to be? Where is he going? Is he going to be able to get the ghost? It looks like he might have lucked into that. Malala now at Submit to the Pit might have gotten an opportunity to continue on with their life, but anytime you see that Sen of 3 in that backline, things can go totally differently, especially with a comp like Submit to the Pit that's already all put together. But that's just to hype you up on a maybe, because this should be just fine. Malala lucking out on this round, but who's going to win between Kiyun and Degree? Because if Kiyun loses, that means we're probably going to be around 2 to 3 HP separate from everyone else. And Kiyun does lose and will probably fall into third place. My math was a little wrong, but look at this. It's still single digits.
The fight RNG to find the ghost board is what's really helping Malala, because it seems like he's not beating either board in person right now, but maybe he can beat Kiyun. Maybe this is a board that is actually reasonable for Malala to get through. We saw him take out the ghost a lot easier than he did with Degree's ghost, but still, it's been quite difficult for him to find these fight wins, and now we're getting to the point where it could be just one fight that changes everything. Kiyun on 1 life. If Malala can survive and Kiyun goes down, it makes all the difference, and he's fighting Kiyun. He can be in control of his destiny right now, just needs to find the win.
Is he going to be able to find it, though? So far, it's been a little rough once we see the player in a person, but the Urgot looks like it's already been CC'd. It's not being able to put a ton of damage on just yet, but a lot of damage has been done throughout the rest of that team. But slowly but surely, that Urgot is breaking through that front line, but his front line gets broken first, and it's up against the world right now. While this might delay the departure of the train, Malala does fall, but lives.
He's alive, but I mean, that matchup is very difficult, right? Senna is an AoE champion. She wants to deal damage to things in clumps. Submit to the Pit requires you to put your things in clumps. No matter how many stats you're getting from that, Kiyun's board is essentially a direct counter to Malala's, and I think what Malala really is praying for right now as we go into stage 7 is that he is the person that gets the ghost, and just pray that Degree can kill Kiyun. One more placement should actually lock it in for Malala. He's probably pretty good right now, but I guarantee you ask him right now, he is sweating, he's praying, please let Degree just kill Kiyun one time.
All right, so here it is. I mean, he's also got Bloodthirster being able to be on the Yorick, but unfortunately, he didn't high roll 2 good items with those Rascal's gloves going into that fight. Now he gets an additional tank item on Poppy, but I don't know how relevant that will be. Degree has gone to level 10. He's so powerful. Everyone wants to dodge Degree because Degree is looking to run away with this victory here. And now Malala goes in and runs into the beast himself. Malala's going to have some trouble with this one.
Oh, now, here's the thing. There is a world where Kiyun is also playing the ghost of Degree as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, but still, though, even though that might be a double elimination, Malala's still much more likely to get that 3rd place regardless. Let's see how much this Urgot can do before it falls. Is actually competing a lot more than I think we had anticipated. Is this it? Is the submit to the pit instead?
How?
You love when expectations are broken.
How did this happen? How could he have actually won this? I think it's enough of the clumps where we get Urgot healing. And now look at the Radiant items that are picked up for the Yorick. This time around, that Yorick is an absolute monstrosity. This becomes a lot more winnable, right? You've got this Radiant red buff. You've got the Radiant Titans. We've got 10 seconds to the fight, but here we go. This is it. Malala finds the win over Degree. He might have bought himself a ghost fight, and Degree could fight against Kiyun. And one last second change to put in the Yorick.
He got the
What
ghost.
is it gonna be? He got the ghost.
He got the ghost. Malala got the ghost. So this is a potential elimination round for Degree. That Lucian is going to try to get through that front line. We have a good front line with that Yorick as well. But is there enough damage? Is there enough time for him to go through all of that HP from Kiyun? That back line is still staying aligned. The front line is already dead. The Ahri's trying their best, but the Lucian's already trying to feed a lot of bullets into her face. And Degree takes him down. And Kiyun is out. He is eliminated. Malala and Degree are the final 2, and the ghost board might have been one of the most impactful ghosts in regionals history here for Malala.
Guaranteed a spot with that. He should be locked in to the final day. TVO winner, KDA Cup winner, and now he's making it to the final lobby of regionals.
We talked about why Malala may not be in the big 3, right? With this big 4, but what matters most is that this is the first step in Malala's career.
This is it. This is the final fight. Can he lock it in with the 1st place, get himself even more AVP going into the final day?
Final fight of day 2 in North American Regional starts right now. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Malala? Is it going to be Degree? So far, it's been back and forth. We have underestimated Malala this entire time, but is he going to exceed expectations once more? It doesn't look like that damage so far has been enough for that Urgot. The Ezreal, though, this looks very similar to the last one, actually. The last time we saw this, the Urgot was able to come right back, but with that red buff, is that going to be enough to neuter the healing? One ult is determining this lobby, and Degree will win with 4 HP. Wow.
I thought it was it. The Gabagool body blocking for the Urgot. The Lucian's going pew, 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 but it's not enough. Ultimately, that final Ezreal ult able to take out the Urgot. What an unbelievably close fight.
Oh, last true shot barrage firing through, taking him down. I mean, we saw the power of that Urgot the whole time, just pushing, and pushing, getting the lifesteal on the autos. He just couldn't do it a second time around.
Oh, man, that is absolutely insane. So as we kind of regulate ourselves and do some mindfulness, I can only imagine how they feel. That was hype. Couldn't have asked for a better last game in day 2. And I think I said that yesterday about day 1. But Casanova, some thoughts as this is going to be our last cast for today.
I mean, the crazy thing, because of where the point totals were, I have no idea at all who has made this final day unless they're just like above 29, like above those players were like, okay, we're confident. But everyone who reached that 28 figure, I fear for you that this is the time where we have pushed over to a 29. And I just can't wait to see who will be making that final day.
So Gangly, kind of same thing to you. It's our last cast for today. Any last words coming from you?
The thing that stood out to me, top of the show, Waitian Iverson comes in and says, listen, people are talking about K3 Soju study group, but where's my credit? We've got 5 players that made it to today. At the final game, Degree and Malala, 2 players from that same study group, clutching it out in the top 2, both of which needed to have a good placement in order to make it into the final day. I love getting to see these groups of players succeed, practice together, and maybe fight for a chance to represent North America at the World Championship. But for all these players, it's going to start tomorrow.
after we come back from this break, 50% of our players will be eliminated. We will have our final 8. But before we do, I just want to say, if those of you for getting eliminated, and we have some big names too, I just wanted to thank you as well. A lot of you are so important in the community, and a lot of you are the reason why we're here as well. So while today didn't go your way, the future certainly will. But that's going to be it for us on the cast. We're going to have an amazing guest coming back. That was the last lobby, but we still have a lot more coming up. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the conclusion of day number 2 of the TFT NA Regional Finals, and at the end of the 6 games today, we are cutting half of the field of competitors so that there's only 8 moving forward to tomorrow. And Azael, what a photo finish that we had for that final game. Everybody on a last life there for so long.
I know, it's absolutely crazy. And it's wild to think that for a lot of these players, you know, their fate in this entire tournament is coming down to 1 point, 2 points, you know. Like Wage and Iverson, he finishes with 28 points, so he missed out by 1 point. Setsuko, obviously, you know, wasn't close, but like he missed out as well. That was also pretty shocking. So some of the big favorites were eliminated, and by some of the slimmest margins here. You know, Malala needed a really big game to be able to actually push through. Is able to have that for himself. So it's really kind of just an insane final game. And some of the matchmaking coming into play, like running into ghost boards versus dodging the strongest players. Degree got an absolutely insane board with level 10, you know, swapping even over to the York headliner. Like, there was just like madness.
So many items, so many carries. It feels like there was just Yeah, absolute tomfoolery happening over here in this final game lobby. But as we take a look back at some of the highlights from this game, I feel like we have to sort of look at the top end again. The way that we ended up finishing out the day, it was still the Ezreal or the AD flex sort of at the top of the tables. And this is a composition that we've had players call out already, where it's, if you have the spot, you have to take it, and you can see just how high that cap can go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, another really interesting thing to talk about was Forsen's Swerve account. Weird how he played this game, because this was, I think, insanity, like absolute insanity, because he was not guaranteed to actually make it through on this game. Ended up going like full, basically open fort into Riven reroll, hard force Riven reroll, saw an Edgelord Riven headliner, passed it in his shop, which means you're guaranteed to at least have to roll 4 more times before it can even pop up. Had an 8-bit spat, so really wanted to force the 8-bit Riven, does eventually get it, but even after hitting it, doesn't play 6-8-bit, continues playing Heartsteel, loses again down to 10 health, and it's like, if he went 7th, I think he was probably out. So it's actually crazy to think how close this was. Maybe could have just snuck in, but it would have been a tiebreaker had he gone 7th. And he could have gone 7th or 8th. Was looking like he might be in this game. So it was really crazy. Some of the risks that people were taking were pretty shocking. We saw Submit to the Pit, again, doing really, really well. The Urgot 3 came through. It was Country Urgot instead of the Mosher, unfortunately, but still looking really strong. And this patient study really paid off on the other side for Degree.
Yeah, that was a Submit to the Pit augment that Malala was able to pick up right off the bat. And we've seen just how dominant that type of augment can be. If you are able to get it so early, it has a pretty consistent top 4 rate. And that's really what Malala was looking for. But even then some, he has to go a step further, because he was only 23 points coming into this game. So needed to have a super, super good finish. And he was able to do that. So we're going to see how those standings really shook out.
I mean, it's crazy, right? Malala came in with 23 points. 29 ended up being the cutoff, I believe. So needed to be able to at least get, 6 points, right? And that means you need to at least get a top 3. Ended up getting 2nd. So absolute insanity. Biri, Wage and Iverson, you have to feel for them. Missing by 1 point. I know we were just talking after that last game, with some other casters. People are going to be thinking back to that game 3, which I believe was the Golden Egg Kale game, where he already had Kale 3, had that Radiant Rage Blade, was in a pretty decent spot, ended up going for the Golden Egg. I don't know what the other options were, so maybe the options were really bad and he felt forced to take it. But if there was some other just reasonable combat augment that he could have grabbed, it's probably that 1 extra point to at least put him into a tiebreaker and maybe get through.
Yeah, but even looking at a competitor like Biri, also at that 28 points, and this is so unprecedented when it comes to TFT and historically where we have seen these point cutoffs. Normally we're looking at 27 points. That feels so safe, but in this situation, you needed 29 points in order to make it forward, and that's where we're gonna see that cutoff. Prestevent, Rain, replay, making it in at that 29 point bar. We didn't see great games coming out from Dish Soap or replay to finish out the day, but that's also kind of part of the reason why this cutoff was so high, is that everybody in the top 8 here had some really great average placements, and it's super mathematically did some shenanigans there.
Yeah, it definitely was kind of crazy. Degree ends up finishing out a couple points ahead, but 2nd to 8th was 2 points, right? 2nd to 10th was 3 points. So that is ridiculous, right? It's just absolutely crazy that someone at 31 points, you're that many places ahead. You were 9 places ahead of someone who's down in 10th, right? So pretty shocking. It was incredibly close throughout the entire day. And I have to feel for the players, because there's obviously insane amounts of pressure on you when you're trying to maximize every single place and every single point, because that's the end of your year right there. That could be the difference between just squeaking through and maybe making worlds, maybe even winning worlds, or just going out before you even get that shot.
Yeah, and when you look at just even being able to make it to that final lobby and hoping that your average placement could be another win condition for yourself, we do have a player with us that is going to be making a stronger argument, and that is Degree, our points lead for the day for day 2 of the TFT NA Regional Finals. Degree, thanks so much for joining us, and congratulations on your performance today. How are you feeling knowing you made the final lobby tomorrow?
Thank you. Yeah, super excited to make the final lobby. This is my second run at regionals, and the first time I had a day 1 exit. So it's super exciting to be back and actually be able to make it deep into the tourney and have a shot at Worlds. So yeah, super excited to be here.
I mean, you did pretty incredible today. The lobbies were so close. I don't know if you looked at like the final standings for points, but it was ridiculous. Like it was a 29-point cutoff, and between second and 10th was 3 points was the only difference. You ended up finishing, 3 points ahead of the pack, up in first place. But were you kind of feeling the pressure, realizing like how competitive these games were, how close a lot of these lobbies were, even so many of the games, it felt like there was 10, 15 health separating, third to eighth.
Yeah, definitely. I think going into the final lobby, game 5, I had a decent point lead and was in a good spot to make it. I think I got pretty nervous that game, and I ended up going 7th and barely like having to have a good game 6 to make it. So yeah, I think the nerves were definitely getting to me towards the end, but luckily I was able to pull it get back in game 6 and come in for a strong finish.
How are you feeling then going into tomorrow, right? Because obviously there's a lot of pressure on a day like today to even be able to get to that third and final day. But tomorrow it feels like the pressure is going to ramp up even higher, right? Because that's your opportunity to get to Worlds. And, a mistake tomorrow could be the difference theoretically between, going out on day 3 or winning the World Championship. Like, you never know.
Yeah, definitely. I think while the pressure is high, just being in day 3, I think is a new experience for me. And I'm happy having been able to make it this far. So whatever happens, I think I'm happy with the results, and I'm happy with the progress I was able to make this set as a player and as a competitor. So yeah, here's to the best for tomorrow.
Well, we love hearing that you are happy with how you've done based on your expectations coming into the NA Regional Finals, but now you get to surpass those, right? And when we take a look at your performance today, you played a lot of 80 flex. Are you feeling like you always have to take that spot? Is that your preferred lane to try to play the game in? Or are you comfortable exploring other options based on what you see the rest of the lobby doing?
Yeah, surprisingly enough, I think my game plan coming out of day 1 was to not play 80 flex. Yesterday, I played out of the 6 games, I played 1 game of 80 flex and 5 games of reroll, and my 80 flex was my only bad placement. So I was trying to avoid it because I feel like 80 flex is just during tournament. There's so much pressure, and it's way more difficult and way more pilot intensive. So if you make any mistakes, it's definitely more punishing. So I was, coming into day 2, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna reroll and not have to like cook too much. But yeah, all my spots ended up being 80 flex spots, or like the game kind of just gave me all 80 items, so I had to play it. And luckily was able to high roll a lot of those games and turn into a good finish. But yeah, definitely, I think my game plan was not to play too much 80 flex.
It's interesting. So do you feel like you can mostly only play 80 flex out of Heartsteel, or do you think you can kind of just play that line regardless? Because it felt like throughout the event, most of the players are all playing reroll. In most lobbies, 5 or 6 players were playing reroll, but largely it was actually, the 4 cost or 80 flex type players that were winning the lobbies. There was a couple Riven games that won. There was one Senna reroll game that won where it like went, to level 9 with fully capped board. But other than that, it was basically all 80 flex type boards that were actually getting the firsts.
Yeah, definitely. I personally played every game of 80 flex from a Heartsteel spot. I think that you can get a good placement if you're able to just tempo and go 9 and kind of get that value board or a legendary board. But other than that, it's pretty difficult. I think the 80 flex board is more of something you just overwhelm the opponent with, like too many upgrades plus too many items on all your units. And in general, the unit quality themselves is a bit lower than the reroll comps. So if you're not having like a couple more items over your opponent, it is pretty hard to squeeze out those top 4s. So yeah, definitely, I feel like Heartsteel is super important for that.
So, what if you are a player that's watching the stream? You see all of these players that are going for that Heartsteel start. We saw it pay off in some really big ways, but we also saw it kind of just flop. Like, where do you feel like, oh, where do you stand sort of on like how long you can play the Heartsteel to try to get that value? Where are you raising the stakes? Those kinds of things to make that Heartsteel work for you in the early game.
Yeah, definitely. I think good thing about Heartsteel is that a lot of the units are actually pretty high quality and can fit into your endgame board. Like the synergies just work out really well. So I feel like you can just basically keep it in and keep getting rejuices, keep getting more gold and more items as the game scales up. But yeah.
Well, maybe we'll get a chance to see a little bit more of that Heartsteel start from you tomorrow, or maybe it'll be more reroll. Who knows? Because that lobby looks like it's going to be a little crazy. Let's just put it that way. Are you nervous at all with the players that are left? Who do you feel like is your biggest competition?
Honestly, a little bit nervous going to the day, but I think having gone to the Vegas Open, I got to meet a lot of these players, and actually a lot of the players are from our study group, and I've talked to them and met them in person. So I feel like that lowers the nerves a bit, and I think that going into day 3, I'm just gonna try to have fun and enjoy the game as it is, and not worry too much about the end result. And so yeah, I'm gonna
Love that. We're going to let you go celebrate and relax before that final day of competition. But before we do that, any shout outs you'd like to make?
Yeah, definitely. I first of all want to shout out my study group. I think that so 3 of us made the final lobby, and a lot of us studied together for going into day 3 and prepped a lot. So huge shout out to Play, Malala, Weijin, Ripple. We all studied together and were able to make a pretty deep run into the tournament. So yeah, glad that things ended the way they did. And also huge shout out to my girlfriend Kelly. She helped me study a lot for this tournament by watching a lot of other people's VODs, studying the tech from other regions, and kind of giving me the game plan and the rundown of like what everyone else is doing, so I can incorporate that into my game plan. So that was a huge help.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Degree, congratulations once again on your impressive run today, and we wish you the best of luck tomorrow.
All right, thank you so much.
It's a team effort. It's a team effort at the end of the day. I love that there's a bunch of big brains that can help to put these sort of successes together for individual players. It's so interesting to think about that when you're like, but at the end of the day, it's the one person that is actually clicking these units and making these choices.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some of the study groups obviously doing very well. It's also interesting though, I think it was Gangly was talking about how he is asking Dish Soap what study group he's in. He's just by himself now, right? So he's not actually a part of one. He's just trying to keep all his own tech for himself. So obviously there's different schools of thought. It is kind of that like symbiotic relationship where it can be really beneficial if everyone is contributing equally and bringing as much stuff to the table as everyone else. But at the same time, if you feel like you're not getting as much out of it, maybe it's more beneficial to kind of be that lone wolf and be someone who can kind of hide your strats and hide your preparation, have a different approach or different viewpoints on the game. So it'll be kind of cool to see, who ends up coming out on top, if some of the lone wolves can do it tomorrow, or if it'll be the study groups that are crushing.
That is really interesting to look at when you dissect the top 8 that we have, right? So Dish Soap is by himself. You've got Degree, Replay, and Malala that are all in that study group together. Your final 4, you've got Rain, who's part of the lab, and then you also have Prestivan and oh my goodness.
Prestivan's with Soju and all that group, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So yes,
All the
that
GSP
and Kiyun. So Prestivan and Kiyun are still also in the top 8 with a big shot to make it to the.
So is it only Dish Soap that's kind of the lone wolf then? I'm not actually sure.
I'm gonna have we'll double check that. Maybe Weird as well, because Weird isn't part of the 2 big study groups that competed this weekend. But all right, all eyes are on them, because sometimes it is that hidden tech. You never know if that's gonna be the big difference maker there. But overall, been a phenomenal day, and I can't believe we're already 2 days down in the regional finals. We only have 1 more to go. That's wild.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been really fun. 2 great days. I'm excited for tomorrow as well, where we're going to be sending our representatives, hopefully, to win Worlds next week.
Oh my goodness. NA is the best region in TFT. I'm so glad that you're here with us for that. We are going to say goodbye to you all tonight, but please make sure you tune back in tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. Eastern or 12:30 p.m. Pacific for the pre-show that we have with the first game starting on the hour. It's going to be a fantastic time. Make sure you follow all of our socials to make sure that you stay in the know about when all of these big tournaments are and when these streams are starting. And we also believe at the conclusion of the European regional finals that are happening tomorrow as well. So lots of great TFT action to round out our final stop on the set before we head to the championships. Good night, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow for the conclusion of the NA regional finals.